When I say we, I mean myself and Motormouth himself. Brendan Kelly is in the house with me, and he's going to be joined, of course, by two of our fellow commentators throughout the day. Nick's going to join us for the BMW Racing M Racing Series for classes D, E, and F with Bren, and of course A, B, and C with yours truly. If I'm back here, because I've also got to go down and shoot some stuff with Audio Claudio, our social guy. But we are in for an epic day's racing today, starting, as you can see there, with the BMW M Racing Series, moving into pre-66 Little Giants. That's a big one. We got the DOE Formula Vs for the very first time, and of course they are celebrating a massive anniversary this year. Zwartkops, HRSA, classes F, G, and H, CTC, and the Pursuit Series. The M Racing classes A, B, and C. International sports prototypes and the Trans Ams, the historic single-seaters. Bren, arguably one of the biggest races of the day is 10:45, Legends of the 9 Hour.
Oh, Greg, thanks very much for the intro, and what a pleasure to be here. And at that 10:45 race that you mentioned now, the big one, that's the one we're all looking forward to. I'll tell you, the caliber of the cars that are parked down below us in the pits here, and the cars that we've seen out in practice yesterday and in qualifying, it's just stuff that dreams are made of. So it's going to be an absolutely epic weekend.
Well, as you can see, we've already got cars on track and making their round, and they've got 66 cars entered for M Racing Series. I think they're down to about 48 or 50-ish. I'm not quite sure how many actually made it out. 60. Okay, well, Nick's going to tell you more about it because he's actually going to jump on the mic in a few seconds' time to take us through the first race with Brendan. And then Claudio and I are going to go and shoot down and see what we can do for some social stuff and bring you some stuff that's happening around the track as well. Bernard de Gavea on pole position. I'm not going to say anything more. I'm going to let Nick jump in here and tell you what the hell went wrong there, because there's definitely some in-house maneuvering there to put the chairman on pole.
Yeah, as we wait for Nick to jump into the hot seat, that's one thing that I saw as well with Bernard being on pole position, and he's actually instead of moving up a class, it looks like he's moved down a class. So, Nick, good morning to you. Welcome to the 24th Passion for Speed, and we're in for a good one here.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, Brandon. I'm really looking forward to this race. Huge number of cars, and you mentioned Bernard leading our class new D field.
Is that what he's moved? Is it a new class that they have opened for them, or how has he moved the class?
So we've added a field, effectively going from the 5 to the 6 fields, and now it's just added more stratification, and this really helps, fitting the cars, where they should be placed.
And brilliant. I mean, the rules that you guys, the rules that you guys are running here, is completely unique. Not many rules to comply with, other than the tire rules being the main objective for the class.
Yeah, we got great, tire sponsorship from Dunlop. So that they've been sponsoring this our series now for a couple of years. We're really enjoying the tire compound, and I think it's really found its place here in BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. The guys are really extracting fantastic performance, and that's why we're seeing just so many cars, continuing to enter and increase the numbers here. We talked about 67 entries. Unfortunately, only 60 making it to race. But crazy, 60 entries into a particular racing field.
Just walking around the pits yesterday, the caliber of the cars. Once again, the guys have just upped to the gear as well. And we just seen the footage of the cars. And it's really is great to see. Such the high caliber of cars taking part.
No, really some beautifully built cars. I mean, so you got everything from entry level E36s to proper track built cars. We got a car off over there. That's one of the Public Clark Racing developed cars, an E46 330i. That'll be Stefano Cavalieri. So unfortunately, it seems like he's parked off there. Hopefully, we're not going to get a yellow or red flag in that position. We'll see what the marshals decide in terms of whether the safety of that is acceptable or not. But at least we haven't had too many incidents since the start right now. We've still got a pretty tight field, some naturally aspirated cars still leading out there with Bernie. Then we've got some turbocharged cars like of Eugene, and then we've got Varish Ganpath there on screen in his new E92 335i. And we've got a turbocharged E30 right there behind Bernard. So the pressure's going to be mounting. We've got Paolo Cavalieri in that beautiful 745 modified there at the back of that class. There we see those waved yellows.
Yeah, we just got a little problem with the live timing. We haven't got our live timing up and running yet, so we're just getting that sorted out, and then we'll be able to give you exactly who's who in the zoo and the different class leaders as well. But it is just so great to kick off an action-packed weekend like this with so many cars in the first race of the day.
And there we got a safety car there, hey Brendan. So first race of the year, so the drama hasn't stopped. We got a big field. Unfortunately, it looks like it wasn't a big incident. We've only got the car off.
Thanks a lot, Nick.
What are you talking about? Commentator's curse, Greg. And what nonsense. Looking at some of the cars on track there, look at the OG Taxi. The OG Taxi, and we've got Desmond Bloom, who returns with us at the moment. He's been away from racing for quite a bit of time, and it's great to see him back. He's been sponsoring getting that car at his shop repainted in Dakar yellow. I'm sure the fans will agree. That car looks fantastic. And even more exciting, there's Track Taxi 2.0 coming this year, a new E90. So we're going to see more Track Taxi tools coming to enjoy BMW M Performance Parts Race Series.
Yeah, the Track Taxi is always an absolute highlight and one of the real standout cars in the series.
I mean, can you see how hot it is already? I mean, guys are already opening the doors. We're at 8 o'clock in the morning. Can you imagine what the rest of the day is going to be like for these cars? Aircons and race cars aren't the best of pals, so you won't typically find them in the same restaurant. Let's see what the cars, if they can survive today. We've got an interesting formula. Race 2, we're going to be seeing a 12-lap race for the first time, and it's specifically here at Zwartkops, where the track length does lend itself to a little bit of a longer race to compare with the likes of Kailami, the old Pakisa, and of course Red Star Raceway. 22 degrees is what it's been told right now, so maybe we just got a bunch of ninnies in the car right now. It doesn't feel too hot, but I'm sure track temperature is really pushing it there.
The track temperature, and the weather forecast pretty much the same as it was yesterday, up to 38 degrees yesterday. There is rain forecast for later on this afternoon, so we hope that stays away. But the yellow flags.
So we still got the safety car and yellow flags out there, but the safety car had come back in, so that's an interesting marshal board happening. What do you think's happening there, Brendan?
No, because of the amount of classes running today in the big fields, they have decided to change things up a little bit, where they will use a race under yellow flags if there are minor incidents on the track with cars stuck in the kitty litter. They just run under yellows just to keep the day flowing.
Makes sense. There we got 2 turbocharged cars putting pressure on the NA car. So we got Bernard getting pressure from that turbocharged E30, and then we got Bilal in that 330 diesel putting pressure on Davy Olivier in his awesome E30 with that M3 motor.
Yeah, Bilal Ahmad in the TD Audio car going incredibly well. That's the number 99 car.
And then we've got another contender over there. That's Eugene in his turbocharged E36. He's putting pressure on the lead over there. Various doing quite nicely. We've got Craig Herbst in his new car, that bright blue E92 over there. Victron Energy sponsored car. First outing for that car over there. We'll be testing the N54 motor and see if we can get that to perform gremlin free. Still tightly packed bunch over here, obviously after the safety car. So we should start to see, that the numbers start forming where they should be. We've got the naturally aspirated cars in the new Class E starting to form out. Olerato performing very nicely in that E36 M3, and behind him I believe it's Eddie in that beautiful E46. If you want to see a really well-built race car, go take a look at Eddie's E46. I believe it's available for sale, but what a beautiful car.
So just the pause in the commentary. I'm just getting the live timing up and running. Looks like we are good to go.
Yeah, I think I'll jump in there and help you out there, Brent. I can see you battling a little bit there with the live timing. It's coming up shortly, but as you said, Nick, incredible to see these new cars. One car to watch out for as well is that 745. Remember, we are at the passion for speed, so the classic BMWs are always the ones we want to have a chat about. It looks like there might be a little bit of issues there for Craigie. He slowed up slightly on the main straightaway, so good possibilities that that Victron car might just be feeling a little bit of the niggles of a new engine.
A little bit of niggles, yeah. We were struggling with fault codes all of practice yesterday, and I know we wrote a new tune to the car this morning. Try pull down the power, remove some of the unknowns from the car, but it's possible that those have reared its ugly head.
Always lovely to see the old livery colours out there, especially on a day like that. When you've got all the little sideways there from Cochran. He was sideways out of turn 1, getting that aero cast lit up coming through there, trying to close that gap down, but it was a little bit hot there, I think, going into turn 1. Managed to catch it, comes out of Castle now and tries to close things down once again on the Silver Dream Racer just ahead of him. great little battle there between the two of them.
Yeah, Troy and Drama are certainly good friends. You always see him in a tight little battle over there, and he's certainly not up on power there. So he's got to really push those punches up high. He's challenging Varish Ganpath ahead of him in that E92 335i. Also first outing of the year for that newly built race car of his. Also N54 running manual box. Great to see that it's looking quite consistent right now.
Oh, sideways as well there from Darby. Darby got that lit up coming out of turn 5. And speaking of new cars, I believe he's busy with a big monster of a Z that's coming soon. I'm going to be launching that in a couple of months' time when it's ready. I think he might be contending a little bit higher up than what he is right now in that International Race Supplies BMW Boxing.
Very exciting car build he got over there. So it looks like, unfortunately, Bernard's lost the lead to the turbocharged contender over there. I believe that's Waylon. So yeah, he's doing very well to put that car into first position and get past Bernie, who was on absolute flying pace in qualifying yesterday, doing a 10.5, really impressive lap time, specifically considering the track condition as well as the temperature yesterday.
Yeah, Waylon full stink in the 52 car, the new leader, Bernard de Gabea, in the number 8, relegated down to second place, and we'll lock up there for Bernard into the corner. Davy Olivier in the 000 car running in third at the moment, so our lifetime.
Ooh, big spin from
Dierwald
Smith there in the E46 M3. We see that on our footage right now with the stricken Pablo Clark car. And that's definitely going to be a safety car if he can't get it moved. Okay, he's moving the car.
Managed to get it going.
Hopefully we won't get anything more than double waved yellows.
That's the M-Tech entry of the 130 of Dierwald Smith, and unfortunately coming undone there, but managing to recover that. So he's dropped a whole lot of places. He was running in 8th at the moment, so he's dropping down the field.
Car looks still to be running fine, so he's coming up behind the taxi there and up the hill. I'm quite sure he'll pull quite strongly and pull past there. So Bernard back into the lead. It looks like Waylon pulled to the side. We've got a problem with our leader of last lap. Bernard takes it back, and he's got the new Class D lead. And he's going to be having the rampant Davy Olivier now chasing him down. He's still got Eugene Gous behind him in that turbocharged E36 going very strongly. But let's see if Bernard can keep it together and keep it away from Davy. He'll be certainly looking for his first win since he came back now from triple ones, now back to BMW M Performance Parts Race Series.
We've got 3 laps left in the race, and leading our Class A is Bernard de Gabea, our Class E leader Olereta Sekudu in the number 122 car that leads out Class E, and leading Class F at the moment, Sean Dodd in the number 90. So the racing happening all through the field, and lots and love action further on down.
We've got a couple of new cars with bunting over there. So those are our entrants without particular race experience, racing for the first time. So that's just a warning or indicator, kind of to have a little bit of observation of the car. Jeepers, what a move into corner 4 there. Track taxi still all right, but that was the beautiful car from Krobler Motorsport there, that E30, driven by its new owner, Mike Krobler, just behind.
Desmond Bloom in the 330 track taxi. What happened to Matt, the previous driver?
Matt, unfortunately, not available this weekend. He's focusing on a new business venture, and so we're very happy to invite Desmond Bloom to race that car specifically after its work. So, the new Dakar yellow refinished, as well as a new PPF covering from Excel. So really thankful to those sponsors for looking after that track asset of the club. And I think that car's looking fantastic. We're looking forward to Track Taxi 2.0.
Yeah, back to our leader, that is Bernard de Gabea, the number 80 car. Quite a substantial lead that he's opened up now, and I'm sure we're going to hear about it for a long time.
I'm sure we're going to hear about it, absolutely. So a lot of defensive maneuvers there from Davy Olivier, trying to defend against the turbocharged car of Eugene Gous. We've got Troy Cochran putting the pressure on Varish Ganpath in his new car over there. He looks like an absolute rash on the back of that E92.
Troy Cochran in the 68 car, unique livery of that one. Brilliantly prepared car. Arrow Automotive, NGK, ATE, and Timemark Boxburg. A whole heap of sponsors for him.
It doesn't hide away, that car, right? I mean, you can spot it from a mile. That bright green colouring of the Arrow Automotive and accessories, etc. A really striking car. Love the look of it, and it's always featuring here in our races.
Down to the last lap of the race, I believe. I haven't seen the white flag coming out yet. We'll check if it's checkered flag time now.
Strong race from Bilal. Car's looking like it's performing well into this class, but it looks like Bernie's got the honours under control right now. So it keeps everything neat and together. Looks like he'll have the debut race here for our new Class D under wraps.
Bernard de Gavea, a clean race from him so far. Really on the limit as he goes through.
Yeah, really great to see here for the fans. I mean, an E46 M3 in this shape over here, just such a classic. I mean, it's a beautiful shape and style, and it's such a fan favorite. There's a checkered flag.
Takes the checkered flag and the race win. First race win of the day, Bernard de Gavea. Second goes to Davy Olivier, followed by Eugene Khoos. Bilal Ahmad finishing in fourth, and then Varish Ganpath right behind him.
So there we've got Paolo Cavalieri coming through in that modified 745i. It looks like we've got my big competitor from X-Class D days. He did very well. And then the rest of the field still fairly tightly packed there. So some tight racing happening. I was mentioning Claudio coming through in his E36. He had some trouble towards the end of last year, but it looks like he had a strong race today.
With the learner plate on the back window of the car and all.
So a fairly neat first race out here. Not too many incidents. We had a spin, and we had the first safety car with unfortunately Stefano Cavalleri's car coming off. That looked like it moved over, and we didn't have too many laps under safety car. Something gone off over there, Bernard. Brendan.
Yeah.
We've got a car smoking.
Ignis Duplessis in the Deep Civils car. A whole cloud of smoke from under the bonnet of that one.
Fortunately, maybe just in time for finishing the race, get that wrapped up. But hopefully that car hasn't suffered any further mechanical or other damage.
Let's have a look at the Class E winners. Winning Class E 122, that was Oloretta Sekudu, followed by the 44 of Claudia Jardim. And in third place in Class E, it was Johan Miller, followed by Eddie Rodriguez, and then Roland Hopkins, the top five in Class E. Class F was won by the number 90 of Sean Dodd, Wessel Mostert finishing in second, followed by the 32 of Sahir Sadat. He was third. Fourth went to Ferdi van Staden. Fifth place going to Justin Brown.
Some good finishings over there, and we're looking forward to our next iteration here. So we've got Class ABC coming up. That's about an hour's time. Looking forward to inviting Michelle Singh back to the racing environment. He's been away for a little while. We're hoping to see him a little bit more on track last year. He's got something very interesting for us to see here on track. That E30's got a new power plant.
Yeah, Nick, just going through the names of all the competitors, it is really great to see so many new names here. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the race, really, you guys certainly with the BMW M Performance Series are doing something right and attracting the numbers. And the best part of it, the camaraderie amongst the guys in the pits there. It really is a close-knit bunch, but I mean a seriously big bunch that can attract up to 60 cars at a race meeting.
It's got a great formula, and we're certainly not struggling to attract new entrants at the moment. So we really are starting to push the boundaries of what you can accommodate in a race. I mean, you simply won't see these kind of numbers in any of the follow-up formulas, and so you've got huge motorsport activity happening everywhere on track. A lot of competition, and the more depth we get in all of the classes, the better the competition is expected to be. And we see all kinds, all times. So we see everything from naturally aspirated E30s, turbocharged E30s, a beautifully prepped kind of original E46 M3, and everything backwards from there to kind of turbocharged E92s. And we're seeing some newer gen cars like F82 M4s and new 2 series enter into the series. So we're getting to see the entire breadth of the BMW product range, and all featuring here in an awesome motorsport environment.
Yeah, and the technical rules. If you can go to Class A, throw as much money as you want to it. New tires every race, and that's why we see Class A very, very, very small compared to the rest of the massive fleet that's slotting behind him. And it doesn't matter, as you said, it doesn't matter what sort of BM you've got. You'll find a place for it.
That's the interesting part is Class A, unfortunately, a hell of a lot of time development and testing and expenses associated with that class. To be able to do those kind of lap times and compete at that, sharp edge of the sport, it costs a pretty penny. And then we see, that kind of, become a little bit small levels down, going into Class B and C. We saw the old Class C of last year being one of the most popular categories, where it looks like, economics relative to performance was reaching a good balance. And then Class B taking that up a notch, and Class A is where we really get to see some very exciting cars, specifically built out of Fast Developments and Lee Thompson's workshops. We really get to see what can be created at the hands of some very impressive South African workshops.
Yeah, I mean, the BMs that have come out there, guys running at supercar lap times, but then unfortunately you just lose that reliability, pushing it to the limit and over all the time. You just lose that little bit of reliability, which I've seen in Class A. So yeah, it was quite an interesting opening race of the day. As we said, Bernard de Gouveia, we're never going to hear the end of this one, winning the opening race of the 24th Passion for Speed here at Zwartkops Raceway.
I'm happy for Bernard. Last year, I think his featuring in Class C was probably a bit minimal, as much as he was improving as a driver and having his car quite reliable and extracting performance, and sometimes the tides turn, and you have an opportunity. Nonetheless, we know he won't let us live it down. But yeah, great for Bernard, a great race 1 win, and fortunately not too many incidents over here, so we shouldn't see any further delays to the remainder of today's program. And looking forward to the remaining races. We've still got 3 more races for all the fans looking at BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. We'll have the Class ABC race in about an hour's time. I think it's at 9:30, if I double check. Yep, 9:30 again. 10-lap race, and once they get to race 2, a little bit hotter part of the day, because ABC will feature again at 1:30. This class over here, D, E, and F, only a little later, at just before 4 o'clock. But the heat's really going to be packed into the track later, and with 12 laps on the scorecard, I'm not sure what we're going to see in terms of cars. Can they make it to that final checkered flag?
Oh, great stuff. Our next race on the program is the pre-66 and 68 Little Giants, and we wait for them to come out to see if we can get some footage of the cars lining up on the dummy grid, and then we'll go through the entry list, a nice big field of cars that have entered for the pre-66 and 68 Little Giants. That will be 8 laps around the 2.4 Zwartkops circuit, so we look forward to that one. Right, moving straight on to the next race of the day. This is the Legends of the 9 Hour, the pre-66-68 Little Giants. And the entry list that we have got. We're just waiting for the live timing to update, and then we'll be good to go. Just in shot there, the 125 car, the Volvo. Just having a look to see, we don't have it on our list. Printed copy, the live timing, taking a while to catch up to us. Some absolutely beautiful cars out on track. Just the caliber of the minis that they've got here this weekend has been fantastic to see. Caught a glimpse there of the 201 car, Chad Tendersgarter, and the 1959 GSM Dart. It's one of the Datsuns, or two of the Datsuns, that leading out front, pole position. Datsun 240Z, absolute classic race car from yesteryear. Pace car having peeled into the pits now. The 241 Sophos Pansis, the 1969 Datsun 240Z that will lead them off. Car, Jacko Taylor Racing 1965 Alpha Julia Sprint in the mix there as well. GSM Dart, Flamingo, whole host of Ford Escorts, and then the Mini Brigade, beautiful Anglia as well. John Tendersgarter in the 1964 GSM Flamingo in the mix as well. There's the 227, that's Francesco Lombardi, the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GT. A move on the inside there, Cortina moving up into second place. Ollie Broom, the East Coast Classics Ford Cortina. Ooh, somebody late on the brakes there. One of the Alphas locking up the 651. That is Terence Guertis, Ted's Garage, the 1964 Mini Austin. Looks like Ollie Broom in the 151 car, the East Coast Classics Ford Cortina. It's a 1963 Ford Cortina that's moved up into second. It's taken another Cortinas with him. hard copy of the entry list that we've got here. Still just battling a little with the live timing. It hasn't clicked over. Still sitting on the BMW race 1. Let's go see if we can get this to update. Caught a glimpse of Rory Nossiter, that little Mini in the Castrol colours, the red Mini in the Castrol colours, and he's really going well. The car turned out absolutely beautifully. One of the neatest cars on show here this weekend, and it is absolutely great to see that Castrol have got back involved in motorsport again. Just another glimpse of the little Mini. That's the 24 car, Charles Needham, the Needham Racing Ford Cortina Piranha. Line in, I think he's down to 4th place at the moment, and then Rory Nossiter sitting in 6th at the moment. We were talking about Castrol, the can of the best, making away, and we see Rory Nossiter going through up into 5th place now in the little Mini, getting ahead of one of the Alphas. The 33 car coming through, Jake Dovey. There's something wrong there. Jake Dovey, it shows that's a 1960 Austin Healey Sprite. That was a classic Mark II Escort by the look of things. '94 Nick Christofides, the My Travel Shop Alfa Romeo GT Junior. Another shot of the 201 car, Chad Tendescarter, the GSM Dart. I do apologize about the haphazard commentating at the moment, just really battling in the background here, trying to get the live timing screen back up to speed. Well, I'm going to leave it at that. Still just stuck on BMW M Performance Racing, race number 1. I saw Poulter on the side. I think it's Norman Poulter that is in that classic Volvo, and it looks like he's still running in 4th place. Going through Roger Houston 1965 Alfa Romeo Giulia Super TI. We're just hearing the tires squealing there. The little Mini just overdoing it into the corner, hopping across the curb, but managing to keep it all neat and tidy in the end. Triple One Mini, Carl Brink, the CIM Lubricants. That's a 1959 Austin Mini Cooper. He's chasing down the 201 Chad Tendescarter, the 1959 GSM Dart. Our race leader having not put a foot wrong, Sophus Pansis, the 69 Datsun 240Z. Looks like the 33 making a move on the inside now. Serious tussle going on there. 3 cars looking for that second position, and into second place goes the little Escort, the 33 Escort, moves up into second place. Chad Tenderscott still involved in that battle with Kyle Brink in the 141, looking rock solid out there. Charles Needham in the Cortina Piranha, fighting the steering wheel coming through. Chasing down Sophus Pensis, the man that leads. Possibly heading towards the last lap now. Rory Noster. That beautiful little Mini. It really is fantastic to see so many Minis out on the track in anger. Second place, that tussle starting to hot up even more now, and I'm speaking under correction, but I think we are possibly on the last lap of the race. Checkered flag time. Checkered flag goes out, taking the race win. 241 Sophus Pensis in the Datsun 240Z takes the race win. Second place at this stage, be anybody's guess there. Second, third, fourth, fifth, and possibly sixth. A real great tussle as the guys start filtering through, completing the first heat of the pre-66-68 Little Giants. 651 Terence Buertas, the 64 Mini Austin, finishing in style. Just got a shot of the 65 Alpha Dart of Ishmael Boloy having finished, as more of the Alphas come through to take the checkered flag, and see the guys enjoying the celebrations. So let's head down to pre-race and see what's happening down there.
Race today.
Yeah, I'm excited for the race. I think we had a bit of trouble with practice yesterday, so we ran bearings in the second practice. So we went home last night, changed the engine. So yeah, I've been in the car for 10 minutes this weekend, so we'll see how the race goes, and starting from the back. But I think it's going to be exciting, so let's keep it clean and on the black stuff, and it should be a good race.
Well, Gert van der Berg giving us the insight. He's sharing that car with Dennis Johns this weekend. That's the DOE Quality Parts and Start My Car REMA 2. So next race up will be the DOE Formula V, and they are partnered with CIM Lubricants. So we should have quite a full field. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Right, let's go down to TJ De Beer.
Guys, I'm Anton van der Merwe. This is my very first race in a Formula V. What an experience and what a day to do a passion for speed.
That was the 555 of Anton van der Merwe in the Sting, making his debut this weekend. Right, let's head down to pre-race once again.
Great, and then my partner, who drives the 1970, is going to be the second race. So fantastic to have this opportunity.
As we wait for the cars to head out onto the circuit, let's have a look who we have got in the mix here. The number 3 car, that will be shared by Peter Hills and Fabio Tafani this weekend. That's the HRSA Racing Rima 2. Then the number 9 car, Theodore Vermaak and Trevor Carmody, Trevor from the USA. That's the DOE Quality Parts and Start My Car Forza. And then the number 11, Vaughan Hills and Lee Thompson, HRSA Racing, and that is VMAX that they are in. The number 13, David Austin and Hercules Solomon Wasserman, the DA Racing Rima 2 as the cars move out onto the track now. Then we've got Gert van der Berg and Dennis Johns. They're sharing the DOE Quality Parts and Start My Car Rima 2. Car 27, Johan Goos and Gavi Goos. That's the Argenco Printer Repairs. Jacko Engineering, AFS and Urca Global and QMTE sponsored J-Force. Then we got the number 50, the 50 car of Jaden Tromp and Sean van der Linde, Pretoria North Toyota and Solar Energy, and that is a Forza chassis that they will be racing. The number 53 car, Roy Douglas and Ernie Vermaak, that is a Rima 2. And then the 64 car of Jannie Geyser sponsored by Geyser Eternities, and that is a Vision chassis. Then the 75 Kyle Watt, Craig Watt, HRSA Racing Rima 2. And then 77 is Helder Gouveia, Kyle Lawrence in the HydroClean Maxima. Then we've got the 113 car, Jaco Smith and Alan Holm, the GZ and Company registered auditor sponsored Forza. And then the last car we heard from the newcomer Anton van der Merwe, the 555 car, and that is, as we said, a Sting chassis that he'll be racing. So this is DOE Formula V, partnered by CIM Lubricants. Looks like the red flags. I was under the impression that all races today would be rolling starts, but for the Formula Vs, looks like it's going to be a standing start. So under starters orders we go now. Really has been fantastic to see how the crowds have arrived in their numbers here at Zwartkops Raceway for the 24th running of the Passion for Speed. Guys had been camping at the circuit from Wednesday apparently. When we arrived at the circuit before 6 this morning, it was already a massive hive of activity. A 5-second board goes out and lights on, and we go racing. Race number 1 in the Formula V's, DOE Formula V, partnered by CIM Lubricants. Second place there for the number 13 car, David Austin, in the DA Racing Rema 2. Slots into second. Guys through turn 2. Heading down towards turn 3 now, all through nice and clean. Great shot of the 64 car, Jannie Geyser, the Geyser attorney's vision. Further on down the field. .75 right on the curbs there. Kyle Watt, the car he's sharing with Craig Watt this weekend, the HRSA Racing entry, just running onto the curbs. Around about 5th place for the number 9, Theodore Vermaak. He's racing a Forza. To pick up the number of our race leader when they come through. It looked like a 28. I don't have a 28 on my list. I've got a 27, so I would assume it's the 27 car. Leading out, it is actually Peter Hills in the number 3 car. Peter racing in the colours of HRSA Racing. 3rd place at the moment, the 75 of Kyle Watt. Kyle Watt applying all sorts of pressure at the moment. Great shot of the 33, Brandon Hills, running in what looks like 4th place at the moment. Looks like we could have a change of position for 2nd. Oh, not going to happen this time around. Has a look on the inside. Oh, somebody's off the track there. That's the 53 of Roy Douglas, going the long way around. Oh, on the curbs there. Peter Hills having opened up a substantial lead now over the rest of the class, looking relatively comfortable out front. Top 4 cars all racing in the colours of HRSA, so great job from the HRSA guys in race 1 of the DOE Formula V's partnered with CIM Lubricants. It's still Peter Hills that leads. You see the suspension, the back suspension doing all the work there. It's our third placed number 11, Vaughan Hills. He's been involved in a ding-dong battle looking for that second position. Carl Watt doing a great job of driving defensively in second place in the 75 car. He's under lots and lot of pressure, still 6 laps to go. Peter Hill still enjoying that comfortable lead out front. The 113 car going through Jaco Smith, the GZ and Co registered daughters Forza. Still Vaughan Hill in third place, applying all of the pressure. Looking for a way past. He wants that second place. In fourth it is still Brandon Hills in the 33 car. The top 4 really broken away from the rest of the field. It is still the Hills Tafani car that leads out front. Peter Hills sharing that drive with Fabio Tafani this weekend. Vaughan Hills, him and a car that is sharing with Lee Thompson second. Then the Watt pairing, Kyle and Craig Watts in third place. We've got one of the cars has come to a standstill. Can't pick up his number from here. And then fourth, Brandon Hills. The car is sharing with Anthony Taylor, running in fourth. That's the number 50 car. Going through there, Caden Trump, Sean von der Linde in that car this weekend. Once again, a shot at Caden Trump and the car that he's sharing with Sean van der Linde this weekend. The pressure, that battle for second and third is certainly starting to intensify now. Vaughan Hills just trying to find a way to keep Kyle Watt behind him. And finally through on the inside, finally making the move work, moving up into second place, but will he snatch it back? Oh, brilliant comeback there, but no, looks like Vaughan Hills has got it covered. Up into second place at last. Sideways there, Vaughan Hills on the limit, just drifting the car through there. Has managed to keep that second place. Looks like we've possibly got a back marker that Peter Hills will be catching up to. Once again, just having a look through on the inside. Are we going to see a change of position? Looks like it's worked once again, but he's going to have to go all defensive now, block that line, which he does well. So up into second place goes the 75 of Carl Watt. Just a glimpse of our race leader. We'll see if we can see how many laps there are left when they go down the main straight. Or down to just 2 laps onto the penultimate lap of the race we go now. And that battle for second, third and fourth intensifying now with just 2 laps left. You see the grandstands in the background starting to fill up. We're expecting a complete sellout here today at Zwartkops Raceway for the 24th Passion for Speed. We have got a back marker in the mix. The main straight we go now to start the last lap of the race. There is still Peter Hills that has disappeared into the distance, but the battle that we have been watching for second, third and fourth set to go right down to the wire. I've seen positions changing regularly there, so hopefully we'll see some more of that on the last lap of the race. Peter Hills hasn't put a foot wrong in the number 3 car from the moment the lights went out. He has got out in front and really disappeared into the lead. Gert van der Berg started at the back of the grid. He's up into 6th place, so brilliant drive from him. Having made up a whole heap of positions. The checkered flag goes out. Peter Hills takes the race win. Second place goes to the 75 of Kyle Watt, followed by Vaughan Hills with Brandon Hills just behind. The number 50 coming through, Jaden Tromp, comes through to finish. Gert van der Berg finishing just above him, and then it was Theo Vermaak that took 5th. Van der Berg 6th, Tromp 7th. Jaco Smit crosses the line 9th, followed by Jannie Geyser. See the guys just enjoying the appreciative crowds as they go around, waving all around. I must say the vibe around the pits has been absolutely fantastic. Really an absolute honor to be here this weekend. And some very, very knowledgeable people walking around the pits, and a lot of the legends from the yesteryear of motorsport here as well in attendance. It's a great weekend all round. Right, we're going to head down to pit lane. Wynand du Plessis is ready for us.
Well, the expectations for today, we're quite anxious. We normally race in pursuit, but today we're racing with the historic saloons, and so we'll be, I think, 35 cars on the track. These are all racing cars, generally a lot faster than the pursuit cars, so it's we're in for interesting times, but we're looking forward to it. Thanks.
Just see by the stickers on the side of that car, it's been around for a long, long time. as he mentioned, over 30 cars on the grid. Let's go down and join John Brunner.
Okay, good. John, tell us about your expectations for today.
Yeah, we're hoping to move up the field a bit, but the heat is going to be a big factor today. The cars are running very hot, so we've got to watch carefully what we do today.
John Brunner in the 46 car, that is a 1977 Alpha Junior GT, so already worried about the heat conditions. The Alphas are prone to battle a bit in the heat. You see the fantastic array of cars having lined up here. While we wait for them to go out, let's go through the list that I have got in front of me. Car number 20, David Armstrong, the Strong Racing. That's a 1979 Ford Escort. Then we've got Peter Lance, him and his daughter Fabian sharing the drive this weekend. That's the East Coast Classics, and they a 1993 Fiat Uno. But let's stop there and join Peter Lance down in pit lane.
Tell us about your expectations for today in the racing.
So my dad and I are sharing his original race car, so I'm going to do the first heat. He did qualifying yesterday. It's really just about having fun, and of course doing the father-daughter thing, which is quite unique.
Right, that was Fabian Lance, as she said. The audio not great there, but racing her dad's original race car. It's a 1993 Fiat Uno, so fantastic to have father and daughter sharing the car this weekend. Then we've got the number 32 car, Mark Miller, the Rent My Solar, and that is a 1965 Alfa Romeo Giulia. Then the number 50 car, that's Ted Young, is in a 1966 Ford Anglia. Then the number 70 of Keegan Ward, that's a Datsun GX Coupe, a 1972 Datsun GX Coupe. Then Rory Nossiter back again, the 1976 Mini Clubman, sponsored by Castrol and Autocomplete. We see the car getting the stricken car getting towed in. After Rory Nossiter, the 124, that's Alan Hooper, that's a 1970 Alfa Giulia. Then we've got the 137, Johan Goos, the Keller Williams Realty, a 1979 VW Sirocco Mark I. Then the 49, Hendrik van Zyl, Evoque Realty, a 1962 Ford Anglia. Then the 165 car, the regular Carlos Afonso DTM Class Minis, 1965 Mini Cooper. Then the 227, Francesco Lombardi, it's a 1965 Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GT. Then John Simpson, car number 12, the Institute for Driver Safety sponsored car, the 1965 Alfa GT Junior. 225, it's David Leishon, sponsored by UPAC, and it is a 1977 VW Sirocco. Then the number 3 car, shared by Tim Abbott and Jen Abbott this weekend, a 1970 Porsche 914, absolutely beautiful car. The number 7 car, that is Stuart McClarty, 1981 Ford Escort XR3. Then the number 7 car, Wynand du Plessis, DBM Architects, a 1990 Porsche 944. Then we've got the 25 Matt Price, sponsored by the Loop guys. That's a 1975 Toyota Corolla. Then the 38 making the trip up from the Cape, Dion Valentine, 1970 Leyland Mini. The 46 car we heard from John Brunner, that's the 1977 Alfa GT Junior. Then the 58 car, Gerrit Murray, 1972 Alfa Romeo GTV. Ken Price, sponsored by the Lube guys, 1972 Datsun 120Y. Then the 76 car, the sister car, Nico Besaitnout, also sponsored by the Lube guys, and it's the 1973 1200 GX. Then we've got Craig Harris in the 79 car, sponsored by Audiobility. It's a 1972 Datsun 1200 GX. Then Gerrit Ferreira is in a 1978 Alfa GTR. Then the 127 car, Ian Oudendal, sponsored by AIM Precision Engineering. That's a 1974 Ford Escort Mark II. The 138 car, Henry Fourie, sponsored by MLN Crane CC. It's a 1968 Alfa Berliner. And we've got another Alfa Berliner, 1972 version. It's car number 146, Lawrence van Sale. Then the 165 of Peter Ross, sponsored by Twisted Whiskers. That's a 1970 Alfa GTV. And then the 207 car, Cor Kramwinkel, a 1969 BMW 2002. Then the 722 car, Jonathan van Wat, Star Mining Supplies. That's a 1973 Mercedes 280E. And then the last of the cars, number 5, Yusuf Kotze, sponsored by Top Products and Wasp Racing, in a 77 Mercedes 280E. So a serious mix of cars taking part. Heat number 1, this is the Evapco HRSA Racing Series, classes FG, H, CTC, and the Pursuit Series and Pursuit Challenge, all thrown into one. So a hectic mix of cars. The action obviously going to be absolutely unstoppable out on track. Just caught a glimpse of Fabian Lance in the little Fiat Uno going past there, further on down the field. But a whole lot of VW Siroccos here this weekend as well. Great to see the classics, the BMW 2002 in the mix. And of course a whole lot of Alfa Romeos, some Datsun 1200s, Ford Anglia, a beautiful 58 Alfa GTV. It's a 72 Alfa GTV of Gerrit Murray. Just catch a glimpse of Rory Nossiter to the right of the screen there. That immaculately turned out little Castrol Mini. He's third on the grid, so he should be right up there. Little Escort of David Armstrong, the Strong Racing 1979 Ford Escort. Like he's on the second row of the grid alongside Rory Nossiter. Our pole man, the 2 VW Siroccos, the 225, which isn't on my list. The Renault Gordini, beautifully turned out little car. Side by side they go through turns 2 and 3. They start heading up the hill now. Rory Nossiter under lots of pressure. He's got the Escort and the Sirocco behind him. Defends the racing line into the corner. The little BMW 2002, Cor Kramwinkel, hot on their heels. Going through. It's another of the cars that we don't have. The 227 further on up the list, the 65 Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GT. Just watching Cor Kramwinkel in the 69 BMW 2002 pushing incredibly hard. He's running at the sharp end of the field. It looked like about 4th place at the moment. versus BMW versus Ford. Trump won't pull hard on the brakes once again. As he's further on down the field, looks like he's running about 6th at the moment in the 207 car. Fabian Lance going through now in that little Fiat Uno. As she mentioned, Peter Lance's original race car, they've still got it in the family. Fabian leading the pack through. Another of the Sirocco's going well. That's the Escort, the XR3. 91 Escort. Stuart McClarty at the wheel of that car. Fabian Lance having been overtaken by the Sirocco. The Escort pulls in right behind her. McClarty applying all sorts of pressure now, closing down Fabian Lance in the little red Uno. Whole string of cars slotting in behind them. Back to the action out front. Rory Nossiter in 3rd place. David Lation running 2nd. It's the 225 car. 1977 VW Sirocco. Rory Nossiter under pressure now, getting challenged on the inside from David Armstrong. It's still Johan Goos in the 137 car that leads. Yet another of the VW Siroccos. That's the Mark I version, 1979 car. So Rory Nossiter takes the little Mini through ahead of the number 20 of David Armstrong. Ollie Broom down in 5th place. He's going to have a busy day. Various classes that he's taking part in. Dion Valentine in the Mini just behind him, and he's running in 6th place ahead of Roger Houston. And then Mark Miller, followed by Ian Woodendal and Francesco Lombardi, that rounds out our top 10. Nossiter having managed to break away a little from David Armstrong, but Armstrong closing him down once again. Ollie Broom applying lots and lots of pressure behind Armstrong. That's the Sirocco closing up on the back of the Escort, and then right behind him is that very quick little Mini of Dion Valentine. Rory Nossiter trying to make that little Castrol Mini as wide as possible as he gets hunted down. There's a whole gaggle of cars chasing him down the hill now. Armstrong having gone a little bit wider through the corner. They're just possibly looking at a different line, try and get more drive out of the corner, as he's got to start boxing clever to try and get past the Mini of Rory Noster. Has a look around the outside and then switch back to the inside later on the braking. Oh, and contact between them, and both of them spinning. Oh, and they're taking the Scirocco with them into the dirt. I think it's David Lachon that's gone off with them. Hopefully they can get them out there. Yeah. Rory understandably upset. Opportunistic move there from the number 20 of David Armstrong. David Lachon managing to reverse out of the kitty litter. Looks like he's managed to get going again, but unfortunately Rory, that little Mini, buried quite deep. Beautiful shot there of the 151 car going through now. Just another of the beautifully turned out Cortinas. The 137 of Johan Goos, our race leader. A big lead that he's managed to open up now with the demise of 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. He's got a couple of back markers that he's going to contend with now. So Oliver Broom having moved up into 2nd with lots of smoke coming out of, looks like the Cortina up front. It's smoking quite badly. Or is it an Anglia? I just saw the quick back glimpse of the car, possibly one of the Anglias that's smoking. As the checkered flag goes out, taking the race when Johan Goos followed by Oliver Broom. Broom gets 2nd. So those results that we see on the left-hand side. Rory Noster, unfortunately, still stuck in the kitty litter. And David Lachon, I know he recovered from there. So that concludes race number 1 in the Evapco Historic Racing South Africa Series, classes FGH, and the Pursuit and Challenge Series as well. Action-packed affair there, that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Unfortunately, ending in tears for Rory Valentine, having just been clipped on the inside. Opportunistic move from David Armstrong, late braking, trying to go through on the inside. And unfortunately contact between the two of them, and ending with the Mini in the kitty. And once again, just the fantastic support that the drivers are enjoying from around the circuit. Very appreciative crowds that have come in. You can just see the guys under the gazebos all waving and cheering, caps in hand. Fabian Lance, the next of the cars to come through. She looks like she managed to win the battle, keeping the escort behind her. Great to see an XR3 out on the track. Not many of them seen on the racetracks around the country. Mercedes 280E going through as well. Right, we're just going to cross down to pit lane where Anand Naidu is going to give us insight into the next race.
Hi there, I'm Anand Naidu, and I've been racing with the BMW Club for a bit. Today is quite hot and quite a daunting race because the competition is quite great in C, but I hope that everything goes well and we have a good one.
Right, the next race on the program, the BMW M Series Performance Parts Race. This is classes A, B and C. Nicholas Terps will be joining us once again for the commentary of this one. almost clear skies over the track here today. At least there's a little bit of a breeze, unlike yesterday where we're absolutely sweltered here. Also great to catch up with a whole group of our legendary racers from Port Elizabeth that have made the trip up to Zwartkops for the 24th Passion for Speed. The likes of Barry Kapelis, Nick Davidson, Joel Steenekamp, Elwin Kretzmann, Ricky Skipper, all in the mix. Eddie Vestraat as well. The guests of Micro up here this weekend, VW Motorsport, and enjoying all of the action, I'm sure. Let's go down to chat to Bob Neal down in pit lane. Right, we're just battling with a sound issue with Bob Neal. There we go. Right, let's go to Bob again.
Okay, go. Robert, tell us about the racing today. What do you expect out there?
Yeah, first of all, yesterday very hot. I think we got the same condition today. The track was quite slippy, but we managed to get it on pole. Let's see how it goes. I've just got to keep Leon behind me. That's quite a mission.
Bob Neal, another of our international drivers here this weekend, racing in Class A. As he said, he's going to have his work cut out, keeping the guys behind him. Right, let's head on down to Leon Loebscher. Let's see what he's got to say down in pit lane.
Leon, tell us about what are your expectations for today?
Well, I had a lot of problems yesterday with the car. It was electronic. We've sorted it out, or we think it's sorted out last night. So if the car's right, I hope I can get into the top two at least. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, the guys have all been complaining about the heat. Still early. Things are going to get a lot hotter out there. Greg Maloney's just come in as well, and he says it's cooking out there. He's just giving him a chance to catch his breath in the seat next to me, and then waiting for Nicholas Terps to come up here, and he's going to jump into my seat. Give me a chance to go and try and sort out a couple of technical issues that we're having in the background. Alright, let's go chat to Reynard Miller down in the pit lane.
Ready.
Reynard, tell us about conditions out there.
Conditions out there, well, the day is starting up and it's getting hot. So we'll see. Hopefully this race is kind of okay still, but this afternoon one is going to be interesting with the heat. I mean, heat plays a big factor, especially with the turbo cars and traction, brakes, everything just works that much harder. But excited for the first race for the season, and hopefully we can repeat the championship result of last year. So let's do it.
Just another of the competitors mentioning the heat out there. Greg?
The heat, yeah, let's talk about that, Brent. Let me tell you something. It says on the app that I've got on my phone, which is usually pretty accurate for Zwartkops, 28 degrees Celsius, but I can tell you it's more like 33 out there already. We were up on the top banking. Claudio and I took a drive in the Tom Camper Volvo around to the far side of the track to catch up with what Leon Odendaal affectionately calls Die Manne op die Walle. and we caught a whole bunch of them. But I can tell you, we also caught a couple of really nice dames op die draaien as well, but which Claudia is now going to quickly edit, and we'll be putting that out in a few moments' time. But really awesome to see a great crowd out here, and I mean it literally. It is littered from the entire circuit circumference. We've been right down to the kart circuit to see if anybody's jumped into those higher karts yet, which they haven't yet, but I can tell you they're on their way there, because there was a whole bunch of kids making their way down there as part of the kids' entertainment for today's outing. No problem at all. So it looks like we're going to have to go to do a piece to camera as well after this one. So might have to shoot down to the pre-race area there for a piece to camera as well for the next one. Next up, of course, we're heading into the International Sports Prototypes and Trans Am. So as soon as Nick and I are finished here, I'll meet you down in pre-race for a piece to camera. But rolling out now, here's Bob Neal. He's going to be a hard man to catch today. It's a very fast BMW that he is in. But then the third car rolling out as well. You can see there with the number 1 plate on, a couple of cars getting additional cooling put in there. And Nick's about to join in, and Bren's about to step out. But thanks, Bren, for holding the fort as well, while we went around the track to find some bits and pieces that we're going to entertain you with in between as well. But now I can chat to Nick Haps about what I was just talking to Brendan about. I've been running around like a mad thing in that Tom Camphor Volvo on the far side of the track, and even with the aircon in that electric vehicle, I don't think anybody's going to hide from the sun today, but no matter where you are.
Another vicious, scorching day here in South Africa, and probably not the greatest time to be a race car. You're probably not going to get much mercy today if you're on this beautiful Zwartkops racetrack.
Big morning to everybody as well who's also joined us on our live stream. Sorry I didn't get to you guys earlier on, but I've left you in the very capable hands of my good friend Motormouth, and the man who's just joined me alongside once again. He was there for classes D, E and F. I also got to see there was a pretty epic battle in the Little Giants, and we also got to see a couple of fans on the back wall there of Formula V. I didn't think there'd be so many fans, but considering the fact that they're celebrating 60 years anniversary, they certainly have a lot of fans out there. But I can tell you right now, there's about 85% of that back wall that are BM fans. So your fans are all out there in full force.
No, that's for sure. And event like this, and you start to see some of the classic BMW shapes. We talked about the 745i modified in DEF, and then we're seeing some interesting shapes over here. I mean, Andreas's E36 in the SA Touring colours is a proper relic of automotive motorsport kind of history. So great to see these kind of things at an event like this, and exciting to see what's going to pan out in this race.
And to be honest with you, you picked up on the German saying he's in 4th place. He was actually on pole. He was the fastest car yesterday in a 2-litre milk bottle, as he likes to call it.
Clover is her name, and yeah, it's fantastic. That car's development has been a huge feat, and going from that roaring screaming 6-cylinder S54 now to the turbocharged GTC N20 motor. Really exciting, and I think everything to do with handling. How do you keep the weight off of the front axle and keep the car handling like an SA touring car should?
Not an easy thing to do, and also considering the fact, you unfortunately didn't get a chance to get out on track at all yourself yesterday, taking a bit of sabbatical, I believe, this year, but that's great for me, because it means you join me more often, and you can bring some insight in that I don't have when it comes to this particular class, and it's always good to have you here. But chatting to the German yesterday, he was saying, and a lot of drivers were saying, and it's kind of indicative of this event with the amount of cars that are out there, and of course the age group of those cars, it's very slippery. And that's not just from the heat and the new surface. That's from a lot of incidents that happened yesterday throughout the day at various parts of the track. So it's a bit of a tricky circuit to pilot.
Yeah, I think Corner 5 was being nicknamed the slip and slide fanfare yesterday. It was really looking slippery there. I think they had probably put down a number of tons of concrete, or that's what it looked like. So it was incredible. Unfortunately, that corner seemed to be claiming quite a few victims at that corner, and super slippery, not fantastic for lap times, but German put down a fantastic lap time in his car. Let's see what happens here on the start.
All right, so Bob and Nick will be front row, Renier and Reinhard Miller behind them, and then of course it is the man in 4th place that assumes that position, because he now takes the top place in terms of his class as opposed to the pole position, being a Class B car there. We are underway, and looks like we are racing. And remember, with the rolling starts at every single one of the rolling starts, bar BMW, we would normally have double yellows into turn 1. But your class has decided, no, our guys can race. They're pretty happy to get through turn 1 and try and keep it all neat and tidy down towards turn 2, Cashel Corner.
And just as you say that...
well, let me just give that commentator's curse, shall I?
There we go. Looks like we almost had a touch. I'm not seeing too many incidents over there. Talking about classic cars, let's talk about that. Is that Salvi in that red car?
It is, Salvi Gualtieri. And I actually chatted to him yesterday. He was looking so forward to getting to grips with this car and the battle he was in, because he was in there amongst Oz, Fabio, Rob Gearing and Nicky Dix. So he was really in a nice little pack of cars.
Look, it's great he's got the car back up and running and back onto that track, but corner 1 incident there with Salvi Gualtieri. It looks like we had some close maneuvers over there. I saw one of the newer M4s probably hitting the anchors really quickly into corner 1, trying to avoid a first lap incident.
Not an easy thing to do, and of course with this new kitty litter, we spoke about it a lot at the end of the season last year. They've kind of like gone very, very drastic in terms of that kitty litter to stop the cars from having big incidents and crashing into the walls and making it all the way to the barriers. The new kitty litter mix that's in those boxes basically slows the cars down and almost brings it to a stop. So Salvi was very lucky to get through there and actually still get out afterwards.
No, very, very lucky. But right now, anywhere around Zwartkops, if you get into the kitty litter, it's typically game over. You're going to wait for that truck to come pull you out. So unless you've got 4-wheel drive or you've got really some luck on your side. Talk about some of the classic cars over here. Yeah, this passion for speed. Look at that Diebels Alt E30 over there. And not to steal his thunder, we've got Michel Singh back in the Winfield E30.
Correct.
With a beautiful S54 screaming motor. I'm sure the fans are going to go nuts for that today.
It could be a change up here for the lead, up the inside, possibly for turn 5, going past their probably arch rival in terms of brands as they go into turn 5, but nice move and sneaking through there and up into the top spot is Leon Lopesha. It's difficult to sort of say Leon Lopesha because you normally look at Leon Lopesha and go, number 1. 66, I know it's his normal number, but he hasn't run that for a while.
Fantastic move from Leon. He was really struggling with lap times yesterday qualifying, so I think the fast team have got that car sorted. I know Bob was also struggling with his car. A little bit of trouble there for Nick Makris in that E46, slowing down the main pit straight over there. That's going to release Andreas. He had a lot of pressure coming from the Greek behind him. He's got ahead of Fabio, which was placed in Class A, so he's got free reign to go and chase down the Class A guys and see if he can put that qualifying lap time into racing.
So you're kind of saying that's the Italian versus the Greek versus the German. Somebody running wide there as well. By the looks of things, I saw a little bit of smoke. Oh, we got big smoke. That's a game over engine into turn 1, and a huge moment there for the 373, I should say.
Safety car coming out. That's the curve end vehicle. Is that
Andre
van
Vuren? Unfortunately, looks like he's come together with somebody. I didn't see the first car. I'm not quite sure what the number was. I think we picked up on that white beam that was on the inside there with the smoke billowing. But as we went to it, of course, the number was then hidden away from that smoke coming out of the car. So 2 cars coming together in turn 1. Yellow flags and possibly safety car. I think you're going to go to safety car according to what I heard. No, red flag. Yeah. I think they're in too dangerous position.
Absolutely. That's a big incident. I get the feeling that this was caused where we saw a next car slowing down. Him trying to kind of tap off some pace. I think that probably initiated this. But we'll see if we've got some better footage.
Yeah, Neck was slowing down, and I think the car that came into the race line in turn 1 realized he might have got in the way there, hit the brakes hard, and he had nowhere to go. So the 373, we were actually just up there now up at that grandstand, and they really are quite festive up there as well. So great to see everybody enjoying themselves here at Zwartkops, as always, kicking off the motorsport calendar. But that is not the way you want to kick off your season, but climbing out of the car, looking at the front end of your BMW.
And look at the spillage on the track over there. So this is going to take some time, unfortunately. That's really sad. I mean, Andre was struggling for pace last year, wasn't featuring probably where he would like to. Out yesterday, practice and qualifying, his lap times were phenomenal. I think he was doing really, really well. He's probably extracting the best performance he had out of that vehicle, and this is sad to see.
Well, it also gives me a chance to sort of catch up with you and run through a few things that you might not have run through with Brent. And if we are repeating ourselves, I don't care, because this is quite cool, because there are 2 separate classes that we run here. A, B, C all run together, D, E, and F, and of course the new class being introduced for this year, which you kind of touched on with Brendan, so I'm not going to go into that much. But the one thing that I really found exciting was that there were 66 entries, 9 new drivers.
Yeah, I mean that's what the kind of story of the year is, and I think Passion for Speed is really where we find it. You know, first event of the year, we're going to see everybody who's been planning and then deciding, you know, am I going to enter and making that commitment to say I'm going to be, you know, participating in BMW M Performance Parts Race Series for the next year, and it's such an accommodating race series for exactly that kind of driver. While there are really requirements and good feeder type events like our time trial series that will allow you to hone your skills. Once you want to start racing door to door, BMW M Performance Parts Race Series probably doesn't have an as attractive competing series.
No, definitely not. And arguably the biggest growing class in the country, because if you take into account your trip to Cape Town last year, started the ball rolling in the Cape Series.
Right.
And I believe, chatting to a couple of guys down in Cape Town, they're up to about 30 cars already.
It's incredible.
So that's a massive.
And we thought we had stolen all of our friends from the Western Cape and brought them up here for every exhibition type race. But like you said, 30 members, 30 entrants into the Cape Town series. It's almost going to become a battle now to see, you know, who grows fast, who's got the number one.
I want to throw something on the table. I want to say to Bernard and to your entire team to say, listen, when are we going to get a 100-car field at some track somewhere around the circuit and get permission from MSA to run that event just for you know what they call the something and giggles?
Well, this is the joke that goes around the BMW paddock. Is it Extreme Festival anymore? Is it the BMW Festival?
There's a couple of BMs out there. You can't say that though.
So I'm sure BMW M Performance Parts are certainly getting some mileage out of this. I mean, the attraction to this and the you know, the interest and the kind of loyalty to the BMW brand. It's absolutely well and growing and thriving here in South Africa, and you could see that through the race cars. These are not cars, I mean, you see on our picture over there some of those Class A race cars. We see Oz Bagioni's car just in front of Leon Loubser. I mean, that is probably one of the neatest E46 race cars here in the country. It is absolutely stunning.
And a lot of these guys spend, you know, every little last dime that they might have in terms of you know, savings here and there in the world we live in to try and ensure that you know, you talk about Oz's car as an example, but there's a couple of other examples down that field. Looks like Lawrence has also gone down onto the pit lane and maybe onto the paddock to find out exactly what's happening. Lawrence, what's happening down there, buddy? Let's go down to you.
Not a great start for the first race. Actually, had a mechanical sound, and it seems like we actually blew a motor virtually close to turn one. I managed, fortunately I didn't go into the wall. But looking at what's coming out of the engine at the bottom, there's going to definitely be extensive repairs, and I won't be in for the second race.
That's a big loss there. You didn't hear it in your ears there, but just confirming what I thought happened. His engine blew into turn one. So it wasn't avoiding the slowing car there of Nick Macris. It was literally an engine blow that went, and you can see just from the amount of liquid that's coming through that turn into turn one. It's the reason why Benny unfortunately lost drive and everything through there. And then, of course, the 373 of Andre van Vuuren had nowhere to go. He had to just try and take evasive action, and I think he might have clipped somebody else in the mix, because I don't think that car is actually damaged. I think there's another car that could potentially be involved.
You know, and you were talking about the abrasiveness of the new kitty litter, Greg. I wonder if, you know, just going in at that pace, Benny's car's dropped oil, and it's just eaten into that kitty litter, and you saw the damage. I mean, that's just what can happen if you enter that corner at 150 k's an hour. It's going to do some damage.
Yeah, it will. I've done that. I've ended up on the tyre barrier backwards in a Peugeot.
Got the T-shirt.
I know exactly what it means. And at that stage, it wasn't such great kitty litter, because those orange tyres on the left of the shot there, that's where I ended up on, where the marshal came and said, okay, well, you can get out the car now. I said, no, but it's front-wheel drive. I'm sure I can drive off the wall. And I tried to, and it just didn't work.
The retrieval process is something interesting, because you see the car there, says, oh, that'll roll quite easily. It's a completely different story when you try to get that thing moving out of that sand trap kitty litter, or if you're in the tire wall, you know, what an exercise to pull a vehicle out of that. So good luck to the marshals. I hope they're going well now with laying a lot of cement, concrete onto the floor, dry up all that oil, but the guys are going to be tiptoeing on the restart right now. I mean, that's all into corner one. It's a fast corner, Greg.
And if I'm not mistaken, you guys go line of stern for the restart, eh?
Right.
Line astern for restart on a rolling start, so basically everybody stays behind each other going through turn 1. So they'll probably all try and avoid that inside line. They might just go slightly right of the normal race line to stay out of the trouble. But you mentioned the marshals. We've got to give them another shout out. The medical team, I saw Hunley instantaneously on call there to check and see if Andre was okay. She was having a chat to him just to double check that he's lucid, he's talking correctly, nothing's gone wrong. I don't think there was any injuries to the driver with the amount of damage on that car, despite the amount of damage on that car, I should say. But needless to say, there comes some more of that concrete. I think they also use a little bit of Greg Parton's material here too, if I'm not mistaken, that dries it environmental,
right,
which is kind of mixed into it, which soaks it up a lot quicker, so it allows for the recovery of a situation like this to be a bit quicker.
Yeah, no, it's a great product now to speed this up. I mean, I think it gets better really every single year. If you go back 5-10 years, how long this took for that to dry, and also how much grip you had after that was laid onto the circuit. It's a lot better. Just recently when we experienced that at Kailami, it almost was as if there had been no oil on the circuit. So there's some really impressive products these days to look after incidents just like this. It doesn't discount the really sad eventuality, what happened to that E46. I mean, that's another, we were just talking about Oz's car. Benny's car is probably second in line for the last
well-prepared cars,
but last living naturally aspirated S54 in an E46. And I mean, these things you don't find growing on a tree. It's a lot of time and a lot of checkbook to get one of those motors to perform like they do in this race series.
For sure, and because it's a competitive car as well, as you said. But the competitive nature of the sport, and of course the unfortunate side of the sport is what we're seeing right now, where cars do have X amount of shelf life before something could potentially go wrong. And that, I'm going to have to agree with you in terms of what you're surmising there from the damage at the front. That's potentially just from going off to avoid the car that slowed in front of him. He had nowhere ready to go, and when he hit the kitty litter, I think that's what done the damage.
It's quite an interesting puzzle if you take a look here. I mean, Greg, if you see how far that cement and the sand's been laid up track over there, you know, Andre would have been doing significant speed before braking point. The trouble with oil is it's just not as easy to see as you think. You don't see it like a big red thumb. It's unfortunately ice skating before you know it, and then you're now a passenger. You're an absolute passenger in this accident. And I wonder if he's hit the wall first before coming over.
Could potentially to
the kitty litter.
I don't see any damage on the inside wall where that car might have hit, but
right-hand side looked like it had a bit of how the right-hand side got in touch with the wall. I think this is how these puzzles pan out, but jeepers, hopefully we can find some.
If you look just beyond that, Marshall, there, sort of third on the orange from our right of our screen, you can actually see a little bit of a scrape on the wall there as well. So maybe that's where the touch happened when he was out of shape. But it's going to take a while for these guys to clear this up. You can see it's a full set of marshals. They've come from turn 2, from turn 3, and potentially from turn 8 as well to come and assist in the cleanup operations.
All hands on track.
Pretty much. That's it, yeah.
Talk about some interesting cars over here. If you take a look at that orange E46 on our screen over there, shout out to Alan, because he's got a what I would call like an evil scientist project with that E46 there. Mm-hmm. Now, not only is it a bespoke 2.8 litre, if I remember correctly, not a 3 litre turbocharged motor, which is pretty common and popular in this series, but Alan has done a ZF automatic 8 HP gearbox.
Wow.
In that car. So talking about parts from, the previous generation E36 is where the motor block and head comes from.
Yep.
Turbocharged now into the E46 body, and then putting a new gen. I think it's an 8 HP 70, and it's got all the tinkering, and I think it's called CAN TCU to get the thing to communicate with the ECU. So he's got shifts that are synced and all that. But that is an automatic, fully paddle shift race car in that orange E46.
I only watched it a couple of nights ago, flicking through the channels, and I picked up on the one Fast and Furious, which is, I think it's Fast and Furious 7, where he sort of takes the Dodge and says, I want that to be the love child of a tank, and then he drives it down the side of a mountain. Similar situation. He's looking for the love child of a derivative of cars to ensure that he can make it go fast and go in a straight line and get him through the corners as quickly as he can.
Yeah, we're no stranger to the idea of Frankenstein in this BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. So that's the enjoyment here. Is not only are you able to choose whether you like it, the old box shape E30, or whether you like your E90s and E46s, you can swap and change parts to your heart's delight. There really isn't a lot of regulation in our series, so you can go and dump that new S series motor from an S58 type car into your E30 and go for it. Go and pedal that car, and you probably won't find it anywhere else in the world. But the series accommodates and caters for that, and it makes it so exciting because you can go make what your dreams have.
And the only sort of halt on the freedom is that it has to be a BMW. You can't go and sort of chuck a 2J into it. It's got to be a BMW power plant of some nature.
Yeah, so exactly. BMW shell, chassis, BMW motor, supplementary parts around the car, not too sticky. Obviously, we're sponsored by Dunlop, so the tire options are specific. Only in Class A are you able to use full slick tires, so that's where they really need that extra grip. Everybody else is on what is called semi-slick race tires from Dunlop. A lot of guys running 18-inch tires. I think that's quite interesting. You go and find an F30, an E90 race car like that, and you find them with sport wheels, probably 19 inch or something.
That's right.
And that just doesn't work for racing. We typically need a square setup, no staggered setup over here, and you've got to get this thing to be able to point and follow the apex. Because if you can't get that right, may as well go to the drag racing.
The drag racing, yeah,
and rather participate over there.
Listen, there are a couple of quick BMWs on the drag racing as well, I can tell you. Fast 5 last weekend, or last Tuesday night, we had a couple of very fast, an M2 that came from Auto Art. A beast of note. But I kind of threw your name and Bernard's name into the mix there, and I said to him, listen, just take that along and see if you can learn how to turn corners as well, because if you can, you'll be at the front end of the field pretty rapidly. So there are some really nice cars there. But also, speaking about, of course, nice cars, big season coming up for you guys as well. With this new class, it means that you've got the additional players, but also, you've got the start here at Passion for Speed, which is exactly where you want to be, and then you head off into Extreme Festivals and, of course, M-Fest at the end of the year again. So it's another action-packed year, and then you've got your own little. You mentioned them earlier on, your gym corners, your time trials, your away events that the club does. So exciting times.
And I think that's going to grow. This over here is not the only thing that the BMW Car Club has to offer. We've got Philip heading up some very exciting rules in specifically BMW Time Trial Series, and I'm really excited to see how that develops this year. It's such a great opportunity to take, and in that particular series, no limit. You can go bring your Porsche, your Mercedes, your Subaru. Come to our time trial events. There's no limitation there in terms of brand.
Toyota Camry.
And
Toyota Camry.
There we go. You've got to have a Camry there, and it's got to be in a nice blue color.
Okay, cool.
Otherwise,
mine's silver Dream Racer.
And please, no leather seats.
And listen, by the way, I know you spoke about Des Bloom. He did the Dakar yellow car on that on the old taxi. He actually did the respray of my Camry. He took all the dents out, took all the nooks and crannies, redid it, and did a full respray of it as well. So there is kind of a relationship there. So maybe I can get in with that Camry with that relationship.
There we go. Time trials are for you, Greg. So that's exactly where we want to be, attracting people and understanding. This is where you would want to start. And once you hone your skills there at the various tracks, we've got a lot of events at Red Star Raceway, which is quite a nice outing.
Yeah, it is a good outing.
Zwartkops has got fantastic events. We've got Wednesday practice for kind of race cars. We've got super track Sundays. So there's plenty of opportunity to go, and if you want to race, build your car, and you have opportunities here in South Africa to actually cost effectively test and develop it. And these opportunities really aren't as attractive overseas. If we talk about what it costs, I was talking to Andreas, the German, and he was telling me what it costs for a track day, not even a track weekend at the Nürburgring. And we're talking about €1,000 for that day. And that's before you've come across costs for your car.
I just look at what we did last year when I went to TT with Alan John. Alan John's fuel bill, for his practice and races. And I think we worked on the fact that he'd done, by the end of the 2 weeks, about 140 odd laps of the circuit. That's in practice, in qualifying, and of course in all the races he did. 180,000 rand fuel bill. That's not before you put tires on the bike, got the bike there, eaten, kept your family there, your mechanics, etc. That's just petrol for the 3 bikes that he ran for Isle of Man last year. So when guys speak about coming to, having to come into Zwartkops or go anywhere around the country and have to pay a bill to go and race, trust me, you've got the best value for money in this country that you can have for motorsport.
Interesting little development there, Greg. I saw Nick Makris, who was slowing.
Yes.
Last time we saw. Now he pulled back into the pits, and I saw he's just come out now.
He's rolled out there.
I'm hoping maybe a boost pipe came off or something to that effect, and maybe he can rejoin and recompete. Because you saw him at the start. We've got Andreas with potentially the fastest car on track.
Yes.
And Nick saying, "I've got no respect for that. I'm going to challenge you."
100%, and that's what we like to see. No matter what you've got out there, even if you've got a fast car, it's the ability as a driver for you to get that car to go fast. And certainly Andreas, being a multiple champion in his class, knows how to make that Clover machine of his go quickly. Nick, also a seasoned campaigner, so he'd be up for the challenge to go back and fight there with Bob Neal and Leon Lopscher at the front end, with the German as well. And then, of course, when we look at what we've just been talking about from a race season point of view, kicking off here at 24th Passion for Speed Festival, are you guys heading to Red Star next week, or are you missing that round and coming only back in Extreme Fest? I can't remember what the calendar is.
I need to double check. I haven't even looked at the calendar detail for what was happening second. Was just so focused for Passion for Speed, expectedly. But yeah, I was being told in the paddocks that we were heading to Kailami for race 3. I was like, is it that soon? Are we going there already?
How crazy is that?
Because
it's around the corner. The double header.
Yeah. Kind of want to get everything sorted, all the niggles done before you go to the prestigious Kailami racetrack. But sure, we're really looking forward to that. I mean, what an opportunity to go to Kailami. And you saw the news. It looks like there is the green light for upgrades at Kailami for 2026, 2027.
26, yeah. So with those green lights and everybody there, I think there's about 3 or 4 parties that are involved in potentially what could be the upgrades / hopeful. And I look in your eyes, and your eyes look as good as mine, because I can see you running, and going, is F1 coming? Well, we all don't know whether it's going to come or not. It's still very much an iffy F1 situation, as Murray Walker would have put it. But I'm hoping that it does, because we seriously need to have something like that back on African soil. But to have it here at Kailami would be incredible. But there are some big plans, of course, around F1 and Kailami. But even bigger plans when you speak about that double header coming up, the 3rd round of the championship. We come to Cape Town for the 1st round of the nationals. We come here for the 1st regionals, and then of course we head to Zwartkops for the 2nd one, and then it's the big one at Kailami. I mean, Kailami is going to be a massive event once again. It's a 3-day event. We start on Thursday with practices. We qualify on the Friday, and we got full race day on Saturday, as opposed to splitting it between the Friday and Saturday. They've changed it up, the format side of things, so that's exciting.
Yeah, always looking forward to it. You won't find anybody in the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series, not signing up for that if they can. It really is one of the things you look forward to in the year. While it's absolutely special and everybody's got a real special place in their heart, specifically for Zwartkops and Red Star Raceway and the like, but you really just can't compete against the prestige of Kailami. You go around there and just the feel, the size of the circuit. It's just got magnitude.
I love watching your guys head down towards Crowthorne because there's normally 10 abreast, and you can go 10 abreast there. And it's a matter of who can get the latest braking and turn in at the right point, and hopefully all come out the other side and make it through to Barbecue and Yuxkai. But that's an exciting event coming up real soon. And of course, there are some real exciting events throughout the season. I mean, as I said, the 1st of March we're back here, and another massive thing. I mean, I did just take a big sip, and there was a reason for it, which I forgot to even bring in from the link. I was trying to bring a link in there, but Extreme Festival has signed a deal up now with Coca-Cola as an official partner to the Extreme Festival, which I don't think you knew about.
No.
But it's exciting times. I mean, you bring a massive brand like Coca-Cola back into motorsport. Somebody's done something right. So hats off to Tanya and her team for what they've done there.
We're talking about Coca-Cola coming on board. We're talking about upgrades to Kailami. Sometimes make me think of like the late 80s, 90s,
exactly,
and like Group N racing at
that's the way. Stanek and Westbank back in it again.
It's all nostalgic about the real heydays of automotive racing here in South Africa. But I mean, these are good omens. Some really exciting stuff happening. We've got the start of 2025 with, like you mentioned, a massive field here for the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. And let's see what we can do to keep on building on that and keep enjoying this really fantastic sport.
Just a heads up to anybody that might be watching on our live stream as well, just to give you a little bit of insight. If you are around the Gauteng area and you're looking for something to do, you've still got plenty of time to get here. And there is not only the race action that we're seeing on track, unfortunately with a little bit of a halt in proceedings right now, but there is a huge amount happening around the circuit as well. We've got all our kids' entertainment, which is always provided here, the pedal carts and balloon artists and of course face painting and some other bits and pieces for the kids to do. But we've got the kart zone open. We just went down there a couple of minutes ago. It was packed with people driving around in golf carts. And if you're here, we do have a couple of people that might get an opportunity to drive in an arch rival brand. AMG Driving Academy, their driving experience, are giving away, I think it's 90 hot laps here today. So it's worthwhile taking a little drive out to Zwartkops if you are watching us at home and thinking, hey, maybe we should go across and see what's happening there live.
100%. Look at all the vendors here, today. You walk through here, and it's just something special. It's really something to come here for a weekend, and that's what you'll find. It's not just your petrol heads here. The whole family's here. There's something for everybody to enjoy. Like you mentioned, we've got children's activities and entertainment, and you've got various vendors selling everything from craft gins and beers, and people selling interesting things. What is happening with that E46, Greg?
Yeah, just picking up on Nick there, coming through and around the track, and as soon as he came to the side, he pulled off the track and then popped the bonnet. So whatever they might have adjusted or you thought might have been fixed, I don't know if it's quite right yet, because they're now having to pop that bonnet open again and have another little look inside. And Nick doesn't look too happy. You can see him looking over his shoulder, sort of looking for a bit of assistance if he can get it. So maybe whatever they attempted to fix in pit lane hasn't quite worked out.
Now, that's the nature of a race weekend. As much as there's a huge amount of effort in developing and getting everything squeaky clean, every nut and bolt checked, everything's ready to go, there's nothing like the stress test of a race weekend. You start with your practice and specifically passion for speed. It's the Thursday, Friday and Saturday, so it's a pretty long race weekend. And everything from Thursday just adds a little more stress to the car, something that could go wrong. And inevitably, at race day, probably in your first race, it might.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's kind of what happened with a certain black car that I know about that probably was stripped down to within an inch of its life and is now being rebuilt from the floor up. And the Victron car is the only one that got in time to race for the opening round. But speaking of other rounds of racing that are happening here at Zwartkops, remember we've got Cars in the Park that happens on the 3rd of August. We've got the 6th and 7th of September with our 4x4 outdoor show coming back to Zwartkops as they did last year. And then another big one, which of course I know a couple of your guys showed interest in, and they weren't quite sort of putting their money where their mouths were. But after the running of Top of the Hill last year, I think a huge amount of your guys particularly have shown some interest, and maybe there needs to be a BMW Class thrown in there, because Top of the Hill last year was such a success. They're going to do it again this year, but they've moved it to the end of the calendar year as well. So all racing is done and dusted, which means you don't have to worry about, if I break my car at Top of the Hill, I can't race it the following weekend or 2 weeks' time at wherever we were going to go to. Everything's done.
But Greg, racers love to have excuses, and now you've eliminated the excuses.
That excuse is gone now, but because the other big factor you need to take into account is, I heard yesterday, I was in a conversation with Mike Rowe from Volkswagen Motorsport, who of course also got a big interest here in Zwartkops, and he was saying that in terms of the entire year's budget, in terms of media spend and value for money, and of course you get your ARs and your AMs and your CAs and all those important little figures that come to a big brand like Volkswagen to say, okay, we're going to stay racing or we're not. The biggest event they had last year was not Polo Cup or any of the other interests that they had. The biggest event and the biggest media coverage they had came out of Top of the Hill.
I think it's exciting. Everybody looks forward to the Neisner Hill climb, and that's been an absolute classic over the years. So to bring something up here to Gauteng and really up the ante. I mean, talk about climbing a hill, but now do it at altitude. I mean, this is really doing something. Now, sure, we don't have the proper hill climb in terms of ascent, but we're starting at 1,500 meters above altitude.
Have you ridden this circuit on a bicycle?
I'm too scared.
Do yourself a favor. Go the other way around. Not the way we race. Go the other way around and have a look and see when we talk about elevation. You'll be suitably surprised at how much elevation is actually at the circuit if you're going the other way around from turn 4. So you've got a long downhill to turn 1. But from turn 1, you literally climb to the top of the hill. In other words, that's where the top of the hill phrase came from. It's literally an uphill pedal from turn 2 all the way up through the main straight, up to the top, through that little kink, through turn 6, which is now turn 5, and then around the bend past Kazoo Racing and at the finish line at AMG. So it is it's elusive, because I think that people don't realize it. It's like when if you've ever done 947, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you've done the 947 cycle challenge, you get on the highway and you go, the highway is easy, man. And then you realize, hold on a second, I'm doing 120 k's an hour in a car. It's that easy because that's why it is. But when you're on a bicycle and you're having to trap it, not so lekker.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think, thinking about the Knysna hill climb and some of the really popular race cars there. So I think from us, unfortunately, we're not seeing right now Gary from Grease Monkey Motor Garage. He suffered, unfortunately, a head gasket failure yesterday after what appears to be a water pump failure. And that car is notorious for its contesting
capabilities.
The hill climb.
Amazing.
That development over there, we're talking nitrous, and he's throwing the whole mechanical book at this and saying, how fast can I make a diesel go with 4 wheels?
Well, I've got to tell you, that was a 20-minute exercise to clear the circuit, so not a bad effort there. Well done once again to our incredible team. It's a combination, of course, now of Zwartkops and Kyle Army Marshals that are now based here full-time at Zwartkops. So despite them being the choice of the Orange Army that head across to the circuit just down the road, they are now literally the Zwartkops Marshals that travel the country and also head up to Red Star to assist with most of the events that happen there as well. So fantastic effort there. Looks like we have got almost green lights, but remember, they're going to give it a little opportunity to maybe get a little bit of heat back into that Dunlop rubber. And then once that safety car rolls out the way, we go racing again.
So at least we can see Neck's got the bonnet closed on that E46. Let's hold thumbs for him and make sure that car is hopefully all good to go and he can continue to race and put some pressure on. We can see Selvey in that E36 there. Look at that front bumper missing.
Front bumper.
And that was from that lap 1.
Lap 1, yeah.
He went into the infamous kitty litter, and that would have ripped all of it apart. So he's going to have some extra cooling on that intercooler, but front downforce not so great.
Hilligen in Frankenfurter, hey? I mean Frankenstein. At the back of the pack, but fortunately still back on circuit, and looks like we're now going to get I think they'll probably give them 2 laps just to have a look at what turn 1 looks like going through, because they would have gone from a standing start with cold tyres through turn 1, and it's not going to give you a great indication as to how much grip is actually available. Now they'll get to see exactly how much grip is available, because they're now on the race line and not at full race pace, but at least they can see a line that they can maybe drive through and go cold trickle on us into turn 1.
I've got a feeling we're going to be under safety car for a couple of laps to try to clean up all of that dirt. I mean, that looks like the kiddies' play pits over there. I think they're going to start inviting the kids with their shovels to start making sand castles.
Listen, we've got a couple here that could help out instantaneously. I tell you what, if we just put a shout out there with Leon Odendahl upstairs, there'll be kids down at turn 1 in 5 seconds flat, but to clean that surface. Fanamava in the mix there as well, looking for a chance to carry on the battle he had with Oz. And of course, our reigning champion, didn't really get to see much of him in that start because we were concentrating on all the incidents that happened. But he's certainly a man to watch out for. And in the pre-race chat, which you missed just before you popped in, he was seeming to be pretty much feeling like he's up for the challenge and could potentially give a bit of a run to everybody at the front end of this field. And I think, the number 1 car, it's got that number 1 on for a reason, because he was very quick and very consistent last year. But it's not easy to keep that number 1 plate amongst a field like this.
No, they said in all sports, they were talking about tennis the other day, and they're saying, the easy part is getting to number 1. The hard part is staying there.
Yeah.
So, once you've got that sticker on your car, you've got an automatic target. You are everybody's number 1 competition. Everybody wants to beat the man. And so the pressure just, raises from level to level. So let's see what Mr. Smith can do with that pressure to bear. But we'll see if this track gets cleaned up first so we can actually have some safe racing.
Yeah, we're also going to have to keep an eye out on the lap monitor, because our timing has gone completely here in the studio. So as they come around there, we might have to get a couple of shots of the board there to tell us how many to go. 10 says according to that. So, and start delay.
So
okay.
Full restart.
Start delayed board. No, start delayed board came out there as they crossed the line. So I don't know if that was actually a full start. They were about to go for one, but maybe they're going to go into formation now as they come down. That's Macra slowing down into turn 2, Cashel corner as well. Everybody seems to be just getting into their race position. So maybe it's a full race restart. restart. As you said, the 10-lapper is what was going to be scheduled on the program. And if that's the case, that means they're going to be into formation behind the safety car as they come down towards turn 8 on the next lap. And then we'll be good to go.
So I'm not expecting a lot of corner 1 moves. No diving down there. I'm not sure who's going to have the bold bravery or lack thereof to try that, but maybe into corner 2. But I think corner 1 is now effectively completely off the cards, because otherwise, unless you want to play slip and slide, that's going to be terrible for grip.
And I don't think anybody went for the all-wheel drive option. All rear-wheel drive.
Well, that's where we need Gary. So unfortunately, Gary missing out here.
Yes.
He really could have, put that extra grip to use. But the rest of these things, conventional BMW rear-wheel drive.
Bob Neal at the front in the Dalmon machine. He's helped out, of course, by Lee Thompson Racing. Alongside him, looking for a chance to possibly squeeze through. There will be, would have been Nick Macris, but of course it's now going to be the 6.6 car of Leon Lopesha. That incredible little Toyota Corolla GR pulls off the circuit, our official safety car, handing the duties to that man. And looks like he's got a little bit of a jump on the rest of the pack as we go racing. Lights out, yeah, good to go. 10 laps of BMW M Racing Series headed your way. Turn 1, everybody through pretty clean and clear. I wouldn't say clean right now, but certainly not even clear, because things are looking really, really dodgy through turn 1 at the moment. But everybody seems to have got through. And now this is where things will probably start to heat up. Gearing under a bit of pressure there. Salvi sneaks on the inside, finds a way past. And Gearing trying to come back at him now.
I think everybody's sitting on the edge of their seat as everyone went through that corner 1 at full race pace right now.
Brain, you're a man. You've got the timing.
We got some lap times over here, some timing.
I like when Brendan Kelly comes along, because he gets to sort out all the stuff that we would normally be trying to do in between commentary. It's quite lucky to have a third person in the studio with us there, Brendog. Thanks, buddy. Motormouth all the way from PE here, joining us as part of our commentary today. He has a big move on right from the word go. Kind of what we expected. Macris trying to come back at the German.
So is it going to be deja vu from the restart? So we know that we had Leon, making the move on Bob. Now we've got Andreas making the move on Fabio, trying to on that M4. Off and going a little bit tail happy with Nick Macris and his E46.
He's on the inside dirty line as well through turn 1. Oof, I think he might have just made that stick. I was also watching Reinhard Miller twice. Literally, absolutely drifting through the corners.
No, really exciting to see over there. It's nice to see a clean restart, so hopefully we get some a clean remainder of the race right now. We've got Rob Gearing chasing down Oz Baggioni in their E46, so they've got Hein leading that little pack, and Leon still behind Bob Neal over there, and Fabio leading out those Class B hungry competitors over there. We can see that Andreas putting huge pressure. He's probably going to want to get past as quickly as he can.
Miller pulling away at the front end of Class C by looks, and he leads out there, as you said, over that little battle just behind him. Four-way battle raging up towards the top of the hill and into turn 5. But Miller's got a slight advantage over them at this point. He seemed to have got just a little bit of a better start there. Rob Gearing there in the 4th spot, certainly not out of it just yet. And oh man, the back end of that car is not happy.
Looks like a lot of sliding happening through, what is that, corner 6, Greg?
Yeah. Out of 6, and watch him out of 8 as well. Let's see if he gets it sideways again. Not as bad as last time, but he certainly doesn't matter if it's left or right hand corner. Both of them are becoming a bit of a handful for that car. So maybe just a bit of tinkering with that machine to give it a bit more straight line. Oh, and there's been a touch. I think the German and the Greek have come together.
So we see, what's that, Nick Macris's rear left bumper, and we saw Andreas slowing down over there. So definitely a corner 2 incident. Andreas' car no longer featuring.
Now watch for the German to come into that back straightaway pretty slowly, because I think he's even been overtaken by the leading Class C competitors. Yes, he has. There they come as they come onto that back straightaway. They're pulling away now from that 3rd place battle, because the first 2 have now opened up a bit of a margin. Gearing's into 3rd. 4th place is Baggioni. Baggioni with a bit of pressure as well on him, looking for an opportunity to squeeze through there on Oz, I think is Nicky Dix. Yeah, I thought so. 2nd of the curve end cars. And Dix not quite able to find a way through there yet on Baggioni. But what it is allowing is it's allowing that box shape to get away ever so slightly, because they're fighting so hard. Oh, mistake from Baggioni.
Sliding just like the rest over there, that corner 6. It looks like people are lighting up the tires in that corner. Really doesn't look too fun to be part of the driving experience there.
Bob Neal inside, coming out of Castrol now.
How close is Leon there?
Yeah, but Leon was hunting him through turn 1 as well, looking for a chance early on. Didn't quite get there, but I think he's certainly up for the challenge now. This is going to be great. Watch out for the second pack of Class C's heading down towards Castro Corner right now.
So with that damage over there, I mean, it's to the rear of the car, but I expect that's going to come flying off at some point. I wonder if Renier and Fabio are going to be ready for that, wherever that lands, that piece of rear bumper. It's going to come off that car.
Taking evasive action is not always easy to do when you're concentrating on the race and something comes flying at you. It can catch you by surprise very quickly, so we've got to keep an eye on that one. On to Naidu, under pressure now from Salvi. Salvi's moved up slightly, putting the pressure on to Naidu as they go to the top of the hill. He'll be looking for an inside line, as is Nicky Dix on Oz. Oz shuts the door.
Oz having to pull out all the defensive maneuvers at the moment.
International car is right on his tail, looking for a way through. There we go. Salvi also out of shape. A little bit sideways from him. And then it's the 27 car, Villagen, bringing Frankenstein along for the ride there. About to join the back of that pack. And it's a 5-way fight here, because Bagiani's kind of sandwiched that field up nicely into kind of a bit of a concertina effect.
It's a proper tight train over there. We saw Salvi looking at the inside there, but into corner 1, just really no chance to that. He'll try go around the outside now, but will he have the grip to keep with them and then get the exit right?
He stayed on the outside line, exactly what you thought he was going to do. I thought he might cut back inside and try and get that inside line through towards turn 3. This is also nice to see, as we see a bit of manoeuvring there.
Yeah, right at Miller with some pressure from Hein van der Merwe over there, and then looking to take that opportunity if they decide to tangle. Rob Gearing.
Gearing, I think, is going to just be waiting to see what happens potentially between those two cars, if there is going to be any issues between them, and if that, he'll pick up the pieces with no worries whatsoever. Back up towards turn 5 again.
I think Hein is putting a move right on the inside right now of Reinhard Miller. Will we see a new leader for that class?
Here we go.
Reinhard's going to try to take it back, going up the inside. What's going to happen?
Around the outside, perfectly done.
Well done,
found that outside line with lots of grip and got through. But I think Miller might have a problem, because here comes Rob Gearing as well. Gearing was going to have a look on the inside, but I think he was worried about turn 1. Don't want to try anything too hectic through turn 1. Potentially not the best place to overtake a race car right now, so might have to hang in for turn 2.
There we go. Makes the move.
That's experience coming there out of Rob, I think.
Absolutely.
He knows exactly what was wrong with that first corner. He doesn't want to try anything and risk it.
Not all done yet. He's going to have to defend up the hill over here. That blue E36 of Reinhard Miller is a strong car, and if Rob is not careful, he'll put a move down the inside and he might lose that position.
A different camera angle coming in there from our director going towards turn 4, watching this battle unfold. So we've got a change up for the lead, as you said. Now up in the second place is Rob Gearing, but Reinhard Miller, the initial leader for Class C, down to 3rd and now losing ground.
It's a nice fight panning out here in the new Class C.
Yes.
We've got Bob still defending from Leon, so he's kept it together a little longer than we had in the original first start, where Leon had made a move to get past. I think it was on lap 2.
Lap 2, yep. Got through there on the second lap and started to open up, and then of course unfortunately all came to blows after that incident in turn 1 with the full restart, going to a full shifted grid as well, back to the original grid positions. So Bob Neal now capitalizing on that fact and trying to keep Leon at bay. Not an easy thing to do. Leon Loebscher, arguably one of the most hungry race drivers in the BMW M Performance Racing Series. A little bit of fuel coming out of that car.
Yep.
That won't be a problem in terms of liquid onto the circuit, but it might be a bit of a concern if he's only running within
I've got a feeling it
allotted literage that you guys run.
I've got a feeling it might be water.
Okay.
They'll be running coolers, sprayers and coolers on the cars at the moment. Try keep a bit of spray onto the radiator, spray onto the oil coolers, and a lot of them carry those water coolers in the rear of the car. So hopefully he's not running out of fuel, because otherwise this 10-lap race is going to be a little bit of a challenge to finish. So it looks like we've got Renier leading through Class B.
Yeah.
We've got Neckmucker, who's unfortunately not able to hold that lead over there after the tangle with Andreas the German, and that'll leave the honours through to him and to tangle with Fabio now right behind him.
Hanging on to the lead for Class C here, still looking good as he heads across the line and completes another lap. I think we're just at the halfway stage, or just over the halfway stage now. Just over the halfway stage with 3 to go. So the action's been so quick with the 10 laps has gone pretty rapidly here. But a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of Van der Merwe's car, which might be something we need to watch out for. Under braking there, might be having some kind of an issue, but doesn't seem to be bothering too much. Bob Neal still in the front of Class A, as you just mentioned. And Leon Loebscher looking dangerous at this point in time. And I think right now he's realizing he's probably running out of laps. So he needs to try and make some kind of maneuver to get through on his fellow stablemate there. In the big BMs are different. I know they come from separate tuners, but they're similar cars.
The pressure that Bob must be feeling over there. I mean, it's one thing to watch ahead of you and race your race and hit the apexes, but when you've got to keep on checking your side view mirrors for Leon Loebscher, an ex-champion, right behind your rear bumper, that's a lot of pressure to bear right now.
Every time you used to see that car in the background, you'd see the number 1 plate on it, so it made it a bit more easy to spot. Now he's maybe not used to the fact that it's a 66 there. Some maneuvering coming from Salvi as well, finding a way through there on Dix. So Nicky Dix dropping down one more position and Salvi moving himself up one more.
So Nicky Dix has got ahead of Oz.
Got ahead of Oz
and
as well.
Salvi's got ahead of both of them.
There we go. So Nicky Dix is actually the man who's lost out there dramatically here in the closing stages, but Salvi salvaging something here big time. Up into second place now.
No front bumper, no problem.
Who cares about front bumpers? we do need them to make them a little bit more aerodynamic, but right now it doesn't seem to be any issue whatsoever in terms of his ability to go a straight line fast.
Right, it looks like he's managing it just fine.
Delmon Mining down into turn 8, about to start the penultimate lap. 1 to go here for Bob Neal. We go aerial material for the first time as well in our drone shot here over Zwartkops. Look at that crowd. That is just fantastic to see. Massive, massive crowd along that back wall. The grandstand down at turn 3, Claudia and I were down there a couple of minutes ago, and that'll be coming out pretty shortly as well. We did a couple of interviews with a few of the people down there at turn 3, and they were saying it's such a nice vantage point. And actually, I've never been down there myself to watch a race, and I sat at the top right-hand side of that grandstand. Magnificent viewpoints and lots of action that you can pick up from there, actually.
Fantastic viewpoint, but I wish I was that drone. Look at that footage from right there above. You know, what a way to watch the race. So awesome footage coming to screen right now. And this is the first that we brought the drone through to show BMW M Performance parts.
Yeah, we've done some before, but maybe not such a high vantage point from that drone. We normally run them a little bit lower and, of course, along the main straightaway to try and pick up on the action there. But that high action shot that we saw now just shows you how many people are here. And there you go, once again, down towards turn 8 for the last time. Bob Neal in the Delmon Mining and Lee Thompson Racing BMW about to come through for race 1 and win number 1 for 2025 in Class A for BMW M Performance Racing Series, followed very closely by Leon Loebscher. And I think it's going to be Fobs coming through for 3rd. I don't think he changed up there, or he dropped back slightly. I think he might be 4th overall, because I think Renier snuck through in the end there. Yeah, Renier sneaking through there for the 3rd spot. There comes Fabio for 3rd place in the A's, so great run there from him. But Renier Smith is going to take Class B comfortably in the end.
And Hein with still some pressure from Rob Gearing there at the end.
It's great to see that Rob Gearing doesn't give up, and he's still going at it as they go towards the line. I think he was like, right, if you're going to slow down here for a bit of a swan song, I'm going to give you a run to the line. Salvi for 3rd.
Battle till the very end. So that means we've lost Reinhard Miller. I wonder if he had pulled off. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the car pulled off after lap 6, so definitely a problem with that vehicle. So a couple of casualties. We've got Andreas, and this is after restart, never mind the incidents prior to restart. But corner 2 incident between Andreas and Neck. We've got Reinhard's car off. It looked like we had potentially lost another. So yeah, eventful race.
Fantastic stuff, and once again a massive thanks to everybody for joining us here on our live stream as well. I see we picked up from people all around the world already. I see New Zealand were in the house earlier on. Looks like we've got a few people coming either from France or from somewhere where there's a French-speaking Martinique, Montpatrick. So Gregory Lauritine, thank you so much. Moira, as always, is joining us. Good old Bulawayo from Godfrey Radamer. He loves joining us all the way from Bulawayo. Actually was up there a couple of weekends ago, just before the Christmas break, to do the Bulawayo 3-hour, and that's also something that you need to think about doing. But just you and Dad take a little saunter up to Bulawayo and have some fun in that 3-hour. It's a good event to be involved in.
Nice.
Massive event to be involved in, of course, here at the Passion for Speed. There's all the Manop Divala that we spoke about earlier on, and a couple of them going to be coming down to join us for the AMG Driving Experience hot laps. So a couple of those guys will start making their way down to the bottom end of the circuit relatively shortly. Let's go down to, I'm going to shoot down to pre-race, but I don't have anybody to sit here to take over commentary because I think Brendan's already down there. So we're going to leave you with pictures, and I will see you in a few moments' time down at pre-race for a little link to camera. Well, this is who you hear, and now you see us for the first time. A big welcome to the 24th running for the Passion for Speed Festival here at Zwartkops. I can't believe that we're into 24 years. Next year we're going to celebrate a quarter of a century of doing this. You know, originally it was the David Piper Series. It then turned into what is now the Passion for Speed Festival, and the 24th running. Brendan Kelly joins me, and I mean, just look around you.
It's goosebump stuff, I tell you. I mean, just the caliber of the cars that are here, it's mind blowing. It's my second year at the Passion of Speed, and just a big thank you to everybody for the opportunity to be here. And just the rubbing shoulders with the who's who of motorsport here is just, it brings it to another dimension. But I mean, you just look at these cars. I mean, it's going to be one hell of a day out here at Zwartkops.
Now, normally him and I would be in the commentary studio. We've left the commentary studio on its own at the moment, so you've got pictures of us down here in pre-race. Pre-race behind us is international sports prototypes. You look at the cars that are just lined up in this particular paddock. It's mind-blowing to see. You've got Chevrons, you've got a McLaren that is like, I think, one of 7 in the world that Michiel Campagna has brought out. You've got the usual contenders that have come to join us with the likes of Roy Campos's Porsche and all those kind of things as well.
Yeah, it's an ex-Jos Verstappen car that I believe, and that just the sound of it. It was slightly off pace yesterday, but the guys have worked through the night, and it will be back, and I'm sure we'll see it performing at its best here today.
Yeah, I'm just always blown away by the cars that come along to a Passion for Speed Festival. And of course there are a couple of cars that didn't quite make it here due to bits and pieces of things that weren't quite ready. I know that next year there's a very good possibility that the international guys from the UK, all our historic single-seaters that come there, the old Formula 1 style cars, will be back to celebrate. As I said, I mentioned David Piper earlier on. Him and Mike Knight wanted to be here. They unfortunately couldn't make it out because David just had a 94, a knee replacement.
Correct, and Mike Knight says that he will be back here next year as well. So we should have both of them in attendance next year, which will just elevate this event to the next level.
It just gets elevated every single time, and of course it's great to see. If you look around, I'm sure they're showing shots around the circuit right now. We had the aerial material shot from our drone. The crowd here. Bren, I took a drive around earlier on with Claudio, and we got to see how many people were here. Old Leon always talks about the Mano Bivalo. We're going to show you those people out there. We're going to show you the guys down at Turn 3. Turn 3's grandstand, buddy. If you've ever been to Zwartkops and you want to see something completely different, I can tell you right now, I will recommend Turn 3, top right-hand side of that grandstand.
Yeah, but the guys had been camping here since Wednesday, apparently. When we arrived at the circuit on Thursday, I mean, there were already people, the tents all set up, and the guys enjoying it. Absolutely loving it. We're going to have to race back up to the
So yeah, there was a little bit of a run there. I got the inside line on you there, Bren, hey?
Yeah, I don't know which line you took, but you certainly pipped me. But it was just to get a taste of that heat out there. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, but welcome to the outside world here of nearly 34 degrees Celsius at Zwartkops. Looking at this field, we mentioned it down in that little link we just done in the pre-race. Jonathan du Toit is on pole. He's in the Chevron B8. Alongside him in that Lola T70 is Larry Wolford. Behind that, the T70 Spider of Mark du Toit. And Tony Marks joins us for the first time. And look at that, that's in a Shelby. So the interesting fact about this particular class for this year is the Shelbys have now become eligible for international sports prototypes due to their age. So you'll see two of them. One is piloted a little bit further back there by Roy Campos. Campos had some problems yesterday with the car, didn't quite get firing like he wanted it to, but remember that's a V8 powered one as opposed to the V6 powered one that Antony Marks is running. Yellow flags into turn 1 means it's line astern, and just to keep all the cars happy through turn 1 and hopefully no big incidents like we saw with the BMWs only a couple of minutes ago. You only caught the back end of it. But we had a massive moment that caused a lot of chaos. But as they come out of turn 2, the little short squirt to 3, you get the green flag, and that's actually where we go racing.
Just the sound of that McLaren coming past there. That's the size of the trumpets that are on that motor, that V8. Absolutely stuff that legends are made of.
And also, if you look through that field, I mean, this is some incredible little race cars that they've thrown into the mix as well. The 63 car they're coming through.
Franco Di
Matteo, yeah. You can't keep the Italian stallion off the track for too long. Speaking of off the track, that's Campos.
Roy Campos has gone farming.
And there's a bit of problem at the back of that car. There's bits and pieces coming off the back of the car as well. Look at him. That's the road that they use for the start off top of the hill. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's gone according to plan. That is for sure.
I had a long chat to Franco Di Matteo last night, and he just said he's looking other options now. The V8 thing has stagnated a little. He hopes it'll get sorted out, but enjoying running in this category now as well. And that car always just looking and really sounding the part. It's Larry Wolford that has now snatched the lead. He's managed to get past Jonathan du Toit.
Kind of expect that because the T70's got a little bit of more horsepower, and du Toit with the Chevron has got the nimble ability of that little B8, but doesn't quite have the straight line speed. And you can see he's now starting to fight it out with his brother in the second of those T70s. That's the Spider version, the ragtop version as we like to call it, as it heads onto that back straightaway. Speaking of the back straightaway, a couple more ragtops in the mix there as well. The 30 car there is Russell Fear, and he's under massive pressure there from that Chevron B19 of, I think that's Colin, if I'm not mistaken, that's in that one. Colin Ellison, yeah.
Just having a look to see if Roy Campos has managed to get going again, just checking around the circuit. He's running in down in last position at the moment, so it looks like he is back on track and managed to get going again. Just having a look at the number 18 car, Jonathan du Toit, the Chevron B8.
B8 now putting the pressure onto that T70 of Larry Wolford. Coming back at Larry, he's the number 1, of course, from last year, the champion, as he took this overall series for 2024. But with Jonathan du Toit in this kind of form, he's a tough man to keep at bay. As they come out of turn 2, Cashel corner, they come onto that back straightaway. That's where the T70's got a little bit extra squirt on it and gets away. And that's where the B8 loses out. Then you've got du Toit. Mark du Toit, hand up. I saw yellow flag, so there might be a safety car. Everybody's slowing. There must be a safety car.
There must definitely be something.
Everybody's slowing up
there.
circuit. How's that McLaren? That's an M8F. 1969 model, as you mentioned earlier on. A certain Formula 1 driver had a.
There's the reason.
It's a Lancia.
The 67, Roy Douglas, got himself properly buried.
That's top of the hill in turn 5. Right next to the Toyota Gazoo Racing headquarters in front of AMG Driving Academy. And of course, I might have to leave you in a few moments' time. I've got to shoot down and go and do some stuff for AMG as well. So you might be holding on the fort here a little bit longer for us, brother.
No problem whatsoever. Just that beautiful 1982 Lancia Beta Monte Carlo got itself properly buried in the kitty litter. You were chatting, I just heard you and Nick talking about the kitty litter this weekend. It is next level.
Yeah, they really have upped the game in terms of the mix of what aggregate they use inside that kitty litter. It's basically to keep it a much safer scenario if you do go into it, and it's to slow the car down, and it does dramatically, as you can see.
I actually, at the top of the hill challenge that we were at last year, had a chat to Aldous Grabanti, and he said he was part of the team that worked out, that chose the aggregate for the filling of the kitty litter, and you can just see it's doing an absolutely sterling job.
You kind of want to say it's better. It's like chalk and cheese. Or are you allowed to say that? No, not quite. But yeah, there we go. Larry Wolford ahead of the two De Toy brothers. De Matteo just squeezed ahead, I think, ahead of Anthony Marks in the interim just before the safety car came out. So that's why he's moved himself up in the Mustang ahead of the Shelby. Then it's the McLaren. Then it's Jason Campos. The second of those B8s, I'm not quite sure who's in the second of the B8s there. I'm just going down the list there. I would have said possibly going to be Alan Mayer, but of course his car had some problems yesterday. I don't have it on my list yet.
Second of the B8s.
It's Steve Clark, of course. It's
Steve Clark, isn't
it?
It's
KwaZulu-Natal's Steve Clark.
The 68
Raceway. So he's the second of those, and came through there, of course, in a 68 B8 as well. Similar to the one that De Toy runs, although De Toy's one here is kind of like a Scale Electric car around this circuit. It's so planted. You can't go wrong with it. I've seen a couple of guys drive that car. Lee Thompson is one. He's no one that can drive that car like Roy can, though. Jeez.
Yeah, I was just worried about the reliability of it. When I walked into the pits this morning, the whole back section was taken out. The guys were working furiously on the number 18, replacing the clutch, and they couldn't get the original clutch. They were manufacturing parts to work. So
you can't find an original 1968 B8 clutch.
Goldwagen didn't have.
Oh, I'm disappointed there. I'm going to have to go to Toyota, like Development Properties or something. I don't know. What's the other one? Midas. I think Midas might have it, eh? You're 100%. You're not going to find that easily. It's the other reason why, and I'm not sure what power plant Stevie Clark's running underneath that bonnet, but the second car of Trans Africa Racing, which Alan Mayer would have been in the C-top had he not had issues in his engine yesterday, runs a BMW transmission. So that whole engine plant comes out of a BMW. That's why he sort of runs those M sport colours on the side of it as well. So interesting the way that guys play around with these cars and get them ready to go and sorted for events like this one. And that's the other awesome factor here. There's Campos.
Yeah, Campos is back there. I just keep looking to see. He's not dragging.
Has he lost his time though? Is he a lap down or is he on the same lap? He's
on the same lap. He's back on the same lap.
He's made up ground. It's good to see. And yesterday, actually, in one of the practice sessions, he was quickest. So if he's at the back of the pack and he's the quickest car, it's going to turn into something pretty interesting once they go to green and we go racing again.
Well, the Lancia has been towed out of the kitty litter, so we should be good to go any moment from now.
Having a look back at this pack of cars as well, nice to see a couple of derivatives of Porsches out there too. Stefan Pushkevez is always one man to watch, easy to spot with that lime green and blue race colours that he's always run. It's kind of indicative of his racing career. It's every car he's owned has kind of had that same spray job, so always easy to spot him. They've got the Lancia onto the return road. I think if he can get it fired up again, which he can, he'll get back to pit lane on his own, or he may even join the back of the pack, but he's going to be now 2 laps down, possibly 3 laps down. Other cars to watch out for, of course, out there. Lee Thompson should have been in the Ecos. Unfortunately, it also had some problems out of Trans Africa Racing, so we'll only get Lee out a bit later on, and I think his first outing will be in the old Peter Goff Westbank modified Opel Astra. It's the first time we're going to see him in there. And then as they come through here, we see Henny Groenewald. Always a man to watch out for in that Camaro, a fast Camaro, but now in a couple of he's a Trans Am car. But the company he's in is probably a little bit more tougher to fight out than what he would normally be when it was just Trans Ams and sports cars around him. A couple more seasoned campaigners and arguably quicker cars. Andre van der Merwe in the Evapco car. He's one of our, of course, series sponsors that are involved in the Series 2. They don't sponsor this particular class, but they do sponsor one of the historic racing series categories, do Evapco. So it's good to see the man there. Peter Bailey in that 917 is also a fantastic car to watch out for. Yesterday, he actually said to me at last night's function, he said he got out on track with 3 minutes to spare, got in a lap, and then came round and found Kusi Swanepoel's bonnet right in the middle of the race line.
Yeah, which he promptly drove over.
He drove over, yeah.
I see that the Lancia has joined at the back of the grid behind Campos, so it looks like they are going to allow him to restart there. His slots in, see him coming through. But just looking at that shot of all the cars earlier, that McLaren from the front, that car must be close to 2 meters wide.
No, it's a big car.
It is big.
It is a very big car. I mean, a Shelby Can-Am is a wide car.
Yeah.
And you look at the Shelby just ahead of it, and it towers in comparison in terms of that width. I think we need a slightly wider track. So next week at Red Star, he might be in his element because it's a 14-meter circuit you've got to play with there at Red Star. Right, safety car out. Let's go back and racing. Larry Wolford will dictate the pace on the restart, but it'll of course be under double yellows through turn 1. So it's line of stern stuff, literally until they come out of turn 2 heading towards 3. Green flag, we go racing. And it's racing without yellow flags. Okay, so it's every man for himself. Here we go. Mark the oh, that's massive.
Big one.
That's
big
Fear
one.
and Stevie Clark.
Steve Clark, yep.
Russell Fear coming across the circuit and tagging Steve Clark, sending him into the tyre barrier at turn number 1. He's on the grass, fortunately, so he should be okay. If he gets that restarted, he actually might be able to get back on track. But I don't know if Russell Fear is in a good enough position to continue racing. He is stuck almost exactly the same place as the BMW was stuck.
BM earlier, I was worried that the car was actually going to roll the way it bounced across there. But Jonathan DeToy had a brilliant, it was Mark had a better start coming through. And I see there's
Fear's T70 Spider with no front end. Russ is out the car. He looks like he's okay. The car's actually gone right through the kiddie lister, so that actually might be all right. And if they can get a recovery vehicle from turn 2 to get to that point and just pull it around under safety car, it shouldn't be too much of a delay. Or they may even keep it there. The safety car boards have not come out, and they've done almost 3/4 of a lap with no worries from the COC to continue this race. Down the hill they come. Porsche starting to be attacked now by Roy Campos. He dives on the inside of the Datsun, first of all.
He's made up a whole lot of places already on that opening lap.
Diving
has
through
Campos.
And Clive Wilmot in that Camille During racing machine. That's that Evapco Porsche of Andre van der Merwe I was talking about as he heads towards turn 2. Looks like Avakamides being passed by a couple of cars. Yes, it is. Normally look to see Avakamides in slightly different livery, but he's now in the Golf racing colours and about to be caught and passed. That's Mark de Toy. Mark de Toy is on the left-hand side there as well. Just picked him up on the side of that shot. So big problems there as well for him. Let's have a look at the replay because Paulie's got a replay for us that we can have a quick squiz at turn 1's incident. Here we go. Something broke.
Broke on that car.
Something broke on that car for him to go from left to right or right to left that quickly. I can tell you one man who can save a race car, and it's almost, when I say you're going to love this chirp, I hope, Randy Mamola-esque is Steve Clark. He's one man who knows how to catch a race car when it gets into trouble. But I saw a hand up from Larry, so I'm assuming safety car's being deployed. Yeah, there we go. Yellow flag and safety car board is out. We're on board here with our drone once again. And waiting for that safety car to pick them up. They are. No, there's an overtake there coming from Campania.
Yeah.
So are we under safety or just yellows? No, there is. There's got to be a safety car. There's a yellow flag there. It's a stationary just for that car. But I don't think there's a safety car board. No, so we're not under safety car. Apologies for that. I just saw the yellow flag at 1 and then I saw it at 3. So I assumed that we were under safety car. But we're racing.
I did see in the pre-race regs that they were going to deploy safety yellow flags a lot more instead of safety boards or using the safety car because of the number of competitors and number of races today, just to let things run a little bit more smoothly.
I did mention that Henny Groenewald knows how to get that Camaro to work. He's got to the front of the pack. He's now got Michiel Campagna in second. De Matteo's in third. Is that Jonathan de Toy up to fourth? And problems there for Larry Wolford as he drops down to 7th place.
From the lead. He's definitely got a problem.
Coming through turn 8. There you go. Right on the tailpiece as they come out of turn 8 there. And see how closely and evenly matched they are. As we watch for that waved yellow. That's for the Russell Fear car. Here comes Wolford. And the 917 Porsche Peter Bailey about to be caught by his good friend Roy Campos in the V8 powered Shelby Can-Am. The Evapco Porsche also with some problems.
I'm almost certain I saw a car at the pit entry. There's a car stopped at the pit, a red and white car parked there. So I reckon that's also part of the problem.
Well, we got red flags, so whatever the issue is, it's now being brought to the COC's attention. Just maybe we'll pick up on that somewhere around here.
Yeah, with the drone, you could see there was a car stopped.
Yes, I did see that on the drone shot. I actually did see it. I did see that car.
Sure.
So,
I mean,
as
high
we go
drama.
to red flag now, welcome to Passion for Speed. Passion for drama.
Passion for drama.
Oh, man, alive.
The legends of the 9 hour pre-74 providing all of the action.
It's actually now pre-00, I think it is. Yeah, it's pre-00 now. So that's why the Shelby's
that's why the Shelby's. The Shelby's now.
So that's the reason why the Shelby's fall in. And that V8 also falls in on Fragata Mateus. So Henny was looking to dive into pit lane. He realized, hang on a second, this is race conditions. So red flag means you come back to the grid, not into pit lane.
There's the car.
Oh, it's Ellison. It's Colin Ellison's B29. B29. And, they only had one lap to go. So I think they're going to probably finish this and bring it back.
Well,
Larry Wolford's into pit
Larry's
lane.
into the pits.
Definitely. Wow. That's interesting. So they're going to send them round, and I think you know why Henny was looking to pull into pits, because I think he realized it was the last lap. So he thought, oh well, to bring it to the line and just to saunter around for one more lap is a pointless exercise.
Campos having got back up to 10th place. So good
job
from him.
Big look over the right shoulder. They're going, what the? Russell Fear, what are you doing? If I'm not mistaken, the reason why he's looking across at that car, and I stand to be corrected, but I think I'm right in saying this, he drove that car when it was still in the red livery and won the TT in that car. So that's probably why he's looking across at those two cars going, hang on a second, that's a car that I used to pilot that's now on the sideline. So there's Russell Fear's car. There is Colin Ellison's Lucky Strike Chevron. And of course at turn one we also saw there's Cole, he's at the car. That's fortunate.
Yeah.
It's good to see that. Always good to see the driver walking off and not injured in anything that might happen. It didn't look like it was. It looks like he might have just looped out there.
Looks
couldn't
like
get it started again.
Possibly just spun it, yeah. But that car, I remember as a youngster from when Dave Charlton behind the wheel of that car, Roy Hesketh circuit from mid-70s. So Cole now having to get that car back into pit lane, hopefully get it all sorted out. They're going to roll round and back into pit lane now, because that'll bring us to the end of this part of the day's proceedings. What I'm going to do, Brendan, is I'm going to leave you to handle single seaters, but I think Stephen Koenig should be jumping up to
I'm going to
come
shoot
and
down,
join us.
because I think up next we've got to go and get some AMG hot laps sorted out as well. So I just want to double check, because they are not due yet, but with the delay, I'm not quite sure if they're going to send them out early. I will come back to you as soon as I know.
You're talking.
Let's have a look. That's the program that we're running on at the moment. As I said, it is slightly out in terms of the times down the left-hand side. We've just completed the pre-00 International Sports Racing Prototypes and Trans-Ams. And, of course, we now are supposed to be heading into the historic single-seaters. Then Legends of the 9 Hour. The Big Bang is, of course, at 10:45, but it's not on the 10:45 mark anymore. We're running, we're not that too far.
No, it's not too bad.
It's probably about half an hour that we're down in terms of time, but that's because of 2 incidents that we've had so far. And then we've got Evapco HRSA, Mercedes-Benz Hot Lap, and then it's the 45-minute that we're going to, of course, take you through with the classic TT that happens here at Zwartkops every single year. It's the one that a lot of the drivers come out to win. It's got a huge amount of heritage behind it. The Toy brothers, of course, are the record holders in terms of wins combined between the two of them. Okay, well, we're going to head down into pick up on some of the pre-race category drivers, and let's go down to Lawrence, who's picked up on one of our MG competitors.
Hi Rod, pretty interesting car you got there. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's a MG single-seater built by Les Miller in Durban, 1946. He built about 3 or 4 of them, basically modifying an MG TC 2-seater sports car chassis, threw away the body, modified the engine, suspension, made it into a racing car. And in that period, end of the 40s to the mid-50s, these were the backbone of motor racing in South Africa. It's got quite a few records of Formula Libre racing, but in 57, 58, the rear engine Coopers came out, and these were rendered obsolete.
Oh, just some more of our drone footage. This circuit, absolute hive of activity at the moment. Lots and lots of stalls, stalls for car collectors, lots of food and beverage stalls. The pit stop doing fantastic trade. And then there are simulators and then the karting as well. Greg, I saw you in the karts yesterday having an absolute blast out there. So lots and lots.
Giving Tanya a run for her money. She had power to weight ratio over me, but I had the experience of the racing line, which helped me out a little bit. She got out the car and she said, "Will you stop going so fast?" I said, "I wasn't going fast. I was having some fun." But yeah, if you do want to go and experience what it's like to be in a race car, of course, Leroy Poulter's kart zone at the bottom end of Zwartkops is a good place to be in. There's a couple of interesting single-seaters out here.
Paige Lindenberg in the 72.
The other one I want to mention, of course, is I believe AJ is in the AJ Koenig. And there's Bondia. You've got to come through the other door now. You can't come through that door. That door's broken. Just giving the boss man at BMW a heads up. Where is AJ? Just running down there quickly to find him. Koenig. There we go. Alan Koenig. 87. That's the 88 car. The 87 car is a Tasman 88 Formula V. It's the memory car of Charlie Flea. And just before we go to Paige to finish my thought, it's the very first onboard camera car they ever used for SABC. So that's quite an interesting heritage. But let's go down to Paige and find out what her plans are in the single-seater today.
Hi Paige, tell us about your expectations here racing in this class.
Yeah, no expectations. This is a huge jump for me. Very different to my Ford Fairlane, a completely different way of driving, completely different driving style. I'm just honoured to have been asked to honour Judy Witter, who's out here today to witness her car going around the track. She was the first woman to ever win a single-seater race in South Africa in this car, and she's come out here today to enjoy the racing and be part of it. So it's just such a huge honour for me to just represent women in motorsport with her and the legacy that she left behind. So no expectation, just here to showcase this car. Still learning, got into it for the first time ever on Wednesday, so very interesting, very different, but great fun.
Yeah, I chatted quite a lot to Paige yesterday, and she said it just, the switch from the Fairlane to a single seater has just messed with her mind a little, and so she's just going to go. She just changed her thought, and she's going to go get in the single seater, have fun, enjoy the moment, and then focus on the Fairlane. So
yeah, 100%. What an opportunity, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
To get into a single seater. I mean, I've had 2 runs in single seater. I've done a Formula V. And I've done a Formula Volkswagen. And the Formula Volkswagen, because of my size, as per usual, I'm going to run my big fat body off again. They actually had to take the seat out. I sat on the floorboard. But it was a really awesome experience to drive that Formula Volkswagen around here at Zwartkops. So yeah, I can tell you exactly how Paige is feeling getting into single seater. It's a completely different animal to what you'd be used to if you've driven saloon cars in the past. And that's the majority of her racing career.
A close-up there of Ian Schofield, the man that hoping to go out there and snatch glory. That beautifully turned out. 1977 March 77B. Beautifully prepared car. We're often a contender at Samola in the hill climb as well. We regularly get to see that car. Alongside of him, the 99 Josh Dovey, the Chevron B20 F3. Another an absolute classic, beautiful car. And then just in the background there, Dean Fenter in the number 4 car. That is a 68 Titan Mark IV FF.
The cool thing with these is it's the slightly older cars that don't normally participate. We get to see them quite often. They don't make too many trips down to your side of the world, but up here there's quite a strong regional historic championship that runs with the Inland Championship. And a lot of these cars make their way out on numerous occasions throughout the year to be part and parcel of that championship. But particularly for this event, a couple of special cars come into play, and of course they all get a chance to get in there. Also nice to see all of them running that rest in peace there for James Forbes, a single-seating marvel in terms of South Africa. Of course, him and Matt Nash, synonymous for building the sports cars that ran in SA Endurance Series for a long, long time, the Nash Specials. And sad news there for him. Literally, I think about a week ago, we got the news about
huge
James
loss.
passing on.
Yeah, very sad to hear of the passing of James. A big void that'll be left in motorsport there.
His teammate was actually just alongside that shot. I picked up on the Xena car there of Andrew Horndog and Forbesy have partnered up on a few occasions along with Matt Nash, and they kind of shared the seats between the three of them in various sports cars and single-seaters in their careers. Great to have that, of course, memorial on the side of the cars there for all the single-seaters here this weekend for James. And to his family, we haven't had a chance to make a mention of it, but to all the Forbes family and friends and fans around the world, our condolences. And of course, I can tell you right now, he's probably down there in pit lane right now, walking around in spirit, saying, "Listen, we need to get this race going," because he was quite synonymous with that in Lotus Challenge as well. Let's go down and have a quick chat to another man who's been around for a while, Ben van der Westhuizen, in his car.
They're fierce competitors, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. I think reliability and consistency will be the name of the game to actually make it work. So I'm not trying to win overall, but I'm trying to do well up all the time, and that will actually give me a good position at the end of the season.
Ben van der Westhuizen in that... what is that?
Royale. He's in the Royale.
The Royale,
RP21,
RP21, a 1974 model. So
hey, that's my
classic.
A 51-year-old car about to go and do battle again. That's great, eh? And look at those cars that are down there. You should look at the 1946. I think is the oldest car, which of course is the MG that Roddy is driving. But you've got just alongside him. I also saw Simpiwe Mhlalo. Simpiwe Mhlalo is going to be racing in MSA4, so this is all just experience for him to be in a single-seater and get as much seat time as he can in a single-seater. So when he jumps into that brand new MSA4 class that starts at, they started Kyalami as their first round.
Yes,
their first round's at
Kyalami.
Kyalami. It's not at Cape Town.
It was scheduled to be at Kalani, and now going to be at Kyalami. I believe there's already 10 cars that are virtually good to go. So that's going to be a massive jump forward for the single seater races with the launch of the MS4.
Yeah, the MSA4 class also gives a chance to youngsters like Simpiwe to follow their dreams into sort of the route to F1. You know, we've had a couple of guys who've tried it in the past, and what they found is when they get international and they go to sort of F3, F2, the change up in the technology that's around is not what we are running here in South Africa. So Ian Schofield, once again, synonymous with single-seater racing, has put his money where his mouth is, and he's been the sort of anchor behind the move to get a Halo car. It's a Halo type car.
Yeah.
It's not the actual Halo system on the cars that we will run here, but it's a similar version to what the Halos that F3, F2 and F1 run. Wings and slicks, Volkswagen power plant. So big collaboration happening here to ensure that single-seaters continue. We are celebrating, as I mentioned earlier on, 60 years of Formula Vs this year. So that's a long-standing relationship that's been running here. It's also, I think, the longest-standing single-seater series in the world, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a great thing.
I think you're right. I have seen that stat somewhere before. Cars moving out onto the track now. But just going back to the MSA4s, I think the only component of the car that's not manufactured locally is the Halo section. They've been imported for now.
I just love the fact that when you chat to the likes of Ian Schofield, I mean, I also like the fact that he's still got the Hill Climb sticker on the side of the car there, Rodney. He'll be in action in May, that's for sure, taking that machine back to the Hill Climb. But I love the fact that you've got a guy that's so passionate about single-seaters, and when I say passionate about single-seaters, there's two very expensive Formula Ones parked in Shed 1 that'll be out here later on this afternoon too for a bit of a demonstration run. That just shows you've got someone that has got a passion for the sport and is willing to give back. And give back in a big way.
Absolutely.
If you see the amount of spend he's done in motorsport in his career, and since he's joined the South African motorsport fraternity.
Absolutely beautiful lineup of classics from yesteryear.
One of our only standing starts as well, other than the Vs.
The Vs, yes. Only two that will have a standing start. This is historic single-seaters, and what a mix of vehicles.
As they come down there, you'll pick up on Pat Dunseith as well. Des Hillary, they always have a fantastic little battle there. As they come to take other positions, some of them will be on slightly dirtier lines due to there has been some spillages over the weekend so far. Some big ones and some slightly smaller ones, but needless to say, still in for a bit of a fight. The Fenter boys, I think, are going to be up for a bit of a challenge as well, as will the Koenigs, a bit of in-house family feuds to be sorted out. But fantastic, as I said, to see cars from 1946 up until about 1989, I think is the youngest car out there. No, sorry, it's Simpiwe, 2003, the Magal. That Magal, of course, of his is the youngest car, and that's just on the left-hand side there, underneath the Extreme Festival banner. So stand by for a bit of single-seater action coming your way now.
Just having a look, I haven't seen the 38 car, Michael Koenig, going out yet. He's in the 1965 Capital Mark I Formula V. I just haven't
he should
seen
be here.
He should be there.
He's definitely missing,
so
yeah.
It looks like Koenig is not there.
Lights Out Racing, pretty evenly stuff there for Schofield to get away from this pack. You'll probably get through, I would say, at least 80% of them by the end of this race, because he's got that additional power coming from that march of his as they head down towards turn 1. So this, of course, the single seaters being a 10-lapper here on race action as they come through Castro. And look at the gap already there opening up between the second and third over the rest of the pack, and there is the leader pulling away almost instantaneously to get ahead of this big pack of single seaters behind him.
Just a correction there, I did see the 38 of Michael Koenig. I mistook him for Paige Lindenberg's car. So
similar looking cars. There he is.
So there he is
in shot right now.
38 on the running wide around the outside. So he's going to be a contender, a class contender. A very, very accomplished driver, Michael Koenig.
Amazing little bit of motorsport fraternity in the Koenig family. His dad AJ, as I said, running that original camera car that the SABC used to use in the old coverage of Formula V's in the sort of 70s and 80s when they were covering motorsport live from venues like Zwartkops and Kyalami. Also coming down the hill there, watch out for Winterstein. He's in the Porsche. And of course there's the number 32 out there too. Watch out for that man, Colin Clay.
Colin Clay, yep.
I love the fact that he's got a Lotus 23, but he runs 32 on the car. It's great.
A 1962 Lotus 23 sports
Van der
car.
Westhuizen with a problem there.
Van der Westhuizen picking up a problem. Unfortunately, Ben in that 74 Royale RP21, early problems for him.
The Porsche Mark 7, the one I was talking about, there it is in shot now, coming through there. Just ahead of the John Player special coloured machine there. As they come through, nice array of cars. And of course, if you pick up on these cars, of course, these are the single seaters that were sort of just under what was the Formula One of the day. They were sort of the support categories to those bigger cars. But the car out front, the March 77B, is a full-on Formula Atlantic machine. So there's some great heritage in these cars as well that are out on track right now.
Going through on the inside, Des Hillary in the 55 car, taking up a position.
Season campaigner in single seaters is Des. He loves a bit of a fight and looks forward to this event, particularly to kick off his racing calendar for 2025, as do a lot of the people that are out on circuit at the moment. That's how things stand at the moment. Although Ben van der Westhuizen looks like, is that Judd with a problem too? I think that might be Ryan Judd with a bit of an issue that pulls to the sideline as well. I'm not quite sure if it is him. I just saw the side of the car briefly. Fenter fighting hard. 36 car out there is Vion Teeth. Those two always in a bit of a fight of their own there, fighting for 6th and 7th on the road at the moment. Stevie Fenter leading the battle at the moment in terms of the two Fenter boys. No, in fact, Dean's in at the top end. Sorry, I forgot about him. He's in second place. So Stevie at the moment in second place, with Teed all over the back of him looking for a way through.
Andrew Horn going well, currently in third place in the 31 car, with just the previous shot saw from the front.
Sorry, I got that wrong. I'm getting wrong every single time. Dean and Steve are father and son, not brothers, but they're kind of brothers in racing. So I'll take some poetic license on that one, Paulie.
Alan Koenig, unfortunately, looks like he's retiring the 87 car. Into the pits he comes.
I think that also might be a case of a little bit of rust on the car. That car hasn't been on track for a while, so a long weekend of racing, Thursday, Friday for practices here and qualifying, and maybe the car's not quite up to the kind of pace the Koenigs like to have it at just yet.
Yeah.
And if anybody will tell you the car's wrong, he'll know exactly. Because you'll have that look and feel.
I chatted to Michael Koenig yesterday, and he just said maybe they've bitten off more than they can chew, running all of the cars for themselves, and as well as Paige Lindenberg's car as well. They just felt they might have bitten off a bit much.
Paige about to
be lapped
through and be overtaken by the leader. She's just out there, as you said, having an absolute blast, and I think she's just having a little bit of a fight there with the 181 or the 151 of Peter Koenig. Peter Koenig on her tail. He also gave her a little wave there to allow the fast car to come through there of our leader. And Schofield continues on his merry way there. Also running the old Benson and Hedges colours there. I love coming to this event because you get all that old livery coming out.
The Lucky Strikes, John Player Special, Benson and Hedges.
The old days of the golden age of motorsport is what we bring out here at Passion for Speed.
Michael Koenig still going well in the 38 car. Whoa, we've got somebody into the kitty in a big way.
He hang on. Oh, it's
a Porsche.
It's Winterstein, yeah. That Alva Porsche just catching it there. Well done, Clivey. It's a 1965 Alva Porsche that he pilots, and unfortunately went a little bit grass tracking. He didn't have the kitty litter, just caught the edge of it, so I think that's why he survived and managed to get back on track. As I said, here comes Schofield now starting to eat up the mid-pack of these little battles.
And Ian Schofield, best time, a 107.2 from him, so not sluggish at all around the 2.4 circuit.
Great move there from Clark to get off the track. He realised he's not going to make it around any further than that, so parks it up at the Gazoo Racing Academy headquarters. And also just picked up, just before that, the shot. I was trying to remember who was in that Lotus, or the Cobra Tribute, I should say, single-seater with the JPS colours, and that was Jody Morrison in that car. Blue flags waving, warning the slower cars that the big man is on his way through. Schofield coming up on Koenig. Looks like sneaking through there is the 70 car of Alan Grant, just finding a way past on Rodders. And now he's about to feel exactly how that feels as the fast car comes flying past him. That March 77, just ticking off the laps. What is his lap time for the moment?
He's down into the 106s, a 106.8.
That's incredible.
I was impressed with the 107, and now he's dipping into the 106s. But a young man that has impressed me.
He did tell me to mention it in commentary at some point that he's hoping that his lap time in the Jordan is going to be faster than Roberts was.
Yeah, we'll see that a little bit later. The F1 demonstration scheduled to happen in the lunch break. Just not sure what time the lunch break is going to happen. We've obviously had a couple of delays, but it's going to be certainly one for the books.
Teed on his own here, so has he got away, or has... No, we've lost Fenter. Fenter's gone missing there. So it looks like Fenter's gone missing from that little battle. This is Page. No, there he is. So Teed's made a mistake. Beg your pardon. Teed has made a mistake. He's dropped back. Fenter's still out there and controlling things in terms of what would be Class C's little battle. Page still in with a bit of a fight here, as I said, with the 151 of Peter Koenig. I think Koenig and Page are loving this. They're watching all these cars come through and just loving being part and parcel of what is historic single-seaters in their prime.
So just having a look at the class battles hanging out there. Obviously, Ian Schofield leading Class A, Josh Dovey running in second in the 99 car, and then the Class B battle, Andrew Horn is the leader there, Ryan Budd running second, and then Mac Windall running in the 125 car is third, and then that Class C battle you were mentioning, Dean Fenter has got the better of Paul Richardson in second, and then Steve Fenter third in Class C, and then Michael Koenig leading out Class D with Tony Beecher and then Blaine DeMalion. So battles within battles all the way down the circuit. Paige Lindenberger having a look over her shoulder once again.
Now she's watching for that Mac Udendahl car to sneak up the inside, but she's also trying to go defensive on Richard Derbyshire, who's there with her. Oh, that's
problems.
The march has slowed down dramatically here. Schofield's got a problem on that 77B, and that is going to move things up dramatically here in terms of second and third place, because that's going to promote Fenter and Horn 1 and 2.
Yep.
something's gone wrong here on the march if he's pulled off the circuit. You see the 155 of Jody Morrison, as I said, it's gold and black colours, I would say, similar to. Oh, and Fenter spins out as well.
Oh.
That's a big spin. So is that going to lose him position there to the battle he was in? Yes. VNT just stuck through on him as he spun out. There is Schofield getting out the car. Fenter gets going again. I wonder if it's a case of that the track is getting hot, and these tyres are certainly not designed to race in track temperatures of this high level. He gets going again. Finds his way back on 2 cars, but now with a little bit of work to do. The 14 car, Paul Richardson, also starting to get in amongst the back markers now.
Jody Morrison in shot once again with that interesting bodywork on that Cobra Tribute Formula V of his. We're on the second last lap of the race already, so
Josh Dovey, I think, probably sitting in amongst that top 5. Saying, well,
Josh running third at the moment.
The quick cars now coming in amongst some of the slightly slower ones. And Piwe about to be caught here. She's getting a little bit of an opportunity to get that additional seat time, as I said, running in that Formula Ford. Looking forward to potentially stepping up into what is going to be MSA4. She may be running in the Kent category for a little while before she actually steps into the Formula 4s or the new MSA4 class. But a great opportunity here for her to get that track time and seat time around Zwartkops. So it's now Fenter who's going to lead. It's going to change up there on that board. It just went up on the left-hand side of the screen as they come through there. Fenter takes the lead ahead of Andrew Horn and Josh Dovey for third. It wasn't Ryan Budd that I saw earlier on because he's currently still in 4th place ahead of Paul Richardson. So that's your top 5 as they head into the last lap of this first heat of single-seaters. Here in the background, you can actually just see the roofs of the cars making their way in that shot through pit lane of our next class on track, which of course is the big one that a lot of people come to see. Pre-66 legends of the 9-hour, the production cars, the big V8 bombers are making their way down to the pre-race area as we're watching this last bit of action unfold here in amongst the single seats. Watch this as Fenter tries to thread the needle there between the 2 Lotus coloured machines. One of them is the 32. It's the Lotus 23, of course, of Clay. On his outside. Being outgunned there by Andrew Horn. It's the second of those sort of green and yellow Lotus style colours heading down to the line. So it's going to be Fenter from Horn. A sort of rivalry between the two of them, and of course sometimes they've also been teammates on various occasions as well of those 2 drivers. So to see those 2 boys having some fun and games at the front end. But Fenter takes it, Andrew Horn gets second. Watch for the rest of the field coming down the hill. 70 car. It's Alan Grant. He's had a good run there in his Lotus 61. We'll finish up in 12th place overall as we wait for Budd and Richardson to come to line. There's Ryan Budd. Not too far behind him. I think Paul Richardson's blue car will come out of turn number 5. A little out of shape out of turn 8 there.
Just a tad.
Turn 5, so he'll be coming down the hill now shortly. There you can see the big bangers on the right hand side making their way to the pre-race area, ready for the first bit of action, the first heat of the production cars. Well done, Rodders, good effort there.
Yeah, winning class class F, a winner Rodney Green in class F. Taking the win in class E was Colin Clay, and then the class D battle that we're watching, Michael Koenig coming out on top there. Tony Beecher in second, followed by Blaine de Million, and then Jody Morrison 4th, Gary de Klerk 5th, and Paige Lindenberg finishing 6th in the Class D battle. And then Class C, Dean Fenter taking the win there, Paul Richardson 2nd, Steve Fenter 3rd, Des Hillary 4th, Ron Lydiard in 5th, and Alan Grant taking 6th. And then obviously the Class B win going to Andrew Horn, followed on by Ryan Budd and then Mac Oudendal. And then Ian Schofield, unfortunately, giving the lead, the win in Class A to Josh Dovey, and then in the class that's not yet classified, Simpiwe Matlotlo, taking the win there. So interesting first outing for the South African historic single-seaters. always great to see them out here. And then Paige Lindenberg in that 1973 car, that Judy Witter was the first woman to win a South African championship, and then had to fight for it.
All right, so while we're waiting for Ian's car to be recovered, let's go and find out what yours truly got up to, and a little bit of antics amongst the crowds earlier on today. We usually talk about Manop Divala, but I see we got a lady on the dry here as well, hey? How you doing, ma'am?
Fine, and you?
Is your first time here?
Second time.
So what's the biggest thrill about coming to Passion for Speed Festival for you?
Well, I just actually come with my husband, but I like the BMs.
So it seems like turn 3 is where the place to be, especially within the ladies side of things. Ladies, how you doing?
Well, and yourself?
All good, huh? Why did you come down to turn 3? What's the best part about being here?
I joined my husband. Someone has to drive the lead. I just came with them.
Oh, you just came with him and that's it?
Yes, I don't know anything about anything.
The one cool thing about coming to Passion for Speed Festival, of course, is the various vantage points you have at Zwartkops and the ability to get to them. Remember, we spoke yesterday on social media about the little mini moke that'll get you all to those vantage points. We caught up with two guys here, top right of turn 3. What's top right of turn 3 like?
It's not bad.
This is a good spot to be.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
However, if the top right is too high, maybe you can join the Schumacher fan next to me here. How you doing?
Good, and you?
How's it going so far?
Nice.
Have you had a good time so far?
Yes.
What's your favorite car that you've seen on track so far?
I like the minis that we just saw a couple of laps ago.
Listen, there's some very fast cars out there. What's your favorite car on the track? Possibly one of the best spaces to be, and it's definitely sought after because these guys and girls behind me, they get you on like Wednesday. Cut the grass, make sure everything's good to go, find their spot. It's also known as die man op die walle or die dame op die draaie, as our good friend Leon Oudendal will tell you. But they're normally the most festive, so let's see if we can get a Mexican wave out of them and get them all fired up for today's racing. Now listen, you guys are affectionately known as the man op die walle. Why do you choose to come and stand on this part of the track, sir?
I think it's the socializing with people around you. You see most of the track from here, and that's the lack of vibe.
There's a dame op die walle as well. Ma'am, how are you feeling?
Good, and you?
Yeah, great, eh? So
Good.
so far you've seen a couple of races.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome stuff. What's your favorite car though?
The minis.
Boys, what's the big attraction to come to Zwartkops on a day like this?
Passion for speed.
Firstly, it's absolutely amazing to be here. The amount of spectators here, it's glorious, and it's very hot conditions today. The tires are going to overheat. These are big, heavy cars, so I think what we're going to try and do is just see that we can maintain our position. Got a lot of fast guys around, and just get it to the end of the race and enjoy it. Besides that, for the rest of the year, we'll see what happens, but our focus is today to try and stay cool and keep it on track.
Not an easy thing to do, Bren, when you're in a big banger like Terry Wolford's been given to play with today. Let's see what his capabilities are. I mean, his first outing. It's his very first outing in a production car event at Zwartkops, particularly for the Pre-66 Legends of the 9 Hour. I see a whole bunch of people have joined us as well. My Pops is also in the house, so welcome there, Pops. Hope you enjoyed a bit of antics there with the crowd that we got to do earlier on in the day. But as you can see, it was a pretty poor Mexican wave down the back straight there from Leon Oudendal's favourite fans, die manne op die walle and die dames op die draaie. But we're standing by for our first bit of race action coming from those Legends of the 9 Hour. And if we look at just want to shoot down to that list of drivers in there, because they're pretty impressive in terms of that lineup, aren't they?
Absolutely. The Marlboro Crane Hire Pre-66 Legends of the 9 Hour production cars. You're going to go through them.
Henny Groenewald. So should we go back? Okay, well, hold on. See, before we go to them, let's go down to Mark du Toit quickly before we get into the list of drivers. So Mark du Toit, season campaigner, what's your plans?
Yeah, well, very happy to be on pole. So I've got to get a good start. There's some very quick cars behind us. If I can get sort of 4 laps into the race and still be near the front, that'll be a good outcome. And then we see where we are near the end of the race and just make sure we don't have an accident.
Okay, So I was going through that list we were about to chat to. So let's get into that now while we got the time there, Brent.
No problem.
The list of drivers, if I go through what I've seen on the list there are 9 South African champions. Just in their own right, in various forms and motorsport categories in their careers. Henny Groenewald, of course, Henny G, notably probably one of the highest ranked drivers there in terms of SA championships. And he's probably got the most, other than maybe Ben Morgenroot. The two of them might be fighting for that honour. Jonty Needham. Okay, well, we're just chatting about Henny. Let's go down to Henny and find out what his plans are. Thanks for that, Paul.
Yeah, we're looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be interesting, especially the early laps can be tough to survive against the V8s with some quicker cars coming through from behind. So let's hope we can do some consistent lap times and put up a big fight with them.
If anybody's up for a fight in a Ford Escort,
that Escort at RS 2000, a 1968 RS 2000, absolutely immaculate in the colours of Camille Doering Motorsport.
Yeah, that's it. That's of course Carl Pienaar is the man who runs that. He's running the Lotus Cortina a bit further back there in the ZB category for this class. We've got ZAs and ZBs. Mentioning once again Ben Morgenroot, probably the most experienced driver out of that pack.
Unfortunately, back of the grid for Ben. Yep.
I think he broke out, that's why.
No, gearbox replacement. He didn't qualify.
Okay.
They took the car home last night, replaced the gearbox through the night, and he's back here, so no qualification.
So we'll watch for
he's
him
back at the
through.
grid. Yep.
There'll be a rapid return to the front end from Ben Morgenroot. But I want to say the king of Randfontein, because the mayor, of course, is Rolf du Plessis, and the deputy mayor is the man who won 6 back-to-back titles in V8 modifieds and V8 supercars, Mackie Adlam. But then, of course, you look through the field. You've got Terry Wolford. He hasn't quite won an SA championship, but a lot of experience there. Colin Ellison, same thing. Paige Lindenberg has won historic South African championship. She hasn't won an official national championship yet. Warren Lombard, also a seasoned campaigner, came close to winning the V8 supercars last year, losing out to a couple of points to Julian Familiaris at the end of last season. But he, of course, is a TT winner here at Zwartkops, so he knows how to get a big car around here. Then you've got Jonathan du Toit, SA champion in single-seaters. James Temple, SA champion in single-seaters. Sier Fourie, multiple SA champion in oval track.
Oval, yeah.
Nicky Pastorelli, all the way from Italy. He's in that car right there, the Pablo Clark Galaxy. Great to have him back here again in the big Ford that's sponsored by Pablo Clark and, of course, the team there from Paolo Cavalleri's squad. Alongside him is Siefi in the Cougar. And then if I go down further than that, Franco de Matteo, Westbank, should be Mobile 1 V8 Supercar champion. Herman van Putten, Dutch champion. Lee Thompson, multiple champion in various formulas in South Africa. And Mark du Toit, of course, single-seater and multiple champion in historics too. So that's the lineup of cars and drivers that we've got, or the drivers we've got in these magnificent big bangers.
Yeah, just a quick glimpse there of the Cobra, the Ford Capri Cobra that James Temple's going to be driving. It's a 72 Ford Capri Piranha. That's going to be one to watch. Just quietly confident that that car is going to perform. I did chat to Peter Lindenberg about its history yesterday. He said it's got no history. It's a complete new rebuild, new build, and so that one should be good to go to the exact Ford Capri Piranha spec. So interesting times ahead for that one.
I think we're going to be in for a bit of a fight here. There's no doubt about it. Mark du Toit, he looks like he's secured pole alongside his brother Jonathan in terms of the lineup that they've got there in the pre-race area. And then it's Henny Groenewald alongside Jimmy T, the one we've just spoken about. The Pablo Clark car there of Pastorelli. Then it's Sier Fourie Jr., and then I would say Lee Thompson looking for a chance to come through as well. He qualified in about 7th place overall, did Lee, yesterday, but wasn't quite up to pace that he'd like to be. But I think they probably worked on that car overnight, got it up to the spec he needs it to be at. And the big thing with these cars is we go to, I think it's only an 8-lapper for them, if I'm not mistaken. Just want to double check. No, it's 10 laps. No, 8 laps. 8 laps, I was right. 8-lapper. The reason being is that by about lap 3, there's no more traction left. There's no more brakes.
Yep, the brakes have all run out of brakes.
You're just hanging on for dear life. And Peter spoke about it last night. We had an opening function here for the 24th Passion for Speed Festival. And he spoke about these cars, of course, being the pre-runners to what NASCAR has basically turned out to be. They were all cars that used to run in the Prohibition times, illegally transporting various forms of alcoholic beverages around the United States of America, and that's what turned NASCAR into what it is today, a multi-billion or trillion-dollar racing formula that of course has a massive following in the United States of America, and of course all of these cars have big followings here in South Africa as well. But in saying that, these cars were not built to go onto a racetrack and go fast. You know, you just look at that number 13 car that Terry Wolford's in. That Chevelle, the Smokey Unique Chevelle. Smokey Unique, of course, is a household name when it came to the illegal transport of certain alcoholic beverages in Prohibition times in the United States of America. So that Chevelle is a prime example of what we talk about, and we're going to mention on a few occasions when we see those big cars in full flight, what I like to term the block of flats.
Yeah.
Because there are a couple out there that are that big.
This beautiful Studebaker heading towards us now, followed by the 172.
Harman van Putten, an original
yep.
Ford Mustang there, all the way from the Netherlands. I don't think that car goes back with him anymore. It used to travel all the time, but I think it now stays in Trans Africa Racing's little special stable for friends of the brand. And both him and his fellow Dutch compatriot there, Michael Campagna, leave a lot of their cars here. In fact, it's a pity that Michael's car's not ready, because he's also got a big Ford Galaxy that unfortunately just wasn't able to get prepped in time for today's race action. Jimmy T. 57 Chev, of course, is Lee Thompson. That's the Black Widow that he's going to be piloting. You can see the rest of them just waiting, itching, and wanting to open up these big monsters. Ben Morganrud, always going to be dangerous from that position. I think he's going to be someone that we need to keep a big eye on, and his ability to get to the front rapidly. Because he won't be troubled by the sort of back marker contenders. It's when he gets to sort of CFE and this pack, that's where he might find it a bit more difficult to find a way through. But that's only 5 cars ahead of him.
Yep, he just said, they haven't tested the car at all. Just put another gearbox in and no testing. He said, we'll test it in the race. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes.
Herman van Putten makes his way up from the back of the pack. Going to try and sort things out now. Right, well, it's time to get into race formation. There'll be double yellows into 1 and 2 for these cars, and green flags out of 3. That's where the official race will start, although they do climb on the power, and it'll be up to Mark de Toy to set the pace. But Henny Groenewald, is he going to upset the apple cart, as he did only a few occasions in that big Plymouth Fury in times gone by, in other Passion for Speed festivals that he's been involved in? So you got a Ford Fairlane, a Chevy Nova, Ford Escort, an incredible little Ford that Jamie T is about to pilot down for the first time in Legends of the 9 Hour. A great run from him expected, as well as they head down into the battlefield, and that Ford Capri Barana is now lining up Henny Groenewald. This is where they'll start to sort things out to try and find a way through. Henny's
Escort through on the inside.
He had a big look there, didn't he, Greg?
Yeah. Morganrud already has made up a chunk of places. Look where he's running. He's already heading towards mid-pack.
De Matteo right behind him, following him through, but it's the Toy 1 and 2 as they head towards turn 4 for the first time. Mark ahead of Jono. There comes Sieferi inside of Lee Thompson. So the Cougar just diving on the inside of the Black Widow, and looks like Pastorelli's about to join him. Pastorelli once through there in the Pablo Clark Ford Galaxy. The block of flats makes its way to the top of the hill for the first time, and that massive Ford being thrown around like a little single-seater there by Pastorelli. But there's another return of the favour from Henny Groenewald as they come into 6. Makes his way back up ahead and squeezes out Sieferi Jr. Junior's hanging in there. He doesn't let him go. Lee Thompson had a little look on the inside. Then right behind that comes Paige Lindenberg. She's looking for an opportunity early on as well. The 10 car there of John T. Needham. New car there for him as he sneaks through. There's Pastorelli being overtaken by Henny Groenewald. He'll be looking across going, hang on a second, that's an Escort that just passed me.
And I think as the race progresses, so that Escort is going to get better. These guys are going to be running out of brakes. You just look how nimble it is, just dives through on the inside. the 104 car, just 104 car of Nicky Pastorelli just outbraking himself and leaving a massive gap on the inside for the little Escort.
But then we just drop in that old phrase, replacement for displacement.
I was waiting for it.
How was that? That little bit extra squirt on the right, on that loud pedal when Pastorelli just left Groenewald behind him.
Just watching James Temple around the outside there in the Capri Piranha. Just got some superior grip on the outside. If he's prepared to take that line, we should see some good things from him as the race progresses.
He's probably waiting to see what's going to happen with those cars out front, because he knows it kind of is a big attrition rate, because they get hot very quickly, particularly when we're in 30 odd degrees Celsius temperatures ambient, which is about 45 degrees Celsius track temperatures. Ben Morgenried is now on the tailpiece of Lee Thompson, coming out of turn 8 and heading across the line to complete another lap of this 8-lapper.
With Du Toit's running tail to stern as well, the Jonathan in the second car, chances of overheating just go straight up out the window.
He's got to be careful of that, that's for sure. Can't run too up close and personal there with his brother in the Ford ahead of him. Chevy Nova, or as it was known here in South Africa, I think it was known as the Chevy 2 if I'm not mistaken in South Africa. So that little Nova has got a very, very talented driver behind it, and of course the two brothers have got no team orders other than to take each other out. Speaking of no team orders, well, there's no teams fighting harder than these two right now, because Pablo Clark are taking on Lindenberg Racing in a big way here. And Pastorelli's got good drive up the hill to find a way through there on Jimmy T. Temple loses out. Pastorelli's through up into what is now 4th place. So making this
great
Pablo
move
Clark
there.
NG spark plugs machine work well. Here's Nicky Pastorelli.
James Temple just drifting the back of the car out a little bit as he just ponders what he can do to get beat the dominance of Nicky Pastorelli there. Just running right behind him, tucked in against his back bumper once again.
The Toys 1 and 2, but 3rd place Farid Jr. is now on the back end of Mark. Of Jonathan, I beg your pardon. Jonathan, of course, under big pressure there from the Cougar.
Yeah, looks like we possibly got a change up front with Sia Fourie. He was side by side with Jonathan Du Toit. We'll go back to the leaders and have a look if he's managed to make that move work.
No, Jono's stayed ahead, just ahead there of Sia Fourie Jr. in the Cougar.
What it has done with Jonathan Du Toit and Sia Fourie battling out there, it's allowed Mark to break away a little bit. He's the biggest lead that we've seen him enjoy so far. But also side by side again, they go. And
we speak about Chevy versus Ford. We're now speaking about Mercury versus Chevy. In the background, though, keep an eye on that Chevy versus Ford battle, because Thompson was looking for a way through there on the Piranha of James Temple. Let's see what the Cougar of Sia Fourie Jr. can do down the hill. No, Du Toit goes defensive, keeps him out, doesn't give him the inside line as an option, and he'll make him go all the way around the outside, forcing him wide and onto the rumble strip, which might just affect him slightly down towards turn 1 and the lineup for the turning in point. But oh man, you're gonna have some big cojones to pull that maneuver off around the outside of turn 1, because that gives him inside line for turn 2 and 2nd place.
Second place. Great driving. It seems like we've possibly lost James Temple. James Temple lost a couple of positions. I see Ben Morgenrud is still on a charge. He's up into 7th place. He's now behind Lee Thompson.
So Mark Du Toit continues on his merry way up the back straight away into 4, leading things out now over Junior, and then Jonathan Du Toit, Pastorelli. Yeah, spot on.
And then Morgenrud right
Temple's
behind him.
missing.
What has happened to James? It looks like it was him coming there.
Looks like Paige Lindenberg's moved her way up. I think she possibly may be leading ZBs.
Let's have a look at the class results.
So Paige Lindenberg at this point in time, I think possibly at the top end.
Second behind Jonathan. Jonathan Needham leading.
Yeah, Needham. John T. Needham is just ahead of her. So that's the ZB battle. But in-house stable battle as well there between the Lindenberg team.
Armin van Putten running 3rd in the ZB class at the moment.
So Morgenrud trying to keep Lee Thompson behind him. Not an easy thing to do. Thompson is a very, very admirable Zwartkops competitor with 2 to go. Can he maybe stick on the tailpiece there of that very fast Mustang and allow him to sort of draw him into a bit closer attendance to Henny G just up the road? G will be looking in his rearview mirrors, and how many times has he looked in the rearview mirrors and seen Ben Morgenrud coming towards him? on a few occasions. Speaking of coming towards him, hello. Wow, what has CFRE done here with this late race pace has been pretty spectacular.
Oh, just look at that leaning, just working that suspension and on
here
a
we
run,
go.
and he should have the advantage going into this corner.
He's late on the brakes. Is he late enough? He is indeed.
He's done it.
He wasn't quite. Not quite. Mark just kept him honest out of 5 into 6. Now down the hill they go. Mark the toy with a lap to go and 1 corner. That's what he's got to do to try and fend off the intentions here. Oh, here comes Junior. CFRE Junior diving on the inside in that Mercury Cougar and steals the lead with a lap to go.
Absolutely brilliant driving there from CFRE Junior. He's worked hard at it and certainly kept Mark Tutoy honest and finally managing to get ahead.
Jonathan Dutour's got a bit of a problem of his own. Looks like somebody wants 3rd place, and it's a big contender as Pastorelli moves into 3rd ahead of Dutoy. He's got through Cashel Corner. So Pastorelli now up into 3rd place ahead of Jonathan Dutoy. So both the Dutoy boys losing out there ever so slightly as they came through. Franz Van coming through there as well in, of course, 10th place overall. He's in the big Corvette. Haven't really mentioned him at all, but that yellow Corvette out there, another one of our Dutch competitors. I'd like you to give a go at that surname. In full race pace. So it was a nice one to get through, hey?
For
Van
sure.
Schalkenmaat.
Van Schalkenmaat, yeah.
No, that's why I go Franz Van. It's so much easier. All right, so CFE, 2 corners to go. The Mercury Cougar hit the front with a lap to go, and he has not been better since then. Are we going to see Pastorelli maybe try and squeeze out for 2nd? I don't think he's close enough. So it's going to be Farees 2 and 4. It's going to be the Mercury of CFRE Junior to take the first win in the production cars, and what an effort it was. Pastorelli there in 3rd place, the meat in the sandwich between the 2 Dutoy brothers. And problems.
James
Temple back on track, but now getting in amongst his teammates by the looks of things, further back in the pack. Franco Matteo finds a way through there on him. He squeezes out. I say Franco Matteo, but I don't know if it is. That's an orange helmet in there. I don't remember Franco Matteo having an orange helmet. I wonder if they've given that car to Michiel Campagna to have some fun in. Might have. Anyway, certainly somebody in that machine. The 160 car, of course, is the Barracuda Plymouth. The Plymouth Barracuda, I should say, the right way around. And he now finishes things up there nicely, wrapping up a really action-packed event there for the Legends of the 9 Hour.
Action, no doubt. Beautiful to see the caliber of the racing, or the caliber of the driving out there, and great drive from a young CFRE Junior. Some awesome overtaking moves there as he moved up there, and then obviously one of the other highlights is Ben Morgenrud from the back of the grid, finishing 6th overall. Let's just have a look at the results by class. Frans van Maaskalterad, he was in a class of his own, but look at things. Class B with ZA, CFRE taking the win there. Mark Dutoy 2nd, Nicky Pastorelli 3rd, Jonathan Dutoy 4th. 5th place going to Henny Groenewald, followed by Ben Morgenrud, and then Lee Thompson and Terry Wolford. And then Colin Jaap van der Ende was 9th, with Colin Ellison rounding out the top 10. In Class ZB, Jonathan Needham won it from Paige Lindenberg in 2nd, and then it was Harman van Putten who took 3rd, and unfortunately DNS for Alan Poulter. So yeah, we didn't see Alan Poulter out on circuit there. So
he didn't make it onto track, unfortunately.
Didn't make it onto the track. So that is unfortunately a lot of what we have seen here this weekend. After practice and qualifying yesterday, these guys, these are old cars. They do break, and unfortunately, a couple of them disappearing during the course of the event. And then drivers changing, swapping as we've possibly seen as well. You mentioned with Franco de Matteo. We'll just try and get confirmation
I'm not
of
sure,
that.
because I was just seeing the helmet, and if you look at the helmet that Michiel had in the McLaren, it's the bright orange one, almost like powerboat style helmet that he had on. It's the same kind of spray job, but of course that's because of the orange for the Netherlands and for the Dutch drivers. But I don't remember Franco de Matteo having an orange helmet. So when I go down for the AMG hot lap, I'll just double check that he has got that helmet on, and if he has changed helmet design, it was similar to that. That's what I'm saying. So I would say maybe he gave up the seat and gave Michiel a chance to have some fun with these boys, because he would have been in his Ford Galaxy had it been ready to go. Unfortunately, I don't think it was on time. I'm hoping that it's going to be ready for next week at Red Star, because I think those Ford Galaxies at Red Star, in this class particularly at Red Star, are going to be pretty spectacular.
Nice wide circuit for a wide car.
Yeah. You know, there's that famous shot of, I think it's Henny Groenewald diving up the inside of Sorrel and Paolo Cavalieri. Sorrel being in the Trans Am red Galaxy, the old Bobby Althoff car, and of course Paolo in that Pablo Clark one. But Henny's literally got the Plymouth Fury in the middle of them coming down to turn 8, and they're literally all turning in at the same point. It was a spectacular shot that was taken by the photographer, and arguably that was one of the best V8 production car races I've ever seen, because they were literally banging doors with those massive cars for 10 laps. It was mental.
Yeah, I mentioned it, Sorrel Vandermeer. It was an absolute honour to have him at the function with us last night. Great to have Sorrel Vandermeer with us last night.
Unfortunately, as I said, the red Galaxy wasn't ready either, because that was the car he was supposed to pilot, but always good to have him here. And I mean, we mentioned in our link earlier on there, Bren, is hopefully we're going to get Mr. Knight and Mr. Piper back with us, with his beautiful wife Liz, next year to celebrate 25 years of Passion for Speed. That's a remarkable achievement. And you know, we were talking about the other events that are happening here, and the fact that Top of the Hill was such a success last year that it's now going into the end of the calendar. If that event continues in the same kind of format as what we're doing here, can you imagine 25 years Top of the Hill, what we're going to be seeing running up this circuit? The cars just get better and better every time we go down to Samola, and now we're going to see similar things happening here on the Highveld as well.
Yep, and great to see Samola already oversubscribed.
Yeah,
again, yeah, you know, it's just fantastic.
Yeah, and they also celebrated 15 years.
Yep, correct.
15 years this
also
year.
a milestone for Samola.
So some milestone events: 60th anniversary for Formula V's, 15 of the hill climb, 24 of this event, 25 next year. So 2026 is going to be a very exciting year. And as I said, I'm hoping that we get our friends from the UK with their single-seaters coming out to have some fun with us to celebrate that as well. And just bring that flavour back as well from a single-seater. Not that our single-seaters didn't provide us with great entertainment, but when you throw in a couple of ex-Formula 1 style single-seaters that are well into the pound sterling value, it's great to see.
Just having a look at that Chev Double S, the Oliver Broom car, the 123 car.
Yeah.
You mentioned the cars that were used for running illegal substances. That car from the Transkei was used for running illegal substances as well. And it's
you're giving away your secrets here, Brent.
That car, yeah. I'm from the Transkei. I was born in Butterworth, so that car got a huge history, and it's actually still got. If you go and have a look at the car, there's the bullet holes, or they've got stickers now representing where the bullet holes were in the back of the car. There's 4 on the right hand side, on the left hand side, and 3 on the right hand side. It was going through a roadblock, and until it didn't stop. So that car was rescued from a scrap heap in Mount Frere and restored to its former glory. And here we see it on the racetrack with Ollie Broom behind the wheel of it.
And he's got some really good cars in his stable, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
Ollie's got a whole bunch that normally brings out for these kind of events, so great to have him as part and parcel. Let's have a look at their lineup, though. It's the Evapco Porsche out in front. Of course, that's nice to see because of course they sponsor this category. So Andre van der Merwe putting his money where his mouth is, as well as where his car where it needs to be, on pole position as they come through here. And if you look at the array of cars here, most of them coming out of Volkswagen and Datsun stables. But there are a couple of unique ones in there, like the Fiat that Neil Lobb drives. And of course, we've got a couple of Alphas thrown in there too. Peter Jensen, just to give a shout out to the Jensen boys. I'm not sure if all of them are there. I'm just running through the list there. I saw Peter. I'm hoping that France is there. Yes. Francis' bonnet has popped off there on one of the cars. And that might be on the Datsun by the looks of it. It looks like a Datsun bonnet that's flown off there, that 240Z. If that's the case, one of the marshals may need to just run there quickly and whip it out of harm's way. But just going back to the Jensen boys, Travis took a drive up to Bulawayo for the 3 hour, took his Datsun 1200 GX and finished second overall in his first outing. His dad has raced at a few occasions the 3 hour in Bulawayo, but it was nice to see the family kept the safety car out, I think, because of that bonnet. It's the lead car. Wow, okay. So, one of the lead cars, I should say the lead car. It's a lead car, and it is the 260 or 240Z that Datsun is. Just so we can see what's in that one.
74 Datsun 1200 GX. Doesn't look right. That's Gavin London.
Yeah, Gavin London, I think, might be the car that we're talking about. But let's have a look and see the 78 car there.
It's the 78 car that lost its bonnet.
He's jumped straight out of the one car into the other. It's a Camille During Datsun. Yeah, I thought it was the 240Z.
Correct. Yes. I do apologise about that.
No worries at all. So that 240Z bonnetless now, that's not going to worry Henny at all. But it will keep the safety car out so they can remove that bonnet out of harm's way. Then, as I said, just going back to that thought, the Hamilton's cars there of Travis went up to Bulawayo for his very first outing, finished second overall, and won the Index of Performance for the 3 hour at the Falls Road circuit in December.
Okay.
Because the whole family pilot 1200 GXs, France in the yellow one, Pedder in the blue one, and Travis would normally be in the red one. But I know that Travis was also part and parcel of the success of Gazoo Racing. He was one of the mechanics that went up to Dakar. So he's had a really tough end to 2024 and a hard start to 2025 with all his antics and travels.
Three Hamilton sponsored cars out there, Hamilton, Brushware and the boss man as well.
Yes.
Terence Ladner.
Correct.
Who I managed to catch up with yesterday and just reminded him of an incident from 1982 where he grabbed me from behind with a rag of chloroform at school in our Standard 7 art class, buggering around in class, and he grabbed me from behind. So yeah, another naughty old alien with a love for motorsport. So I need to find some chloroform to repay the favor.
Yeah, there we go. Maybe not now, but maybe a bit later. Let's keep him concentrating on what's happening at the front end. So here we go. It's on van der Merwe and Henny Groenewald on the front row. There's a little Mazda thrown into the mix there, that R100 of Vanna Kotze. Little rotary powered machine is always a threat at the front. There's another Datsun. It's basically Datsun's it's at 1 and 3 on the grid at the moment. And then Sirocco's, SS's, Ford Escorts and GX Coupes and 1200 GX is about to go to battle for the Evapco HRSA classes A, B, C, D and E, heading down towards turn 1 for the first time. Everybody seems to have got through there pretty unscathed, so hopefully everybody stayed on track. A couple of guys chopping and changing in that mid-pack. That's kind of what's expected at this point in time for this particular class. In a nice field, it's over 30 cars, all fighting hard for this one. Henny must be thinking to himself, hang on a second. This feels a little bit different to what I was in a few minutes ago. That RS2 2000 Escort of his is probably got a much better turn of pace than the 1200 the 240Z he's in right now. Yeah. But still having an absolute blast out there is Groenewald, leading things out at the moment.
That's just the shot of the number 6 car, the 1973 Datsun 1200 GX. They're still every young schoolboy racer's dream. Your first car, you always aimed, the guys that grew up in the late the 80s or sort of matric in the 80s. That was one of the iconic cars to have.
If you could find something special like that, you definitely want to get hold of it. And you can see just running almost the same way that Travis Jensen got his famous name, tripod. It's the front left that comes up as he goes in, not the back tires that lift up on that car, Vanna Kotz's, but the front ones that lift up under the power as he pulls through the corners trying to find a way through there on the Porsche. I'm going to jump out of studio and leave you to head down and go catch up with the AMG guys, and I'll be back just after that for the 45-minute.
Not a problem whatsoever. Just that the Mazda, just watching a Vanna Kotze, as Greg was saying, lifting its front wheel. Not many of them on racetracks around the country. As we see a move up there, it's the 130, it looks like a 137, one of the Siroccos coming through, Johan Goos, the 79 Sirocco Mark 1, making up a place. Just off circuit there for the Porsche, the number 16 Porsche, just running slightly wide. George Archimedes, the Euroshop equipment 74 Porsche 911 RSR. Oh, and into the pits he comes after running on the curb. So just wonder if he had a problem there. So retiring from the race, and he was well positioned up in the top 10. So unfortunately dropping out. No, it's still Henny Groenewald that leads. Andre van der Merwe second. Werner Kotze in third place. Fourth, that is the 260 car. That's Philip Pentazis, the Datsun 260Z. So a whole array of Datsuns taking part here. Cars heading up the hill now. Another shot at beautiful Sirocco. The burnt orange Sirocco, having a look through on the inside. And another shot at the Hamilton brushwear cars. As we said, 3 of them in the mix here. 4 of them. Just going through 1, 2, 3, 4 Hamilton's cars. That's the little 64 John McLaughlin 74 Datsun 1200 GX. Our class leaders at the moment. Obviously Class B, it's Henny Groenewald that leads out Class B and leads overall, followed by Andre van der Merwe, who's in second in car number 74, the 1974 Porsche 911 RSR. Third place is the number 300 Mario Rossi. That is the Alfa Romeo GTV6, that very neatly turned out Alfa. That's the Class B battle. In third place, Werner Kotze, the 224 car leads, and then second place, it is the number 60 car, Philip Pentassis. That is the 260 is the Datsun 260Z. Andre ten Lapel running in third place, car number 117, and that's one of the Siroccos. I think it's the burnt orange VW Sirocco. Been a great drive from him in so long, just having lost a position. Oliver Broom moving up into third place in Class C. Class D battle, as we have it, is led by Reg Sutton in the 22 car. It's a 1972 Ford Escort, the first of the very quick little Escorts. Gavin London in the number 11 car, running in second place. Yet another the Datsuns. It's a 74 Datsun 1200 GX, and then it's Jonathan Koenig, the number 54 car, that is third in Class D. And a problem there. Oh, there's our Dacha running car that has come to a standstill. Oliver Broom, unfortunately, parking that car on the side of the track. The yellow flag just indicating to the drivers that there is a stationary vehicle on the side of the circuit. 117 coming through now. That's Andre ten Lapel, 1976 VW Sirocco. The Class E battle is led by George Archimedes at the moment, the 255 car. Right behind him, second, it is Sophus Pentassis in, what is he driving, a 241 car, Datsun, a 1969 Datsun 240Z. And then Mike Gaines is third in Class E in the 66 car, which is another of the Escorts, a 1979 Ford Escort. So 3 laps to go, things starting to hot up at the front end of the field. Still Henny Groenewald that leads out in the 78 car. Side by side they come through. On the outside is Stuart Armstrong, the 79 Ford Escort, involved in a 3-way tussle there. Oh, we've got one of the Hamilton cars stopped. One of the little Datsuns. Our race leader, Henny Groenewald, unstoppable out front. He's going to start making his way past some of the back markers now. Onto the last lap of the race we go now. A massive lead that Henny Groenewald has opened up. It's a battle for second place, where things are really starting to hot up. Just having a look at the lap times that Henny Groenewald is doing, virtually a second a lap quicker than anybody else. Almost 8 second gap that he's got over the rest of the field. So dominant performance out front for Henny Groenewald in the Datsun. Oh, out of twisty turny, the 78 car. Oh, not the 78, the 78 is our lead car. The little Escort under braking suddenly just got itself out of shape. And checkered flag goes out to Henny Groenewald. Dominant win for him in race number 1 in the Evapco HR Historic Race in South Africa, classes A, B, C, D and E. Second place, we're waiting for second place command come through. Comes across now. Andre van der Merwe getting second in the 74 car. He'll be followed home by the number 300 of Mario Rossi. That is our battle for Class B. Fourth place goes to the 260 of Philip Pantassis, and he's followed home by Andre Ten Napel in the 117 car. He finishes 5th. 6th goes to Reg Sutton. Then it's Gavin London, followed by Jonathan Connick. Sophus Pantassis finishes 9th, and George Economides rounds out the top 10. Let's go to the various class results and see, as we said, Henny Groenewald wins it from Andre van der Merwe in 2nd, Mario Rossi 3rd. That's the Class B battle. Class C, Werner Kotze, the winner there. Philip Pantassis was 2nd, Andre Ten Lapel 3rd, Oliver Broom classified as 4th, even though he was parked on. Oh, I see, he got going again. He crosses the line there. So Oliver Bloom finishing 4th in Class C. The Class D battle, it was Reg Sutton that won it in the 22 car. Second place went to car number 11, Gavin London, and in third place, having just crossed the line, Jonathan Connick. Class E cars, the 241 first out there, Sophus Pantassis was the winner. George Economides running, he finished in 2nd, and then in 3rd place, Johan Goos. I'm just having a look to see what happened to my school colleague Terence Ladner. I don't see his name featuring anywhere there, so it actually looks like he didn't finish or didn't make it out. So we'll get some clarity on that a little bit later. So that concludes our 9th race of the day. That was heat number 1 in the Evapco Historic Race in South Africa, racing classes A, B, C, D and E. And then let's have a look at our program. Our Saturday morning action are running slightly behind. Looking at about half an hour behind at the moment. So next up is going to be the Mercedes-Benz AMG Ultimate Hot Lap Challenge. And that will be before we go into the Marlboro Crane Hire Legends of the 9-hour pre-66-68 Le Mans Sports and GT, including classic touring cars as well. That'll be a 45-minute race. So we'll take a short break while the Mercedes-Benz AMG Ultimate Hot Lap Challenge takes place. All right, folks, it looks like we are back with the action. The conclusion of the Mercedes-Benz AMG Ultimate Hot Lap Challenge. There will be another 2 of those later on, one after the lunch break just now. During the lunch break, there's the Formula One, the Jordan and Minardi demonstrations to look forward to. That will be a highlight. But we are almost ready to go under starters orders of the pre-66-68 Le Mans Sports and GTs, including classic touring cars, the 45-minute race. James Temple, pole position for James Temple in the 33 car. And I see there has been a change of car for Steve Clark. His car 26 was damaged in the previous race and unable to continue, so he will be in the 91 car. Just not sure of what the 91 is yet. We'll see that when we get visuals coming through. So as I said, James Temple, pole position for James. Warren Lombard, second in the number 4 car. Let's just go back one page here. James in the 33 car. It's a Lindenberg Racing 1965 Ford Daytona Coupe, as the cars start heading out onto the circuit now. In second place, car number 4, Warren Lommer, Pep Boys Automotive, a 1965 Ford Cobra. Then in third, Mark Dutoy, Jonathan Dutoy, the Dutoy brothers as defending champions. They won this event in 2024, so they'll be keen for a repeat of that performance. They'll be out there in the number 10 car, the Trans Africa Racing 1965 Ford GT40. Let's get in some beautiful pot shots of the cars going out onto the track salon. The number 8 car, Siafuri Jr., the Ford Daytona. It's a 64 Ford Daytona. We just saw the back end of it as it started heading down the hill. In fourth on the grid, it is the 147 car, and car number 147. I don't have 147 on the list. It's Stuart Kidgel. Let's see what Stuart. He was scheduled to race a 1988 Alfa Romeo 147 GTA. So it looks like it's number 14 car there on the timing. It's a 147. So that looks like it's all good there. And then fifth, as Greg Maloney wakes his way back out of the heat, I'll give him a couple of minutes or maybe half an hour to catch his breath. 45 degrees out there at the moment. So fifth on the grid, car number 40. That is Peter Bailey, the number 40 car, sponsored by Bailey Cars. It's a 2005 Ford GT40. Then we've got Siafuri Jr. We mentioned him earlier on in that number 8 car. We just caught the glimpse. It's a 1964 Ford Daytona. Then the Dovey pair, Josh and Jake Dovey, 7th on the grid, car number 26. And that is the 65 Janetta, the 94R. Another beautifully turned out car. Anthony Taylor, car number 9, is 8th on the grid. And change car number 9. Let's have a look. Race number 9 is Jason Campos. So let's have a look at the other list that we've got. Anthony Taylor. We've got in the 1989 BMW 328i, famous car. I think that's the one in the colours of Tony Viana. Aha, that's the K. Eddie Estates car. That's the correction there. Thanks, Greg. Wealth of information next to me. You see it on the. You can see the back end of it with the checkered flag on the boot of the car as he heads down there. Then car number 5, 9th on the grid. That is Oliver Delice, Marlboro Crane Hire sponsored, 1965 Ford GT40. So Oliver Delay.
Yeah, I was about to say to you, delay as opposed to last, but don't worry, I've done that on many occasions as well. 45-minute underway though, Brent.
It's underway. and just going
very
to the
hot conditions.
Absolutely hot conditions, and I'm
Jeez.
sure this is going to be a race of attrition. Well, so much for Google Translate to learn how to pronounce the surname. According to Google, it says Delice.
Delice, yeah. There you go. You see.
So,
35 degrees Celsius real field at the moment. We just climbed out of an AMG, and I promise you right now, Clint Weston scared the usual out of both Claudio and I, who didn't even get a chance. We didn't even get a chance to strap in. Tanya was strapped in front seat, loving life. We were being thrown around like crazy.
Problems already.
That's the Janetta. So Josh or Jake, I'm not sure who started the race, but one of the two has gone off at turn 4 and dropped down to almost stone last in this field. So not the way they wanted to start this one, that's for sure. Nice field of cars, as you mentioned there, Bren. The 135 machine.
The 135.
Frank Oreska.
That absolutely beautiful MGB GT. And I've got one parked in my driveway at home. I had a look at it yesterday and thought maybe I should put a roll cage in it.
I think it's a good idea, to be honest with you. You got a nice little historic series down in the Eastern Cape that also could use a little MG GT there as well.
Yes.
Nice to see. You were mentioning, I was just off mic at that point in time. Oh, the Janetta retired.
Yeah.
On lap 1.
Josh and Jake Dovey.
That's not good.
It's one of our favourites there.
He finished second last year. Second last year.
Yeah.
So to lose that car so early on is not a good idea. Warren Lombard is a race winner. Peter Bailey is a race winner. The Detoys are race winners.
Defending champions.
Yeah, defending champions, of course, sitting there in third place in their yellow GT40. And then, of course, the lead car, also a winner in James Temple. So there are 4 or 5 drivers that have won this race in the past that are the current first 4 cars on track. And I was about to say, just in the background, they're picking up on the BMW. As we see, this should be Sefari, I think. Yes, he's in the 8 car.
Yep.
That Daytona Coupe. Anthony Taylor in the K80 Estates car, if I'm not mistaken. But no, it's Jason Campos driving this. I think Anthony's driving in the sprint races and Jason's driving in the 45 minute. But that is a Peter K80 Estates 328i, original Stanek Group in stock as it was in those days with the Bridgestone Firestone tyres on. And of course, if you look at the hill climb shirt that Peter wears, and you look at the drivers that have gone through his racing stable and where they've gone to in their careers afterwards, multiple SA champions in their own right in that BMW that goes through shot right now.
Right behind him, James Temple in the, that's the 24. Very similar looking cars. Jörg Venter, the Shelby Daytona Coupe. Another very, very impressive car. He's been hunted down by Peter Bailey at the moment, the 2005 Ford GT40. Oh no, that's the number 6 one.
That's the 6 car.
That's the number 6.
The 6 car, I think, is who's in that 6 car?
Having a look.
Double check that one.
It's not on either the program or the entries. So let's see on the live timing.
I think it's supposed to be the 5 car of Delay because he's right there with Dirk Venter. So I think it's Ollie Delay's car. They've just got the number wrong. Maybe they picked it up on the transponder incorrectly, but it's definitely Oliver Delay there in that car, I'd say. As my Queen's joined us as well. How are you doing? It's been a busy day, so I haven't even had a chance to do what you asked me to do. I'll get to it eventually when Claudio gives me 5 minutes to settle down in between running between outside activities and Motor Mouth here alongside me. That one's Bailey. The 40 car is definitely Bailey.
That's Peter Bailey, the number 40. And the quickest car out on track at the moment is the defending champions. Oh, that's a big one.
That's a huge one into turn 4. Off the track. And in the dust as it settles, we'll try and pick up who that was, but somebody off at turn 4 rapidly and
a big
into
impact.
the tyre barrier as well. It is the Alpha.
Oh,
that's the Alpha.
Alpha gone straight into the tyres. Our driver is out and okay. So
Stuart
that is a
Kidgel.
good sign.
Now, Stuart Kidgel usually pilots something of a more expensive Italian brand, if you've seen him in races before. 499, 599 Ferraris. He's got a what's that little special sports car that's made here as well. I can't remember its name. It'll come to me now. He's a good friend. Murray Donkin's got one as well. Warren Lombard seems to be slowing as well, according to Paul in my ears. So the race of attrition has started. There's Lombard at Castell.
Lombard.
And
Ford
out
Cobra.
in the John Speed and Pep Boys Automotive AC Cobra. So we've got literally a Daytona Coupe at the front, that one there, of Jimmy T, leading things out over the DeToys. And I'm just trying to see, I would assume Mark starts because it's normally the case. Oh, and there we go.
Yep.
Bailey out. Oh, there's oil.
There's oil.
There's got to be oil up there. If
Yep.
Seferi went sliding
See
and
if-
just missed the GT40, I think that GT40 popped its engine and it's
Possibly.
probably dropped oil, which Seferi caught and went
Sef
sliding
can get
up.
going again.
Oh,
and
and there
another one.
goes
Yeah, there's
VM.
definitely oil down. Oh, drama.
That, no, that's the liquid one.
There you go. Seferi. Oh, and then backwards they
There's
come.
lots
Oh,
of oil
more
up
and more
there.
of them.
Change of surface is going to have to come. A possible safety car as well, as we see Chris Davison coming through there in the Superboss. He's piloting that with Stuart Mack today. The Marauder. Then it's Kusi Swanepoel in the Toyota as well. They all seem to have avoided that. I think that's the AC Cobra Coupe from Trans-Africa Racing. That's the 9 car. No, it's not the 9 car. What number is that car? Because it's normally number 9. I'm just looking to see what number that would be. Possible safety car out, according to what Paulie's heard. Oh, there's cars all over the place.
Even the M. It looks
Is it
like
the 10?
MG. Yep, the MG. That's.
Yeah, that's the MG that's gone off as well. Reska. Porsche's got through, fortunately, okay. Jerk Venter's got through okay as well.
Oh, and now the MG's buried itself in the kitty litter.
Oh, we're definitely going to need a safety car here. There's 2 Marauders on track, actually, this time out. One is piloted by Ben van der Westhuizen, and the other one, I think, is by Chad Tendershate. And John, yeah, the Mark 3s. So there you got it. That's O'Sullivan in the Honda. That you won't miss him because of the green colours from Mike's. Always got something lime Irish green on his car. Reska is definitely buried deeply into that kitty litter, but if they get him out of that, he might be able to return. The GT Junior, who's driving that one now? Let's just see. That's John Simpson and Clive Wilmot. They're sharing that car, the 12 car. They would have been up there already, so they'll know where to avoid the oil now. They won't go into that oil patch. There should be a change of surface flag out there as well, as also with the double yellows. But a bit difficult to hold 3 flags, I suppose, for the guy and wave them, hey. But I think everybody's been through there, so they'll know. Okay, Lombard went up to the top of the oil, didn't realize there was oil, so he got going, but unfortunately, he's not going to try and drive through the kitty litter. Is that a good idea, Warren? We'll wait and see. That's a heavy car, and he's trying to power through, keep the momentum. Ah, there you go. Old 4x4 driver. Momentum is
to
key.
do it. Unfortunately, the MGB couldn't get that right.
Well, he's back up and trucking, so that's a good thing to know. And as you know, I mean, with this safety car, has anybody gone in and taken the opportunity to use the safety car to get that compulsory pit stop done? There may possibly be a couple of cars to attempt that, especially if you're driving on your own. It's a compulsory 3-minute stop. You can refuel if you need to. You have to do the refueling in the pre-race paddock.
Yeah, you just wonder with the rules for these guys. No compulsory pit stops permitted during the first 15 minutes of the race. But we've only had not just almost 10 minutes into the race under safety car.
So then they wouldn't be able to pit.
They wouldn't be able to.
They wouldn't be able to pit. The window's not open enough. It hasn't opened up in time.
Yep.
They'll have to stay out, which means he's got to stay out with that bonnet flapping until he can get a chance to go in. Just trying to work out who's in that coupe. AC Cobra. I don't have it on my list. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not picking up on who's driving that coupe. So,
if you can give me the number, I'll have a look on the. We can see when it comes around. Oh, that bonnet is open completely. Yeah, the number 4.
Lombard.
That's definitely Lombard.
getting a side shot of the car because it normally has the number on the bonnet, so it's easy to spot. But we need a side shot of that car and maybe a side shot of the car to see who's actually in the car as well. In the Fracas, Temple still leads, always quite far back in this train of cars behind the safety car. Yeah, we might get it here. If we stay with this shot, we might just get a number on that Cobra. It's usually number 9 or 10, but of course 9 or 10 have been taken up by other drivers. Jason Campos is in 9 and 10 is the DeToy brothers. Here's another great car.
Oh, I was just thinking, what a
GSI
pleasure it
Superboss.
is to see the Superboss out on track again.
Mike Briggs.
Mike Briggs.
Replica. It's not the original one.
Yeah.
It's the replica of the original one. I think Roddy's got the original one, if I'm not mistaken. And he's got his original one too.
Oh, there's lots of smoke now out of the 91 Steve
Oh,
car
there we
in
go.
the
It's
91
91.
car.
There we
and
go.
lots of smoke
Thank you for
from
that, Paul.
underneath it.
Yeah, Steve Clark, of course, had some problems in his Chevron earlier on, so I think maybe Pete's giving him that car to participate in because he didn't want to lose another driver. And they've got a couple of spare cars down at Trans-Africa Racing, so nice to see him giving it a shot. Actually, on a few occasions, Warren's piloted that coupe version of the Cobra in historic races up here. So there we go. Thanks for that. Now we get a shot of it once we've got the name of the driver and the number ready.
Yeah, I was just looking in the background there, at where all the cars have gone off. Rob Clark was getting back into the Honda Ballard and looked like he was busy strapping himself in there. So looks like he is going to restart as first of the cars peels off into the pits. Too early there. Yep.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get penalised for that, for going in that early. Black and orange flag there for number 91, understandably, because his bonnet's open. I'm sure he's aware of that, but they have to do that as a safety factor. So Steve Clark will have to come in as soon as that pit window opens to get that bonnet sorted by Trans-Africa Racing. Once again, our marshals flat out at clean-up duties. One thing I can say, looking at you and with Claudio over my shoulder, you're doing the editing of our AMG lap. I'm glad that oil wasn't down there when Clint got into turn 5, because we went into turn 5 late. Very late. That's all I'm going to say.
As the Honda's back on track now. And just Paul, if we could maybe an action replay of the earlier incident when the car went off straight into the tyre wall. It was on camera shot. Is there any chance of us having a look at what happened there?
Yeah, eventually that alpha comes out of the dust and we're not going to get to see that. I think that's what Paulie's saying in our ear there, but it's unfortunate because it was a big one. It's put him out also, I think, on lap 2.
Yeah.
So that was 2 cars out in the space of 2 laps, and then, of course, all this chaos at the top end. I'm not going to name names, but I would assume the GT40 spilt its guts of Peter Bailey and went off because he went straight. And then everybody else behind him, unfortunately, didn't see what was happening. There is Pete on the right-hand side. So,
yeah, there we see the
GT40 out of harm's way. Well, that's as far as it can go down that road, I think. Reska back on track, so they've pulled that MG out of the kiddie litter. Hand up for Clark. He's going in. Is that enough time? 30 minutes? Oh, he's 30 seconds out.
30 seconds.
I think they would give him...
he
didn't have a choice, I know,
He's
but
got
I know
no
that
choice.
the pit window is only open for the first 15 minutes. And so he's basically about 10 seconds out, so I don't think they're going to worry about that. They've put the flag out, although he's already gone into pit lane. So he's peeled into pit lane, so he's going to go and serve that necessary penalty for him to come in to get the bonnet sorted out. Looks like they're wheeling Peter's car back to try and probably hook it up to one of the rescue vehicles, or at least get it through the gate and a bit further out of harm's way, because even that escape route, if you run out of brakes, it's normally where you'd aim for, and if there's a car in your way, might be a bit dangerous. That is your leader that we've just seen. No, it's his teammate.
Yeah, it's his teammate.
Those cars are so similar. They are so similar.
Jerk Fenter.
So as they lie on the track right now, that's Siegfried Jr. in the Daytona Coupe, Chris Davison in the Superboss, Kusi Swanepoel in the Toyota. Is it a Celica?
It is a Celica.
Celica,
it's an
eh?
early Celica, 74 Celica, and I'm glad they've got it sorted out. I know they had issues with wheel bearings, and then of course it took out the whole shaft. They've got that sorted out, and good to see him running. Very, very talented driver. One of the very exciting driver to watch is Kusi Swanepoel.
Imagine what it would be like for Anthony Taylor to climb back in that car. Okay? How many memories come back as you climb into that race car of Peter Case, but of course now owned by Roy Campos. So Taylor, as we said, is driving in the sprint races, and I think that's Jason Campos that's at the wheel of that car for the 45-minute. But I was just seeing that car and thinking to myself, yo, my bank manager must be loving that, climbing into that car again and enjoying some great memories he had in Standing Group N days, in those 328s and 325s. He was mainly in the 328s. He wasn't around in the 325 days. Those were the other famous BMW drivers that we talk about.
Looks like we're not quite ready for the safety car to move off the circuit. Once more round we'll go.
28 minutes and 17 seconds to go, so we've had about 12 minutes of safety car. One cool thing is that the window of opportunity now to capitalize on a safety car, if you wanted to, is now open. So you can dive in and do the legitimate 3-minute compulsory stop if you wanted to. Chad at the wheel of that one right now. His dad John will climb into it a bit later on. John was telling me last night, and Chad also at that function we had last night, that they are very, very impressed with the build that they've done on that Marauder. It's probably one of the best cars that they've made in that Trans-Africa Racing stable. You see climbing out of the GSM Dart and then having to climb into that thing. It's like night and day. But loving it, new car. Gesticulations there from the Alpha and the Lotus. Wonder what John
Simpson signaling to Clive Wilmot.
Maybe saying to him, I think you must go through.
Yeah.
Background is Lombard, back on track, and
he should be. Let's have a look.
He's 2 laps down. 2 laps down. Tough to win from 2 laps down was, but still doable, depending on how much more attrition we have. Okay, Sief's going to capitalize on it. He's going in. So is Simpson. So Simpson and Wilmot sharing the Alpha Junior. Still under safety car. So good idea.
Yep.
Good idea. Capitalize on that. So lead car now is Davison. I don't think he's had enough time in the car yet to hand over to Stuart Mack. That's just why he hasn't gone in. I think you'll see a lot of the drivers that are driving on their own will now try and use the advantage of the safety car, because it negates anything that might happen later on if you can go in a safety car, because of the lap times, of course, being a lot lower and slower than what they would be in race pace.
See the extra snorkel.
I was going to say, yeah.
The extra snorkel out the window. They're just trying to get as much air into that car as possible.
I'm not quite sure Ford built it like that. It's a necessity for today with the amount of heat that's there. It's going to literally blow straight onto that driver's back, I think, to ensure that Mark is kept as cool as possible. We were chatting last night as well, Warren Lombard, Terry and myself, and saying, some of the drivers decided to wet their overalls to get into the cars. Depends on how hot the cockpit gets, because if you've got wet overalls and you're in a wet outfit and that heat in the cockpit starts to boil the water,
cooking
you'll start to cook a bit. So not always the ideal thing. If you're an open cockpit, different story, of course, you might get something more.
I see the safety car having gone through all the cement dust there, maybe just to go and have a test. Hopefully we'll see it peeling into the pits now. and then we'll be good to go with racing, because we've got Mark and Jonathan du Toit classified as the leaders, having done 12 laps, along with Anthony Taylor, and
they've also done almost 25 minutes of racing. Almost 20 minutes of racing. They're into pits, so right on time. I was about to say, it's about a halfway stage for Mark to come in, and if the safety car stayed out, that's not a bad plan, because it did.
It did stay out again.
So the safety car stayed out. They're now going to do the driver change and refuel on that GT40 down in Park Fermé. Looks like Steve Clark's got his bonnet sorted out. He's back on track as well in the coupe. He's just taking the bonnet off. Probably the best thing to do. Try and strap it down with duct tape. Now it won't work. There you can see the du Toits going into that pre-race area. CFE's already in there, part of that Trans-Africa Racing team, so they've got a bit of work to do there down at Trans-Africa. Number of refuelers there, and of course the one has to be in full race kit to do the refueling. Driver must be out the car, which he's done, and it was Mark that climbed out. He's going to hand to Jonathan. It's normally the way they run it between the brothers. Mark starts and Jono, although that's Mark running towards the car, so no, it's not. Jono started. So they had that was cheeky. Dirk Venter might have a little chat there to CFRE after that one. It was like 5 o'clock in PE coming into the main circuit with the taxis.
Absolutely, yeah. Held my breath there for a moment.
Whew.
It was a close
T-Bone
call.
City in the pit lane.
Imagine two of those beautiful Daytona coupes taken out in pit lane.
No, I don't want to see that. So Jono's out the car. Reska's going in. Are we under green? I think we are. Yeah, we're under green. Ben van der Westhuizen is under attack there from Campos. Looking for a way through down into turn 1, just to take, I think, lead on the road as opposed to lead overall. Might be lead on the road there for Campos in the 328i. As he heads down towards turn 2. He's coming up on the back end of Ollie Delay. Taylor, Davidson and Mack together. Kirsty Swanepoel is in 3rd. Tender Charte's off 4th. Robbie Frank in the other Lotus 23 is in 5. Ben van der Westhuizen is the Marauder is 6. James Temple down to 7th, but he'll be moving himself rapidly, I'm sure. As du Toit and du Toit are in pit lane. Delay, and then the Abbots in that 914, I think it is the Porsche that they're in. Or is it 910? The orange one. I'm just looking down the list there quickly. 914 Porsche, second car, yeah. Is that some windscreen wipers going on James' car?
It looks like it.
Is it on purpose, or did he maybe just hit them by accident? Might have flicked the switch there by accident.
Just looking out the window, I don't see any sign of rain at the moment.
I don't see any rain outside either, and the drone's up as well, so we'd definitely pick up on rain if there was something happening out on track. That's Kursi.
Oh, nice and sideways, getting that car turned
How's
in.
that late apex as well from him? Nicely done from Swanepoel.
Exciting driver.
Okay, potential lead car back on track again. Have to resume his position and wait for everybody else to make their changes to see how that pit stop has worked for them. Has it been to their advantage? I would think it would have been, because it was ideal conditions to come in under safety car and then only have one lap of race action that you weren't part of. They still stay where they now. 7th. 9th. Sorry, 9th.
Ninth at the moment. Still the quickest car out on track is the number 10 car of Mark and Jonathan du Toit, having done the quickest lap time of 1:10.6. That's literally a full second quicker than the second fastest car. Siafuri Jr. was the second fastest, as we've got another car attempting to go through the cement, and no problems there for the number 10 car of the du Toit brothers.
Yeah, possible lead car there through I think just testing the ability of the car there. I think Mark hasn't seen that patch, so he maybe just wanted to go through to double check it. Going past the Marauder there, Ben van der Westhuizen under braking. I think interesting factor is on my social right now, voted for Mark, saying to me, Kempton Park raining. So are we going to see some rain come across from that side? There's no wind outside whatsoever. If you look at the flag outside our window, Brent, so I don't think we're going to see that rain hit us in any stage unless the wind direction changes pretty dramatically in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, chatting to a couple of those in the know, a couple of the locals last night, they said, if it's going to rain, it'll be around about 2 o'clock. They can expect a short, sharp shower, and then it should disappear after that. So watch Kwesi Swanepoel on the outside. Gets it pitched in again.
Delay's loving life out there. He's having a great time. Fighting hard amongst Kwesi Swanepoel. Salika closing down on the Daytona Coupe ahead of him, trying to run with the same kind of pace as Jimmy T's getting out of that car. He's certainly looking for another victory in this one. And I think it's in the back of the somewhere in this. There we go. Past winners. Chris Charles from the UK won the very first one in 2002. We had 5 British-based drivers that have taken victories in this.
Watch Kwesi Swanepoel looking once again.
I like it.
Yeah, he's really pushing.
I do like when Kwesi gets sideways.
Celica to the limit.
Yeah, he thinks it's that 325 of his that he runs in the BMW series in Cape Town. Still windscreen washers, but it's only one with windscreen washers. Kwesi telling Stevie to go through, giving him a bit of room to get past and maybe make up some time. And then if I look down here, we've got 7-time winners in the toys. I think Campos has only won it. He's won it twice. Lombard's only won it once, and I think James Temple's only won it. He's won it twice as well. But Peter Lindenberg has also won it out of that racing team. So past winners in this event have got some serious caliber behind their names. Kwesi with his hand up into pit lane.
To the pits.
I wonder if there's maybe a little bit of a puncture on that car that was getting it sideways. Maybe a slow puncture getting him to light it up unintentionally, or do you think he was just showboating? With Kwesi, you never know.
You never know. That's it. I would like to think he's pushing it to the absolute limit and just getting a little bit sideways. But the bonnet of that car bouncing as he goes through. Anthony Taylor, our race leader.
Can you imagine if Anthony Taylor wins in a BMW?
See, the windscreen wipers are on, and just having a look at the red and white curbs on the side of that part of the circuit, it looked like it could be wet there. So just
certainly not seeing anything outside. That's for sure. Any rain, and Porty did say he put his head out the studio downstairs and said there's not anything falling here that is of concern. But you'd see other cars with windscreen wipers on as well. I think the only one that's out there that's got those windscreens running is James Temple for now. So maybe he just flicked the switch and he hasn't had a chance to find a way to flick it off again. Sure, that's a good move. Davidson on the inside of a Daytona Coupe. So that's the reverse of the argument we had earlier on with that replacement displacement thing. 2-litre 16 valve eating up a V8 up the hill. But Davidson's still got to come in to hand over to Mac, I think. Is that Mac at the wheel now? Just looking at the helmet. Oh no, he might have done that already.
I don't recall seeing the.
I don't think that is
the super boss come in.
So maybe Max started and he's going to hand to Chris Davison to finish.
Got 16 minutes left in the race. So going to start
up to fourth place and fastest car still, the Detroits. Yeah, that's what I thought, Porty, when I saw, because that's definitely Stuart Mack at the wheel now, when we got a close-up shot of him. So I think they might have come in, we just missed it, Brent, on that one. So the Mack attack and Chris Davison, Colonel Mustard, as he was known in his Super Hatch days, because he used to run that car in Super Hatch. Bonnet on that BMW, maybe requiring a bit of that duct tape that's stuck to the left-hand wing mirror, side window there. That's definitely Taylor.
Bouncing.
That's definitely Anthony Taylor at the wheel of that car now. As I said, just must be so many memories going through that head right now. He's battled on numerous occasions at this track with arguably some of the finest South African motorsport competitors we've ever had. And he's also going into probably got to be at least 30 or 40 years of motorsport that he's been involved in, because I remember celebrating his 25th anniversary when I first started at Westbank with my managing role there. So Taylor must be into at least 40 years of racing, coming from karting and then of course into single-seaters and saloon cars, and then touring cars as well. And being a Toyota Camry fan, I mentioned it earlier on in the day, he also drove with Mike White as part of that Camry team that they had. And that Mike White BMW, that Mike White Camry is actually at Big Boss Auto in Alberton. Devon bought it.
Around.
Yeah, so that's a car. That's a very cool car to have in your collection. The toy closing on Taylor. Trying to make up some ground.
Just haven't seen James Temple in shot for a while in the 33 car. Currently classified as second. Just a flash of the lights there from the toy car, just to indicate that we're coming through. There we go.
There he is, on cue.
James.
That director must be listening to you.
I think he might.
You asked for it, there it is. Stevie Clark in the coupe, just behind Sullivan and Rob Clark, sharing the Honda.
Great to see Castrol branding on the front of the car again, and Castrol branding around the circuit, and just a big welcome back to Castrol in such a big way, to have them representing at racetracks around the country again.
And represented in two aspects here at Passion for Speed Festival. They've got, of course, the Castrol brand that they run now as their official product. But if you take a walk down to shed number 1, right next door to shed number 1 is the Castrol original two-stroke.
The GTX.
And they've got a whole bunch of that's on sale, because of course a lot of these cars run that oil because of what their needs are in terms of the engine that they put into these cars. So every now and again you take a walk past there and they turn that little engine on, you get that whiff that you want to make into an aftershave, you know.
Yeah, they didn't call it a can of the best for nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like something.
The toys with the problem out at Castrol Corner.
A little bit untidy there. It looks like he's actually slowed it a bit.
And it sounded like he was trying to rev it up there.
Yeah, what did that?
To try and get it going. I wonder if he's lost drive. He's lost drive. I think the clutch or the gearbox has gone there.
Marauder's closing in him on a hurry, you know. So it looks like
he's found a gear.
Problem.
Maybe he's just found the high gear. He's going to try and nurse it around in the high gear, which means there's a good possibility that car is out.
Oh, he's out.
There we go. Mark pulling it into the slip road.
Defending
behind the
champions,
tyre barrier.
Unfortunately, out of the race.
It's not going to be an 8th victory for them.
With 11 minutes, 20 seconds left. Steve Clark still going well in the 91 car without the bonnet.
Temple, Taylor, Delay, top 3. So Jimmy T certainly in the chance. That's his teammate, Dirk Venter. Venter in with a chance of a class win, at least in this category. And Stuart Mack about to come and eat up another Daytona Coupe. Mack's never been to a Passion for Speed Festival, by the way. Chris was telling me last night. He says, Chris Mack, first time at the Passion for Speed Festival, first time he's driven in it as well. And he comes from a Volkswagen Challenge background because he's one of the stalwarts there. And current champion, of course, as well. So to be involved in this class in that car must be pretty special for him as well. You know, getting to experience what it's like to drive in amongst these icons of motorsport.
I was just thinking of the Delta Motorsport team, how many of those team members are still involved in motorsport, and that's, you know, once it's in your blood, it's in your blood.
Yeah, you don't lose the taste for this that quickly, I can tell you. I think both you and I had no option. I think about when I jumped on the microphone 28 years ago and I thought, I want to race cars, and I never got to race a car up till that point. I'd been racing bicycles and BMXs at that stage, and eventually I said, well, I'm just going to talk about motorsport, see if I can do that. And in the 28 years, I've literally driven and ridden everything in the country. So maybe that's a great choice of career as opposed to trying to make it as a race driver.
Yeah, mine was a different story. Mine came around.
You in water.
My change to commentary came around by accident.
Yeah.
My own accident.
You had to make a plan and avoid the sharks and also just avoid what Mother Nature threw at you when that boat toppled over. But I'm glad you did, bud, because to have you alongside me is always awesome. The insights that you bring are really, really great.
Absolute pleasure to be here.
It's
and
awesome
part
to have
of
you
the
to
action.
add to the spectacle that we've got you. So this is Ollie, down towards turn 8 again. We got just over 8 minutes to go. So it looks like James Temple is going to just try and nurse it home. I think he's got the win, but I think arguably one of the best drives we're going to have there is going to come out of Taylor. No, he's had to go in the pit lane, so he's dropped back a bit. So who's moved up into the 4 and 5 spot? Dirk Venter. Are we going to have a Lindenberg Racing 1 and 3 by the looks of things?
Looks very, very likely at this stage.
That would be impressive.
Yeah, I spoke to Peter when they arrived here, and he said, "No, we come here to make a statement." I won't use the exact words that he used.
Yeah, I can just imagine what Lindenberg had to say about that. Well, delay goes past James Temple. I think he's just unlapping himself. So, is that?
Outbraking himself as well.
Outbrakes himself as well. So Ollie just trying to find a way through there. Yeah, it was, I think, to unnap himself. But I think he realised, you know what, if I just sit behind James now, the next 6 minutes will go, or 7 minutes will go away, and a podium for the man who, of course, has also been a big supporter of all historic events and, of course, Zwartkops in general. Because remember, when the containers will get you, it's a Marlboro crane hire crane that comes here to help us unload. So to Ollie and his team, we do say a massive thanks for helping us bring in the international cars, particularly for this event. And we see Stevie Clark closing down on Ben van der Westhuizen. Franco Resca trying to stay out of that queue that he ended up in earlier on in the race. Fenter off turn 6 past the new Zoc Club. Down towards turn 7 as Steve goes on the inside of Franco Resca. Through there.
Just over 6.5 minutes left, so time now going to start running out in a hurry. And as you mentioned earlier, it is looking very, very likely that we might have a Lindenberg Racing 1 and 3. James Temple still leading, and he's already having completed 26 laps. Oliver Delay having done 25, and then Steve Clark 24.
I think what we should do is get Lawrence down there, get ready for the opening remark for the comment, and say, listen, 21, 23, 25, is your next win going to come in 2027? He's going odd numbers on us, his old Jimmy T. He's also a man who survived a massive crash, by the way, if you remember.
I do.
Broke his back in a single-seater, and didn't think he would ever walk, never mind get into a race car again. And now, of course, part and parcel of that Lindenberg Racing stable, husband to Kiara, and of course their beautiful son is here today as well to watch his dad take another victory in the TT. Great family motorsport fraternity there in the Lindenberg Racing stable. So as he comes down to the line, it's 5.5 minutes to go. So probably about 3 laps of racing still to be completed there from James Temple's point of view, and there'll be definitely some pit boards going out to him going cool, calm, collected, or whatever they're going to put out to just tell him to take it easy, nurse the car home, get it to the finish line. The 2 Marauders together, that's quite lekker. Hopefully some of the photographers out there get a shot of those 2 cars together. It's not often you get 2 Marauders on track at the same time.
Yeah, we we had three come down from Durban to come and race in PE, and it was one of those weekends that it rained non-stop. I felt so sorry for those guys in the Marauders.
Open cockpits on.
They came back there, the cars were like swimming pools with the amount of water in them.
Now, that's when you kind of need to have one of those Milwaukee power drills with you in the cockpit. Get a hole, get some water out.
Very impressed that the MGB GT is still going well.
It's a good car. That Franco's car is a very reliable car, I've got to tell you. You don't see it as often as I do, but as he rolls into pit lane, we might have just given him the commentator's curse there, Brent. Or is that maybe just for his... Is he within? No, he's going to be in trouble. He's gone in trouble, because the last 5 minutes pit lane is closed. So Reska must be out.
All pit stops to be completed 10 minutes before the end of the race. So
if the pit board is out, unfortunately, he's going to be stuck now in pit lane. He won't get back onto track. And I think, if I'm correct in saying, the rule is that you have to take the checkered flag to be classified for this one. So if you're in pit lane, you may end up having a DNF. Second place car up towards AMG Driving Academy, and of course we've still got 2 more outings for some lucky fans in the audience to get a chance to have a hot lap in some 45s from AMG, and the brand new C63 as well is on track for us for the first time today as well, courtesy of Clint Weston and his team from AMG Driving Experience. They're of course based here at Zwartkops up at turn 5 there on the left hand side where all the chaos happened earlier on. Claudio's busy working frantically on getting an edit together for us to put that lap out so you can see how we got thrown around the back of that car with Clint.
2.5 minutes left, running down to the sharp end of the race now, and it's still Oliver Delay in second place with Steve
One
Clark
thing I've
in
got to
third.
say is, if they've got in-car communication, they're going to be telling James to just slow down, because he's got a lap in hand. So if he slows right down, he can maybe even make it exactly on 45 minutes when the flag comes out. So I think he's probably going to have 2 more laps on this one. Where did Lombard end up? He's just outside the top 10, in 12th, behind the Porsche of Tim and Jen Abbott, and about to overtake Ben van der Westhuizen, possibly for a lap back on Ben. But too late for him to be in contention, unfortunately, for the win. I'm assuming from what I saw from the Detroit incident, that looked like it was clutch or gearbox. He just ran out of drive there completely and had to just roll into the slip road.
Yeah, down the back end of the surface. You heard him revving the car like he was
trying to find something.
Trying to find, and
it just wouldn't engage.
And then doing the wise thing, just diving off the circuit and parking it in a safe place. With 1 minute 9 seconds.
This will be last lap.
This will be the last lap of the race.
This will be last lap for James Temple, and potentially his 3rd victory in the Passion for Speed Festival's 45-minute TT endurance race.
It has been a calculated drive in a very well-prepared car.
Delay. Looks like Steve Clark might have just got ahead there of Fenter, which is going to just spoil the day slightly for the Lindenberg team. They almost got 1 and 3 on the podium.
But I think Dirk still leads out Class B, not Class B, C. Where let's have a look where he's running. He leads out Class C. The Class C leader is Dirk Venter.
Over the 10 Chartes.
10, they're running in second.
Alrighty, here we go. Down to the line. Out of turn 8 for the last time. Past the Volkswagen Driving Academy. Checkered flag on standby. Winning, number 3 for James Temple for Lindenberg Racing. And you can see they're pretty ecstatic on the sideline there. Chichi going crazy as her man's just taken a victory. Delay coming through for second. Slightly delayed on his attempt to get there, but there was a yellow flag because of a spinner. That's Wilmot who got out of shape coming out of turn 5. Hasn't really affected him here though for the second spot in that Marlboro crane hire. Looks like also running some STP stickers on that car as well, if I picked up correctly there from Ollie Delay's livery.
We have got checkered flags for Steve Clark and Taylor, not for.
Because you might have missed him in the going back on the return for Ollie. Ollie's not gone across, so maybe the timing might be out slightly as well. Delays. Checkered flag comes up now.
That only comes up now.
Here we go. So we're just waiting for 2 more cars, and then we can give you the top 10. There we go. So it's James Temple from Oliver Delay and Steve Clark, just spoiling the day there slightly for the Lindenberg Racing team, because Fenter getting onto that podium would have made it 1 and 3 for them. Taylor, magnificent effort there in the K80 Estates and Campos Transport. BMW 3 to 8 finish up in the top 5. Tender Shate is there in 6th place in the Marauder, beating out Simpson and Wilmot in the GT Junior. Kirsty Swanepoel in his Toyota Celica in 8th. Chris Davison and Stuart Mack in the Superboss in 9. And the second Marauder of Ben van der Westhuizen comes through for 10th spot, just beating out Tim and Jen Abbott in the 914 Porsche. Warren Lombard in his Pep Boys Automotive AC Cobra. Mike O'Sullivan in the Honda Ballard. And unfortunately the Toys and Robbie Frank at the bottom of that list with DNFs. So 13 cars eventually finishing up and taking the checkered flag for the 2025 version of our pre-66 Le Mans Sports and GT's classic touring cars 45-minute endurance race here at the Passion for Speed Festival.
Let's have a look at the class results. Obviously winning Class A, first overall James Temple, followed home by Oliver Delay. And then Steve Clark in the 91 car finishing 3rd there. Warren Lombard was 4th. Anthony Taylor wins out Class B. Class C was Dirk Venter with the father and son pair, John and Chad Tendusquata, in 2nd. The CT class was won by Mike O'Sullivan. And then Class D, John Simpson and Clive Wilmot won just ahead of Kirsty Swanepoel with Ben van der Westhuizen finishing just behind them, followed by Tim Abbott and Jen Abbott in 4th place there. And then in the invitational class, it was the Opel Superboss, car number 1, Chris Davidson and Stuart Mack, that took the race win there. There will be a short break between racing again. I think we've got the F1 Jordan and Minardi demonstrations coming up, so that's going to be yet another of the highlights of the day. So we'll just wait for them to come up. There's the program for the rest of the afternoon. There will be a circuit break, a cleanup after the F1 demonstration, and then the AMG Ultimate Hot Laps Challenge, the Mercedes-Benz AMG Ultimate Hot Laps. The times at this stage we're running about half an hour behind schedule, so you can just work it from there. And then we'll be back in for the rest of the races, starting with race 2 in the BMW M Performance. There has been a change up there. They're going to be running 12-lap race, and it'll be the first up will be classes A, B, and C, unlike this morning where it was the D, E, and F that raced up first. And then we will carry on with the rest of the day's action. So still a lot to do here. If you're watching on the live stream, there's still time to get down to the circuit. It is a nice relatively full house here, and fantastic to see so many people. This place absolutely buzzing. We'll be back shortly with the Formula One demonstration. All right, folks, for those that you are watching on the live stream, a big thank you for watching on the live stream for one. We are going to, if you're watching on the Facebook link, we are going to just cut the Facebook link for a couple of minutes. You do get a time restriction to go out live on Facebook. So we're just going to cut that link there, so please bear with us. It will be off for a while. YouTube will continue as per normal. So if you're watching on Facebook, we are going to disappear for a few minutes, but we'll be back shortly.
Brendan, that doesn't look like Rubens Barrichello to me.
No, definitely not. That is another of the Eastern Cape legends, Robbie Walk, behind the wheel of the Jordan 192. And then we've got a Minardi as well. Ian Schofield behind that. So 2 Formula Ones out on track. I think it's the first time I've ever had the privilege to witness 2 Formula Ones on the track at the same time.
So they've got to just watch out for turn 5 because it's pretty slippery. Cecil Jordan, bought by Ian Schofield 2 years ago. Chatting to him in between, and we're probably going to spoil his day when we put his insert in, but there's a lot of development that went into that car that was South African based. If you look at the time period that car ran, when Cecil stuck the sticker on the side of the car and said we want to sponsor it, there were 2 reasons for it. One, they wanted to be part of Jordan's team, but EJ and Cecil were working side by side to try and develop what is currently the octane level that Formula 1 cars run. And Cecil were quite heavily involved in the development of trying to find the ideal octane for an F1 car to run. So it wasn't only just a sponsorship deal that they threw in there. And then on top of that, CSIR, just down the road here, threw that car into the wind tunnel. And a lot of the aerodynamic package that's on that car is due to South African input.
Oh, that's brilliant to have had so much South African history in both of these cars. And that's the Cecil Jordan that, George Fisher, they tested for them. Looks like, early problem there. Ian Schofield bringing the Minardi into the pits.
I think,
or was that it?
If I'm not mistaken, Pierluigi Martini is in that car?
That was
yes.
the Pierluigi Martini car, yeah.
And then, of course, the other cool thing about that Jordan being on track was Robert Volk at the wheel. Potentially the fastest lap time could come out of either one of these 2 cars today. I did speak to Ian, he said he wanted to try and get the Minardi faster than the Jordan. Whether that's going to be the case or not, I'm not sure. Robert Volk, as you know, master behind the wheel of a single-seater, having won multiple SA single-seater titles, never mind his own saloon car and touring car titles. So he knows what to do, and potentially this is also going to be a highlight at Hill Climb this year, to run that car up the hill as part of Classic Car Friday.
Yeah, we've seen it at Samola, on track at Samola, and just absolutely beautiful sounding. But I believe it's the Cosworth. It's not the original.
Not the original
motor. It had the Yamaha motor, because this is let's have a look at the Cecil. I just want to get the specs of that car quickly. The Jordan 192. Yeah, it had the 3,500cc Yamaha OX99 motor, V12 motor. So
I think this is the V8 that's in it now, though.
It's a V8 Cosworth motor that's in there. So 7-speed semi-automatic gearbox, shod with Goodyear tires, and the suspension, double wishbones, pushrod suspension. You can see it actively working along there. The front also double wishbones and pushrods. So it was the era where they started moving a lot more to carbon fiber, honeycomb composite structures as well. So that car still the pedigree of the car was driven by Stefano Modena, and Mauricio Grubelman also had a stint in it as well.
I'll tell you a little story that Ian gave us as well. I just want to get this one as he goes across the line. When they did the support to Red Bull's event that they did in Stanton only a couple of months ago, as they were driving in, the Red Bull team was sort of peeling into pit lane and saw the car parked on the sideline. They just saw the car like, can you get out of the car right now? Ran across to him and said, would you mind if I got in the car? And he said, yeah. And he sort of went live to Eddie Jordan. He said, I told you one day I'd sit in your race car.
Yeah. We mentioned that George Fisher had tested for the Jordan team as well, and him and Eddie Irvine, and unfortunately the South African government wouldn't back George Fisher, where the Irish government backed Eddie Irvine, and it ended up with Eddie getting the drive in the Jordan.
And then went on to Ferrari.
Correct.
Okay, let's have a look at this. This is going to be a pretty hot lap, buddy. Check this out. Unofficial. On the Casio, 58.5.
58.5.
Not the fastest. I think the fastest is Gavin here in Schofield's A1 Grand Prix car. It's a 56.9, I think is the fastest ever unofficial lap that we've had around this circuit. So pretty awesome to see. And I guess you must take into account how slippery it is out there too.
Yeah, it's a pity. We were hoping that they would slap a transponder into that vehicle that we could actually get
I don't think they wanted to. They don't want to publicize it. So we're going on Samsung and Casio G-Shock time here.
Let's see just if he's going to...
I think he might give us one more hot lap here. While Claudio's working hotly on getting the interview we did with Schofield. So we can put that out a bit later on this afternoon. Here we go. We are going to get another lap out of him. 58.5. Let's see if he stays consistent.
Right, I've got him on the stopwatch as well, so let's see, test our skills.
Great to see this car in full flight, though. Always awesome to hear an F1 car in full flight as well, particularly the older style Formula One cars, because of that loud wail that comes out of the engine bay. Not that they're not much quieter these days, but they're a lot quieter than what they ever were in the time period that we're looking at right now, in the era of F1 that this car was in its era. He stays out of harm's way. The inside line runs onto the rumble slightly. Actually, perfect line there from Zwartkops. He came straight off the rumbles onto the apex for turn 6. Hold that inside line for 7. Down towards 8. This is going to be a quicker lap, I think. This could potentially be one of the fastest. No, not quite.
I got a 58.82. Oh, 58.84.
How's that? That's not too shabby.
Not bad.
Yeah, 0.02 of a second difference between our timing abilities there.
And I actually started at one of the lines before. I saw where you flicked your stopwatch. Mine was already running, so that's not bad. But I'm still running, so I've gone on laps.
You can go lap. It's cool. I'll get him on the next one. I've got one from him so far, so it's consistent 58s.
58s.
But he's rolled out. Yeah, he's rolled out there.
Hear him downshifting now. He's
also going to do a little bit of a cool down of the brakes, cool down of the engine as well. What they have to do in these cars, can't just bring them in. Gives them the time just to get some air into those brakes and of course into the ducts that will cool the engine bay. You'll see the team will probably put those cool fans onto them. Claudia's putting a thing on a piece of paper saying, by the way, Clint Seller was faster. Okay, so it's like brilliant. That. Eh? It's going to be like that argument at Pekisa that we had a couple of years ago as to who's the fastest ever around Pekisa was. And we saw Sheridan Moraes get exceptionally close. I think he was about half a second out on a stock standard 1000cc to what Valentino Rossi did on his Yamaha MotoGP bike, the V4. So incredible to think that these guys and girls go at it full time and they put on a display like that. Great to have Ian Schofield and his team here from WCT Racing as the demonstration. Yes, guys, hope you're enjoying yourselves. They seem to be. Big smiles on those faces, eh? That's for sure. Cameraman's dad. Hello, cameraman's dad. Yeah, welcome to it. There's the Mana op die Valle and the Dames op die Draaien, as we saw that earlier on.
Full house down there.
They haven't left. They are here for the whole day. They ain't going nowhere. That was our attempt at a Mexican wave down the back there, but I think the Portuguese and Irishmen couldn't get that quite right. And we even had the Dutchie upstairs telling them what to do. I think we blame it on Leon. Or blame it on Leon. Leon couldn't get them to work properly. You've seen what we do at Peel Climb and how we get a wave going.
Absolutely. Just looking, the trees and the gazebos in the background, the wind has stayed away completely as well. So that's keeping that rain away. And it's looking fairly pleasant out there still. There have been lots of sun hats, and you just walk downstairs and it's not just the usual smell of two-stroke oil and that, but the waft of suntan lotion as well. The guys are. It's been properly hot up here.
AMG's making their way back down for the second option here of the AMG driving experience hot laps, ultimate hot laps there. some 45s and a 63. Got basically the A team of AMG driving there today as well. We got to go fortunately with Clint. He only did one outing, and then he handed the duties over to Mo. Natalie's there as well. I think I saw Orette is in the car as well, and of course the lead car is Courtney. And any one of those AMG Driving Academy instructors is well within about, I'd say each of them are about half a second apart in their abilities to do laps around this track, and on their day can actually be better than each other. I saw that when we did AMG's launch in Santon of the new 45, they put Mika Salo against Clint Weston, and I kind of got the crowd that was there riled up a little bit, and I said, wouldn't somebody like to see a lady involved? And the crowd was like, yeah. So we chucked Natalie Weston into the car, and she beat both of them. So Clint wasn't too happy about that. Mika was pretty unhappy too. But the crowd loved it because they were all backing Nats for the fastest lap around that little Gymkhana circuit we set up in Santon. So some fun and games. It's a great brand to be involved with as well. And of course they are based here at Zwartkops. If you want to do one of their driving academy courses, it's just get onto their social media or get hold of Orette during the week through their WhatsApp line and set yourselves up, because we chatted to Clint. You'll hear it in the interview that Claudio's busy working on right now. And basically, okay, well, Paulie, if you've got it and you want to run it, please do, because then it'll just give Clint a chance to tell you exactly what it's all about. Something completely unique and something completely different here at Passion for Speed 24th anniversary is getting AMG driving experience to be part and parcel of it. You guys have had a long-standing relationship with Zwartkops. You've been around, I think, for the last 20-odd years here. And what an awesome time to come to Zwartkops Passion for Speed, open the season, and chuck in a few hot laps.
I tell you, the energy is so cool here all the time. Yeah, this track we've actually been at for 25 years, AMG experience. And I'm always delighted to have customers around with us. And we're sharing the new C63S.
I see that!
500 kilowatts.
Nothing wrong with that.
We're going to give it a bit of a thrash, and we can't forget about the 45s either. But the C63, yeah, it's got absolutely everything that you learn behind the steering wheel just to better equip you. Then we give you power at the same time. This is a 2-liter 4-cylinder with 500 kilowatts, 0 to 100 in 3.3 seconds. So, you know, just that alone complements the experience, the emotions, everything else. So, just a great package. And then our center is just, 5-star world class there as well. So, it's great. It's a great setup.
It doesn't matter what car you might drive yourself, with the similar kind of mechanisms that are in these cars that people don't get taught how to use correctly.
100% correct. It doesn't matter what you drive. The principles are 100% the same. So it's by taking a car that has maximum technology and appreciating a little bit more and what technology actually has to offer as driver assistance programs. And majority of our cars on the roads now have driver assistance programs. So it'll complement any car, any brand. It doesn't matter.
This is a little pocket rocket. Absolutely not a twitch, not a anything. Flat out through turn 3. Absolutely awesome.
Nah, I think you're just contemplating what actually happened.
I'm still shocked that it's a 2-liter.
I felt like I was gonna fall off my seat.
And we head to the other one, BMW M Performance Racing Series, out on track for their second race of the day. And it's classes A, B, and C for a 12-lapper. As Brendan's going to come in here and make me very jealous because he's walking with a pizza by the looks of things. That's very nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. But Nick Capps is going to join me here for a bit of commentary, so you can enjoy your pizza, punk. Thanks for organising us one, That's very nice. Just out of the place. I'll have my Mrs. Ball's chutney Simba chips packets. That's all I got. Claudia's going to give me another comment here as well, I think, by the looks of things. Nick, it's about 35 degrees Celsius in the shade out there, about 700 degrees Celsius in the sun. In the race cockpit right now, even worse. Oh, that's terrible. Thank you, Brendan. Thanks. PE Oaks, exactly. You see how they are, hey? They look after their own. They don't worry about us Joburg boys at all. No, we're joking. Nick, back in studio for race 2 now of A, B, and C. A few cars that had some issues, all been sorted out. What's been happening down in Performance Racing Series?
Yeah, like you mentioned, Greg, super hot on track right now. I'm sure the guys are just too happy to jump into those hot suits of theirs. It's going to be really toasty in the cars right now. Some feedback from last race. We had a couple of incidents. So we had Mish going off in his E30, actually hitting the wall. We didn't see a lot of footage of that. Not massive damage, but unfortunately out for this race. Then poor Benny's car, he suffered a pretty catastrophic engine damage to that. So really feel for him and hope he can get that going as soon as possible for the next race. Then we got the German and Neck Makris tangling. It looks like Neck had just got ahead of the German in that in corner 1, and then as they got into corner 2, looks like he didn't hit the brakes just early enough, and unfortunately front right damage on Andreas's E36 and some rear bumper damage as we saw on Neck Makris' car. But it looks like the fast development team have got both those cars duct taped up and all ready. I saw they were doing a lot of wheel alignment, etc. So good job to that team to getting those cars back on track.
I love the fact that you say duct tape. Duct tape and zip ties. If you can't fix a race car using duct tape and zip ties, don't come to the racetrack. It's that simple.
Are you a real mechanic if you don't
exactly.
use duct tape and zip ties?
Exactly. Bob Neal, of course, will be looking to try and do what he did in race number 1 and keep out the pack of Class A competitors behind him. That's an important aspect considering this is the first round of your championship. So maximum points on the day will be probably in his thought pattern right now. Leon Loebscher will try and probably reverse that if he can and make it even Stevens between the two of them. But as you said, with Neck Makris being sorted out, can he be a thorn in the side there for Renier? And then if we look further back there, the battle for Class C was pretty spectacular. We had Hein van der Merwe, Rob and Salvi all going in. Salvi, after an off-track excursion, still salvaging a third place in Class C.
There's some confident races in that classic, Craig. So I've got in good authority. I spoke to Mr. Gehring there in that beautiful E30. He said, give me one more lap, then he would have had Hein. So he's very confident he'll take the honours for this race. He starts in what would be 4th, I imagine.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at this race 2 start.
Well, it doesn't look like Fubs is holding back. He's decided, well, I'm going to have a go. If you guys want to stay with me, I dictate the pace. So if you don't want to be up close and personal, then here we go.
Some really big gaps.
And Loebscher up the inside, looking for first place, never mind third or second. He came from the back of the pack of Class A, and he's right there. Salvi hasn't had a chance to go and fetch that bumper yet, has he? So he's going to be running bumperless there for race 2, as he did in all of race 1. So it didn't affect him at all. Unfortunately, no radiator damage on that car, so he was lucky to survive that one. And then we'll keep an eye out on the rest of that pack as they come through. But certainly up front, getting up close and personal right from the word go. And there goes Loebscher into turn 4.
Making the move nice and fast. I'm sure he doesn't want to get held up over there, just like those Class B competitors were struggling to guess spot Fabio. I think Fabio was putting some very good defensive lines down, but Leon Loebscher has said, no thank you, I'm not going to tolerate this at all. And it looks like Leon and Bob have got through, and now that we'll see how the class just below that. So we've got Renier Smith and Neck still leading. Andreas, how they're going to try fight Mr. Fedetto.
Did you find out what the issue on Andreas' car was?
So Andreas, right-hand side, it looks like that had a little bit of knock to the suspension, etc. So they had to fix a little things, front splitter, etc. What a side-by-side move there with Salvi and Nicky Dix, and with Rob Gehring right behind them, and last race winner for Class C, Hein van der Merwe fast in pursuit there.
Looking for a way through, not finding it though, but super effort there from the two cars just ahead of him, side by side. And enough room being given. There's Gearing on the inside, looking for a way through, and I think he's got it.
Can he put the power down?
Oh, wait for that back straightaway now. Watch for that little boxy to come onto the back straight first in that next pack of cars. As they come onto that back straight. Here they come. He's through. Oh, what a move from Gearing. And Hans coming along for the ride as well. There's a big look there.
So in that class, we've got Oz Bagioni.
Yeah.
I'm still leading the class over there from Salvi. Salvi, making up quite a few positions after that first lap incident in race 1. Rob, we saw just make his way past Nicky Dix. Nice move on the inside to get past there and then pull up the hill. But Hein, hot on their heels. Let's see what he can do.
Looks like Nick Macris has got through and made a way through on Smith. Smith now keeping off the German. Bagioni being closed down by Salvi and bringing Rob Gearing and Van der Merwe along for the ride. So Hein wants to just be the trailer on the back and then that boxy BMW ahead of him if he can, and then bring along for the ride Nicky Dix, Arnold Naidu, and possibly even Alan Milligan, who's not too far behind there in that number 27 machine. A little bit of smoke off the back right there. Is that a concern? What could that be?
Yeah, there's a lot of tyre rubbing happening over here, specifically going to corner 2 with all that banking. But yeah, let's hope it's not something a little bit more cynical than that.
Here we go. German onto the back end. This is C's at the moment. Bagioni held on to the C lead for a long time before he had to succumb to the powers that be behind him. But he has got a slight margin over Salvi and Rob at this point. Oh, and Andreas with a similar problem. I think there you go.
Something definitely wrong over there.
Someone's let go. It's a big pity. Remember, we mentioned in race 1, he was actually fastest yesterday overall. He would have been on pole had the rules allowed it.
It looks like a lot of sliding happening towards the end of that video footage over there, but nothing into the walls. I don't know if something let go in the braking zone up to corner 5. Really scary coming into there because you're carrying a lot of speed from corner 4 upwards. So yeah, that's going to be 2 DNFs if he's unable to get that car going, and I doubt he's going to be able to get back on track.
Big pity there for the German, losing out 2 DNFs in his campaign to try and get the number 1 plate back into his stable. He's had it on numerous occasions. This man certainly is on fire for that. Going to make it 1 for 1 as we see the 7-4 car rolling off the circuit, unfortunately. That's the other curve end car. I'm not quite sure who's in Sydney for that.
That'll be Billy Cook.
Billy Cook, I think.
Got yellow flags going up to corner 5
That's
there.
just for the German. Just to warn them that the car is on the side there. And marshals are on the track as well. That's why the yellow flag will be out there. So no overtaking into turn 5 for now.
Hopefully we'll be able to skip and avoid a safety car with that car in a safe location over there. Fabio's keeping onto the back of Bob Neal over there, so running a very respectable race there. Now, Neck had got ahead of Renier Smith, and they've swapped positions back again. So either Neck's made a mistake or Renier's made a great move to get ahead of him and take that Class B lead back into his own hands.
Where he needs to be. He wants that number 1 plate. He's got to try and get all the wins that he can. So getting back ahead of Nick Macris is an important aspect right now. Macris wants to come back at him though. You can see him trying to close that gap down into turn 2 Cashel corner if he's able to. So Macris fighting hard for now to try and return the favour there and maybe close that gap down again. Speaking of fighting hard, Nicky Dix is in a fight of note here again with Hein van der Merwe.
So that's going to put a lot of pressure on Hein. Hein will be wanting to challenge, up front over there to get and chase down Oz, leading that class right now, but he can't shake Nicky Dix.
Nicky Dix is a hard man. He's got a lot of experience, mainly in Porsches more than BMWs, but it is good to have him as part of the series, and I know that since he stepped into this BMW class, he's enjoyed every aspect of it, and I think that's part and parcel of the camaraderie that goes with joining the M Performance Racing Series. Camaraderie about to be thrown out the window though by Salvi though.
Salvi on the bumper of Oz Bagioni. I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure he's going to say, "Jeepers, let me grab a bumper for myself there."
I'm not quite sure if that one will fit on his car, but we'll make it fit. Zip ties and duct tape. I'm going to say it again. Here we go. Across the line, Bagioni hanging on for dear life as Salvi starts to put the pressure on for potentially what would be Class C's win for race 2.
So this would usually, get us to halfway classification right now, but 12-lap race, so we're not just there yet. So still a long way to go.
Exactly. You decided to give us 2 more extra laps. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Got to work double time here for M Performance Racing Series. I think I'll send Bernard the invoice for the additional 2 laps.
Absolutely.
Looking in the background as well, though, as we watch this battle unfold, we did do an insert yesterday, and of course, part and parcel of Passion for Speed is the outside entertainment that's provided for young and old. And it looks like down at turn 3, just behind that big grandstand, the kart zone are certainly firing as much as what we're seeing here. Little battles of karts going on like they're seeing on the main circuit here, and trying to emulate their favourite drivers are some of the younger and older drivers in those karts.
Certainly plenty of entertainment here at the Passion for Speed. Look at the lap times right now. So Leon's definitely putting the hammer back down. I mean, that last lap, you could see they were really struggling. But yeah, I mean, basically 108 and higher from Fabio backwards. We've got the leader of Class B. There's Renier Smith doing a 110 last lap. Nick Mucker is doing a 109.9. So they're really struggling for pace in this hot track right now.
Just chat to Leon Loebscher about that pace in the hot laps, okay? Because look at that lap time, man. Wow. Loebscher absolutely cooking out there, and pun intended, because he's found something special in these hot conditions to get down into the very low lap times, which we kind of expect to see from him and from Bob.
That's going to be a tough gap to chase down. We're looking at just under 5 seconds between our leader Leon Loebscher from Bob Neal. The gap again around just over 4 seconds. Andreas back on track?
Yeah, just picking up on that quickly as well. So whatever the issue was, looks like he sorted it out. He turned the car around and got it back on circuit. So good to see the German back in there. Still in a chance of being classified, because with the longer race now, those additional laps might still classify him in the, was it 75% you got to do to be classified?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. So in with a chance here of still getting classified, which will give him probably third place in his class, and that'll be third overall for the day.
So I think if he's really going to try, capitalize on whatever points are available, potentially fastest lap for his class, that could be on the cards. I'm sure that Renier and Nick Marcus are going to be looking after those positions to ensure maximum points. What's happening over there? That's big slowdown from Leon.
Bit of dust in the corner there, so maybe he thought somebody had gone off, and yellow flags were waving. So I'm not quite sure who the car was that went off, but there was certainly a lot of dust up at turn 5. Didn't see a car off at all, but I think it was just a cautionary lift there from Leon as he now gets into the second half of the race proper. 4 to go.
Yeah, nice long race we have here. 12 laps for the first time here in BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. We're really going to be testing these cars here at this hot Zwartkops track today. Lap times are a little bit slow with that dust popping up over there, but Leon's still in the 7, so he's keeping the pace. Oh, big incident over there. Hind turning around. Is that Nicky Dix taking an evasive action?
And there's a car on the left. I think it might be Salvi. I think they caught Salvi and attempted to overtake him, and then there might have been a little touch between the two of them. So is that the curving car? So Nicky Dix caught it and then went off again.
Looks like he's struggling to get that turned around or
car back on track. I think he's just waiting for a clear track to get back on track and maybe just give himself a... Remember, you've got to come back on the circuit in the safest place possible. That's the kind of unwritten rule of motorsport. Don't just drive in. There's some battle scars from that incident in turn 6.
Looks like a lot of bumpers aren't going to be leaving this track intact.
Yeah, and there's still a couple that's still going to be going. They've got to fetch them from certain corners. Is he put into R for race there?
I think that's the R for race. Absolutely.
R for race. Nicky Dix trying to get back onto some tarmac before he decides to rejoin the circuit. As we now watch Fedetto into turn 8, third in Class A, third overall at the moment.
So that leaves Rob Gearing to now go hunt Oz Bargioni. So we've got Oz Bargioni leaving Class C from Rob Gearing, and then we've got Anant Naidu who now takes that third position after the tangle between Hein, Nicky Dix, and Salvi.
What it does mean as well for Rob Gearing is a possibility of an overall win, because remember he got second in the first one and Bargioni finished down in 5th. So Rob Gearing, that really cool livery from the old German touring cars days.
And I wouldn't even look for the on average right now. Our timing is telling Rob is 0.8 off of Oz Bargioni.
Sure. So could even get ahead and take it overall.
Just
on
over
his
2 laps to go. I think he's going to go hunting.
Yellow flag down into turn 1 there, just warning of potential incident out of turn 1. Macris is out of 4, heading up to the top of the hill. Going to try and salvage whatever he can out of this one. It's going to be a second place for him in Class B. That's Bob Neal out of turn 8. He'll start the final lap, I think. Or was it 2 to go still. 2 1. So penultimate lap there for Bob Neal.
So after that little tussle, we've got Hein, who looks to have come out on top, and then Salvi, who's placing just behind Alan Hilligan. And then on our timing over here, it shows that Andreas is actually ahead of Nicky Dix.
One thing I've got to watch out for there as well is I just picked up on, here we go, that's the battle I was hoping we were going to see. Can we squeeze through there, Mr. Gearing? No, not yet. Yellow flag, so you can't do it there. You'll have to wait until they get into turn 2 or maybe onto the back straight away. It's the car, it's Salvi's car. That's the reason for the yellow flag there on the left-hand side.
Okay.
That Diebold's alt machine coming along and looking for a way past on the high-flying Ozbagioni.
Great battle to watch over here. They're going to be pulling up onto the back of Nick Makris over there. But yeah, Oz is he's had his mirrors filled for both races. He's become the absolute champion of defense. Is he going to be able to keep it together until lap 12, or is Rob going to get his way and seal the race 2 victory?
Leon starts the final lap as he heads towards turn 2. Just watching the shot because you might see Bob coming. Yeah, Bob has closed the gap down, but I think it's because Leon has rolled out slightly.
Right, last lap close to a 1:11. Certainly not his conventional pace. But does Bob have enough to be able to chase that down? I think that gap is still too significant, just over 4 seconds. It might be a little bit too late.
Yeah, he's going to just maintain that gap nicely now to the line and ensure that he finishes up the second race. It's 1 for 1 for him and Bob. So they'll leave here depending on who got the fastest laps, possibly on even points. Although I think I'll have a look for you, tell you right now actually. 6 out of Leon and 6-3 out of Leon and 6-4 out of Bob. So Leon's got the fastest lap from race 1 and he's potentially got the fastest lap for race 2. So he's going to have 2-point advantage.
Yep.
Yeah. Flag out. Done deal. Second race goes to Leon Lopscher. Great effort there from the former champion in this class. And Bob Neal comes through for second place. So consistency from the top 2 there for Class A. Fabs is still going to get third, but he's quite a way down. Long way down in terms of the lap as well, behind the top 2 in Class A. You may see a couple of other cars come across the line before we even see Fabio, but here we go. Kind of want to see this battle to the end of the race, and it looks like Bagioni's going to hang on. Oz, by hanging on, should move himself up into potentially second overall because Nicky Dix had to retire, so did Salvi, and Hein van der Merwe is too far back. So that could be first and second on the road, but the second car will take overall victory in Class C ahead of the first car, which will be Oz Bagioni, if my calculations are right.
Some good defense from the bio pool man over there. A lot of pressure throughout those laps. The pool man.
The pool man. It's our fastest pool man in the world is Oz Bagioni.
And fastest lap in Class C, who's that looking to go to? We got a 10.109 with Oz, a little slower, 10.159 from Rob Gearing. Anything faster that we can see? Salvi, if Salvi's got a 109.8, it looks like he might collect that, but as he
got it in the first one. He got a 9.3 in the first one, so Salvi was the fastest there. But remember, Salvi had to retire.
So he's only done 8 laps.
He's done 8 of the 12. Is that enough for 75? I can't remember. My maths is not good enough. I'll have to go to my friend in the corner there. It's 66. It's not enough. 66%. So Salvi will not get that point for the fastest lap because he hasn't been classified.
Maybe
unfortunately.
Yep.
So that'll either go to Oz or Rob.
That'll go to Oz.
Yeah, to Oz. So Oz scores 1 bonus point there. So nice.
And then double win for Renier. So the only person in the field with a double win. He didn't get the fastest lap, I don't think. I think that was so a little faster there. It looks like from Neck. If my timing board is looking correct, 108.063, so fast lap there, but the double win. So he's going to seal the 20 points over there. Certainly a good weekend for the new car number 1.
We'll see you in a few moments' time. Thanks for joining us for A, B, and C. He's going to be back later on. Nick, of course, going to join us here, Nicholas Herbst. But down in pit lane, we're ready to go for our next part of the Passion for Speed Festival. It is pre-Double Zeros International Sports Racing Prototypes, and our main man is down there to catch up with some of the drivers, and it looks like he might have caught up with Anthony Marks.
We're looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be a hot one, so it's going to be important to manage tyres, and heats in general in the car. But yeah, we're looking forward, hope to score some points. But yeah, the guys are quick, so we're going to have to watch the mirrors.
Right, let's head down once again to track 2 Lawrence. Let's see who he's got with him.
Okay, you can go.
What do you want me to say?
So tell us about your expectations and the conditions out there today.
You know, we had the first race this morning. It was quite good. Only a lot of yellow, a safety car. So I'm now third, but I thought I could win the race. But the laps to race was too short. So hopefully today it goes better. And see how it goes. If everyone hoping stays on the track, that's the most important part. And then if everyone stays on the track, then we'll see what we can do.
Right, that was obviously Lawrence chatting to Michiel Campagna in that absolutely beautiful McLaren. Just in shot there, you could see those beautiful trumpets mounted on the engine. Just take the opportunity to say a big thank you to Lindenberg Racing for the pizza that they provided for us in the commentary box. A massive, massive thank you to them. Always nice to be spoilt while during commentary. Right, Lawrence is going to be chatting to Franco De Matteo as well now. Let's head back down to the pit lane.
Franco, tell us about racing here today.
Well, the first race. Yeah, it was a bit of a hectic one. The guys have just bumped and barged. I mean, they've been a little bit stupid at the end of the day, but it was tough racing. The guys have come through. Yeah, so things have happened. And look, this car hasn't been driven for about 5-6 years, and I think it's done very well. And let's see what happens in the second one. I just hope the Oaks are just going to keep it together, you know.
Well, nothing telling it like it is.
Confirmation of my theory as well about his helmet. It is the orange one. I'm not quite sure where that bell came from, but that's certainly a new helmet there for Franco De Matteo. And it's the reason why I kind of thought it might have been him in the other car earlier on, because if you look at Michiel Campagna's helmet, very similar livery, although it's all orange as opposed to the orange and white one that he had on. But from a distance, I kind of thought it might be him.
All right, let's head back down to the pit lane. Lawrence is chatting to Peter Bailey.
Peter, tell us about the first race and what your expectations are for race 2.
I tell you, the first race was flat out. You said it was a world championship. The guys were riding really hard. They didn't give an inch. There was quite a few little incidents. But yeah, so if you take it in the top 10, there's 9 former South African champions racing. So the competition is intense, you know, intense. But anyway, it's going to be a good race. Very hot, but we'll see what happens.
Peter Bailey in that Bailey cars. That's a 1970 Porsche 917. Another of the absolutely beautiful machines that are here this weekend. Well, the weather guards certainly playing along with us. The wind virtually just a slight gentle breeze. Where I come from in Port Elizabeth, that's no wind at all. Just watching those flags moving, rocking from side to side. That's classified as a dead still day in Port Elizabeth. And so far the rain has stayed away, and we hope it stays like that for the rest of the afternoon. We've still got a lot of racing to go, and the action just continues to hot up, and just listening to Franco De Matteo, that say, the things are quite rough out there, so he hopes things will just calm it down a little bit.
Although when you look at that picture,
yeah, it suddenly,
it tells a different story, doesn't
changes
it?
everything. Yeah, typical cameraman. They'll now blow me out the water completely. But that certainly looks like some thunderstorm activity that's starting to build. And I did mention earlier in the commentary that there was, talking to the locals, they said there would be some rain this afternoon, but it should just be a quick shower and move on. But one thing I have seen in my experience at Zwartkops race, where the weather can change here, the drop
Rapidly.
of a hat. I mean, I cannot believe how quickly you can go from bright sunshine to pouring rain back to bright sunshine again.
And you said 2 o'clock, according to those locals, they're about 15 minutes out. So we'll keep an eye on what their exact prediction was and give a chat to them later. Good to see that Wilford has got his Lola sorted out. He had some problems in the first heat, so hopefully that car will run all the way to the end this time. The Lancia just behind him as well is right to the shot there with the Martini Racing colours. Also had a bit of an issue that caused some problems early on. As you heard from all the drivers, though, they kind of didn't expect it to be as competitive in this class as what it turned out to be in that first heat.
Yeah, well, you mentioned it earlier in commentary, and they mentioned it now as well. You got nine South African championships. It's going to get it's going to get a little bit competitive out there. The guys are going to get their elbows out, and it's just what the crowd has come to see. I mean, the opportunity to see 9 South African champions fighting out on track. It doesn't get better than this.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to chuck in a 10th one there, because the one I didn't throw in at the initial is Roy Campos. I think he's 4 or 5 times Shelby Can-Am champion. So, and he's also been crowned King of the Hill in a couple of the hill climb championships too. So he knows what to do in a race car. And arguably, when you chat to him, that 911 RSR of his is usually his most favourite car in his stable. So looking forward to seeing what he does. But of course, he's not in that one today. He's in the Shelby.
Yep.
He's given that one to Jason to play in, so he's going to probably be kicking himself, because the Shelby has been a bit iffy. It hasn't been in circuit racing trim for a long time. He's kind of preferred it into the hill climb trim that it goes into for Samola. So maybe just doing a bit of development on the car to get it ready for the Samola hill climb. However, as you heard from both Peter Bailey and from Franco, they were suitably impressed with the amount of
Larry
bumping and barging. But man that was involved in bumping and barging and also had some problems was Larry Wolford. Lawrence is down there to catch up with him.
Larry, tell us about racing here today. What are the conditions like, and what are your expectations?
Well, first of all, it's good to see the crowds back here for the Passion and our international visitors. The day is particularly hot, which is, of course, not what these big V8s enjoy. Our first heat was unfortunately not successful in terms of running the full 8 laps. We were under a safety car and then a full red. But the day seems to be cooling off, so we're hoping for a good second heat.
I'd really like to know what app Larry Wolford's talking about cooling off. Because just step outside this office as you did 2 minutes ago. There's the reason for the delay. And it's not Ollie. It's a little bit of oil down on the circuit that somebody's dropped. And a quick clean up there once again for our Zwartkops team. These guys and girls have worked hard today.
In sweltering conditions.
And over the last couple of days, in fact.
Couple of days, yeah. Correct, yeah.
But fortunately, we do have the ability to get rid of that as quickly as we can. And that's why they are working to get conditions back to raceable. That's coming out of 6 into 7, I think that is. Heading down the hill. Lots of cement dust. So they may give them 2 laps. Well, they normally do 2 laps on the safety cars, but they may give them 1 additional lap just to see how conditions have changed compared to the last time they were out on the circuit. So to run through the cars, Larry Wolford, who we just chatted to, is of course in a 1969 Lola T70. We got Michiel Campagna in a McLaren M8F from 1969 as well. That's the big blue machine. Colin Ellison, I'm not sure if he's going to be back on track because he had a problem with that B19 earlier on. And let's see, there's the Shelby of Anthony Marks. That is the McLaren on the left of him. And when you look at them there, they actually look about the same width. But when you see them on track, that McLaren grows immensely wider than what you see it right there. Ford Mustang is, of course, Frank and Amateur. The Camaro with the blue stripe down the bonnet is Henny Groenewald. Then you've got the B8 Chevron of Jonathan de Toy, the 911 RSR Carrera of Jason Campos, 917 Porsche is Peter Bailey. Then alongside him, it's the Porsche of Stefan Pushkevez, and of course you've got Roy Obery in his Porsche as well. Never take away the Gulf Racing machine right on the far left of that shot of George Avakamides, former chairman of the board, of course, of Motorsport South Africa. The Lancia Beta Monte Carlo of Roy Douglas. Roy Campos, as I said, is in his Shelby Can-Am. If he does make it out for the second heat, I'm not sure if I saw him in pit lane, but they're about to roll out, so we'll soon see whether or not he is on track and up for the challenge for race 2.
Yeah, just in the lineup there, I didn't see Roy Campos's car. Still looking through, just seeing if you could see it anywhere. Oh, there it is. Slots in. So he is going to make it out there. And the other one was the Opel Astra. I see it is lined up there again. It's,
down the background with Lee Thompson at the wheel of that car. Whether or not he gets on track, we'll wait and see. It's definitely something we want to be seeing for sure. Thompson should have been in the Ecos for this one, so I think he's going to hang tight until... What do we got? 1, 2... No, he should be in this one because he'd be classified as a Trans Am. So if he gets out there, he'll be in the Trans Am, which is the big old West Bank modified Opel Astra. Campos just ahead there of Philip Pantassis. 240 and the 260, the two Pantassis boys. His dad, Sophis, going to have full back here. He's come back from the UK to be part of this as well. South African born, of course now based in the United Kingdom. I keep saying Jason, I meant to say Kean. I do apologise, Keys. It is Keys, it's actually at the wheel of that 911 RSR. So, yeah, Tasman's going to kick my butt next time she sees me, I think. I keep wanting to say Keegan, Jason. Maybe it's because Jason gave me all the hell about the photos I sent him. Alrighty. Anyway, it's the Campos boys there in that Martini Racing Porsche. Well, that's what it says on the timing monitor, but in here it says Keegan. So, I don't know, you tell me. I'll go with Jay.
I
get a shot of the helmet, I'll tell you who it is.
I haven't seen Keegan here this weekend.
Yeah, it is Jay. It's Jay.
Yep.
So I'll take that back, Tasman. I'll probably get a message coming through now from Ian. Pepper will send me something saying, listen, let's get it right, okay?
Get your facts right.
Get it right, boy. I'm going to stand by for that soon, I'm sure.
10 laps of racing. This is Heat 2, the Legends of the 9-hour pre-74 International Sports Racing prototypes and Trans Am cars.
Ellison is back. Back of the pack.
Back of the pack there. We saw that car
B19
spinning out earlier on. So approximately 10 South African champions in the mix here across various classes. And are they going to play tidy this time around, or are we going to see a little bit more argy-bargy, which I would imagine that's going to be the way it's going to be.
Just looking as well. Neil Lobb has joined the back of the pack in a 69 Lola T70. That's the Gunston Racing coloured one. So didn't see much of him in the first heat, but he's definitely out there in the second one. I just saw a T70 right at the back of the pack. And as they come now into formation for the start, it's Wilford who will dictate the pace. 20 marks alongside him. Michiel Campagna going to try and get the drop on all of them. but that'll only happen out of turn 3 because that's where the green flag goes. This is the official start of the race, but the actual race start itself only happens coming out of turn number 3. Come down on that one. That's where we're going to get heat into battle rage. There is Lob in that Gunston Racing machine ahead of Lee Thompson. Back in the pack is the 21 car. I think that might be a spare car that's been thrown in for one of the cars that had issues earlier on. 29 is Campos, high flying, looking for an inside line there on Bailey. Neil Lob under attack from Lee Thompson. Coming up on the inside of Stefan Pushkaves. And Thompson, he can't find a way through. Neil Lob was keeping it very honest up towards turn 5.
Just watching the Opel Astra, that was one of the cars that, to me, just didn't reach its peak. It had so much potential, and it just didn't quite get to where it should have been.
Yeah. I remember it was piloted by 2 of SA's finest drivers. First of all by Michael Briggs. He didn't enjoy it, so he jumped out of it and went racing elsewhere. Johan Ferry then climbed into it. Peter Goff bought the car, he raced it. Larry Wolford actually raced it as well, and the man who brought Sonax into the country back in the 90s, a gentleman by the name of Harry Mayer, also was at the wheel of that car, and it ran under Motorsport Accessories colours in one point in its career as well. So a couple of drivers behind the wheel of that car in the West Bank modified days.
It's just, that's these cars here carry so much history, and I mean, to see them performing out here, I've got to pinch myself every now and again.
The nice thing about it, though, Brendan, if you think about it, you're sitting in the commentary booth and you look at these cars and you ponder where you were when you first saw them go out onto the circuit. It just brings back so many memories, and of course that's
problems for the number 5.
Speed. Ooh, Ellison with some issues.
Ellison, there's parts.
And I think he might have got tagged there because he's now moved off the track completely. There was nowhere to go for Neil Lob. And there you go, I can throw in an 11th champion. 3-time Shelby Can-Am champion right there.
Champion as well.
So 11 South African champions in this race. That is a class field, bud. Pushkaves and Aubry ahead of the 21 car. And it looks like it might be a detour of some nature.
Problems there for one of the Datsuns as well. And out the window.
I think it's the 94. It's the 94, yeah. It's the Porsche. Is it a puncture? Back left.
It looks like the back left puncture.
I think it's a puncture. Oh, how's that for a turnaround? Front of the field, we got a change up. Michiel Campagna has hit the front.
Well, that's what we've come here to see. I've been waiting to see that car running out front. And, it sounds the part, it looks the part, and now it's proving that it is the part, having got ahead of Larry Wolford. Wolford running second and Henny Groenewald in third.
Groenewald closing down once again on Larry Wolford. He'll be looking in those wing mirrors on the side pods of the car going, oh no, here he comes again. Henny Groenewald, where did you come from? And you're bringing Demetau along for the ride. And Dutour's not too far behind.
Dutour pushing hard, right in the curbs there in the number 18.
So Aubry pulls off the circuit, climbs out the car, unfortunately there, that 924 giving up the ghost. Demetau closing things down and bringing Jonathan Dutour along for the ride as he heads to the top of the hill. So remember, it is definitely Mark Dutour in that second Daytona, because in the first heat Mark was in the Lola T70 Spider, so that must have had a bit of a problem as well. Speaking of problems. Goodbye Henny Groenewald. He's headed to Zwartkops.
We did see a little bit of smoke heading up the hill. You could see a puff of smoke out the from the underside of the car, and it looks like that's possibly terminal.
So Camille Doering having to park it on the sideline there. That's the first of their cars to have a bit of a terminal issue today. 917 Porsche still not able to catch the back end of Lee Thompson. So Bailey now in 10th place, Lee Thompson in 9. That'll change up as they cross the line. In fact, he's in 8th and 9th place because we're losing Henny Groenewald as he drops through that top 10 pack. At 917, awesome car that Peter Bailey has built. Remember, it's a type car. So it's not the original 917 Porsche, but always great to have a type car like that involved. And well, that's the 260Z and Neil Lobb, who have been caught out by, I think, a little bit of the oil that Henny might have dropped.
Henny possibly put some oil down, so it looks like the oil.
Are we going to end up under safety car again? It looks like we might.
Today.
We are. Safety car board is out for the second time in this race meeting for this particular category. It was a long safety car stint in the first race. And the drivers behind the wheels of these cars are going to be pretty frustrated with the fact. And look at how it changed up there. Larry Wolf has dropped to 4th. Second is Di Matteo. And third is DeToy. So something must have happened off camera that we didn't catch either. As that's all changed up pretty dramatically at the front end of that field, with Michael Campagna leading the pack and now under safety car.
They asked to keep it nice and tidy. It certainly hasn't happened. But unfortunately, if there's oil on the circuit, can't be helped. The guys are going to go farming.
10 lapper, so we're at the halfway stage.
5 laps to go. Yep.
Yeah. Not what they wanted. They didn't want at the beginning of the race in the first one, but they've now got it at the halfway stage of the second one. And what you're going to find now is with these cars, Neil gets going again. Hopefully. Yeah, he's good.
He's good to go. Yeah, you just found your train of thought there with these cars going slowly around the circuit with this heat.
I'm just concerned about overheating.
I saw something yesterday. In the back of one of the transporters. It was so hot yesterday that the plastic fuel drum actually burst. It swelled up so much, expanded so much that it split and spilt its contents out. So we have had some proper heat here, but it looks like it's game over for Neil Lobb in that 69 Lola as he limps home into the pits.
Yeah, pity to lose him. So he didn't make it out for the first one, but he was here for the second one and didn't quite go according to plan again, and not from his own doing. It's also the worst part about being a racing driver. Sometimes it's somebody else's incident that costs you more than it costs them.
Yeah, it can be cruel.
Machiel, though, is the man at this stage, and look at the lap he's put in as well to get to the front there. He's going to try and hang on to that, but now with the Italian stallion on his tail, hunting him down, and then DeToy possibly wanting to steal a victory, might be a bit more difficult with 4 to go. Make it 3. No, 4.
4 to go.
There's 4 to go. 4 to go.
Just watching Jonathan DeToy looking left, looking right. He's just waiting for that restart and possibly get a jump on Franco Di Matteo.
Yeah, power to weight ratio might help him out there on the restart.
Yep.
As you heard from Franco, it's 5 or 6 years that car hasn't been on track. The Mustang that he owns normally pilots the Black Cat, but I know that he's working with his team at Di Matteo Racing and with Gavin Wilkins to get that Jaguar XJR ready for hill climb. So that's probably why he decided to bring the Mustang out to run in this class as opposed to what he would normally run as a Mobil 1 V8 supercar and his hill climb car with the Jaguar. Wolford looking to try and get back into it if he can. Campos will also try and look to get ahead of his son if he's able to. Everybody else kind of stayed out of trouble, including 67 Martini Racing Lancia of Roy Douglas.
Yeah, we saw that car get buried properly in the kitty litter in the first race. So one of the cars just peeled off into the pits there, so it looks like we've possibly lost another one.
It's what I'm worried about now is overheating. It's really a big concern. We can see now tucked in right behind each other there. You want to be just out of the line of the train to get some air into the radiator. You can see that's why I think Franco's backing up slightly, just to get a bit of cool air, because you can imagine the hot air that's coming out of that McLaren ahead of him.
Exactly, and we saw Larry Wolford also running very wide just to get out of the trail of the cars ahead. Oh no, another safety
Another lap under safety. We're not quite out of harm's way yet. One nice thing about the Shelbys is that they've got that big scoop above the driver's head that takes some cool air into the engine bay. So they don't have to worry too much about running hot temperatures on those cars, but Lee will definitely be concerned running so close to the back end of Roy Campos, the Astra.
Oh, it really is such a pity to see these cars, the cars of this caliber and drivers of this caliber, going slowly around the circuit.
Just a heads up though for those people who are not aware, of course all of these laps do count towards classification. They are not going to be laps that are not race laps. These are counted as race laps. And that's why there's probably some frustrated drivers out there going, come on, let's just get this situation sorted out so we can maybe get in at least 2 laps of sprinting. Looks like Vakamidi's waving a couple of cars through. He might have a problem.
It almost looks like he's possibly got a puncture back right.
Yeah, I would agree with you. So he's waved through Pantassis, he's waved through Detoy, Pushkavez and Douglas. All right, Michiel's now going to back them up. I think the safety car's gone on its way, so he's now going to try and catch them all napping here. 2-lap sprint coming your way here in my ear. Here we go. 2 more laps to go. 4.8 Ks of racing for the 24th running of the Passion for Speed Festival. These cars going next week to Red Star Raceway. Can you imagine what this thing's going to do down that 1 kilometer straight at Red Star? Can't wait to see that. That is going to be really, really awesome. Right, lights are about to go out. We got a green flag and we go racing again. Michiel got them napping. Yes, he did, slightly. Larry Wolford inside of Jonathan Detoy. I'm quite sure he's going to make that one stick. He might be on the wrong side of the track as they go towards turn number 2. Yeah, just a high line there from Larry, but watch for him to cut back and try and squeeze the B8 out as they head onto the back straight away. Right there. Yeah, there he is. There comes that little bit of additional power from the V8.
That McLaren sounding really on song now. I just hear it powering its way up the hill outside.
Wolford up to third, gets through on Detoy on that back straight with the additional power. So we got McLaren, Mustang, Lola, Chevron, Shelby Can-Am, Opel Astra. Lee Thompson making his way just outside of the top 5.
Oh, Franco de Matteo.
Franco, good catch. Great catch, Stallion. Well, I got a friend of his on mine, Danny Faris, saying go Stallion. Well, he's certainly going sideways there. Danny didn't quite work out there for the Italian Stallion, and he just lit the back end of that Mustang up and looped out. Going to drop him right out of contention for overalls, but it's going to turn into a 1-lap epic battle here between 3 hugely recognizable motorsport marks. McLaren versus Lola versus Chevron. Where else are you going to see that? Passion for Speed.
At the 24th Passion for Speed. At McLaren, it's now really, really showing its true colors. Larry Wolford tucks in behind, under the back wing of that massive McLaren, late on the brakes, but I think that Michiel Campagni's got it all covered. Just a couple more corners and he's got it in the bag.
Oh, Larry's going on the attack down towards the final corner. Michiel sees him coming, dives inside and holds onto that inside line. Little squirt to the line. Enough from the McLaren to beat the Lola? Yes, indeed.
Jonathan Detoy crossing in third, followed by Lee Thompson having coming through a change of position there, having got ahead of it and 20 marks. And Jason Campos crossing in 6th, followed by Roy Campos in 7th.
Pete Bailey finishes up in 7th, in the 8th spot, just behind that car of Roy Campos, Andre van der Merwe, and Henny Grunewald eventually back on track after an off-track excursion down in 10th. So I think that's going to be a DNF for him, though.
Henny parked it earlier.
Oh, it's not. Oh, of course it's not Henny. It's the other driver that's from the Camille During racing team. I don't think it's Carl. I think it's somebody else. I'm not quite sure if Carl was in this one. Got to try and remember the guy's name. There's another driver from that team.
Philip Pentinus.
No, he's
in the Chef Camaro.
He's in the Datsun.
The Datsun.
Yeah, he's in the Datsun. Yeah, I can't remember who was in that car. Doesn't matter. Anyway, we will let you know if it comes to mind. But of course, Henny Groenewald, we saw parked on the sideline. One of the reasons that we had the safety car.
The other one is
the oil
Clive
that he dumped.
Wilmot. Clive Wilmot was in the other one, but he's also in a Datsun 240Z, the Camille Touring motorsport cars.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the classes. Michiel Campagni winning out Class D, followed by Larry Wilford, and then Jonathan DeToy rounding out the top three there. Class B won by Antoine Marks, Jason Campos finishing in second, and Peter Bailey taking third in Class B. Class C, it was Henny Groenewald still classified. He was parked on the side of the track, so not too sure what's happened there. Second, the 911 car, Stefan Pushavez, finishing ahead of Roy Douglas. And then Class E, we had only one competitor, but did not start, and that was Clive Wilmot, unfortunately, not making it out. So that rounds out.
I think Wilmot was actually in that 78 car. But we're now waiting down to get into the next part of the day's proceedings, which of course is the historic single-seaters. And of course they're also celebrating a 60-year anniversary along with the air-cooled Vs. But Lawrence is down there to catch up with some of the drivers. Let's go and see who he's found.
Colin Clay, tell us a bit about this car that you're driving here today.
Well, this is a Lotus 23 which I built myself, the entire car, and I raced it in the historic single-seater category, which caters for sports cars as well. A lot of fun driving the car.
Little catch up there with Colin Clay in the Lotus 23, number 32. It was like the little play that he did there on that. So thanks for that catch up there, Cole. Oh, the mic was a bit of an issue there. We might go back to him if we can get it sorted. So if we do get a chance, we'll go back to Colin Clay and find out what his plans are for the second race of historic single-seaters. Schofield, I don't think will be back out, unfortunately. I think that March is parked in the back of the truck already. That March 77B from 1977. But we did see him out there in the Minardi, and we saw his number one driver there, Robert Volk, in the Sassel Jordan at lunchtime, doing a little demonstration. If you haven't seen it yet, of course, here on the live stream, you have the ability to rewind. Let's go back down to Colin Clay and see if we can get it right this time.
Tell us about your car, Colin.
Well, it's a Lotus 23. Obviously, it's a replica of the real car, which was raced in 1960s in this country and around the world. And as I say, I built the car myself. I raced it in historic single-seaters, which caters for sports cars like this. A very enjoyable formula. I must just say today, extremely hot. So it's not that much fun, but a great formula to be involved in and enjoy the racing.
Brian, once again, our shot there from turn 2 showing us possibilities of some wetness headed our way. Whether or not it stays away right to the end of the day like it did last year and then comes down in buckets, remember. Hopefully that's the case. We get through the day without we having a torrential downpour. Single seater will be happy that they'll be getting out before that rain comes. Remember, we've still got a bit of race action coming away from the other single seater category later on in the second heat of DOE Formula V's powered by CIM Lubrifuel and Lubricants. We've still got some 66 Legends of the 9 hour after this. The Evapco HRSA Racing Series, another hot lap from AMG, M Performance Racing Series classes D, E and F. Pre-66 Little Giants and under 2 litres. Our Formula V's, as I mentioned, and of course our last race of the day comes from HRSA's FGH and the CTC and Pursuit Series. 17B Formula 4 there is in the hands of Viantit, also from the Dulon stable. So I think there's 3 of those. Gary de Klerk is the other one that runs a Dulon. And then you've got a whole bunch of Titans. You've got Formula Ford Rays. You've got the Alva Porsche Van Diemen in the hands of Steve Fenter. And then that Chevron, Josh Dovey, which hopefully is back on track, because the Dovey boys have had a bit of a tough time with Jack and Josh having to retire their Ginetta literally on lap 1 of the 45-minute. Other factor, Brian, of course, as you just click on there, is just I got the information eventually from Michael. He sent me a whole bunch of notes there. He was talking about, Formula V's. Desiree Wilson, of course, was one who started in Formula V's, went on to race F1 for Tyrrell. Glenda Mann, sister to Basil, was another lady. But you mentioned Judy Witter, of course, who was the first lady to wrap up a championship in single-seaters. Dad's car, that's AJ's car. It's the Rally Wax car from 1987. And it's actually the sister car. I got it wrong. It was the sister car, not the original car, that carried the live TV coverage in 1987 when it was on his dad's car for that. And you can actually pick up that footage on YouTube, apparently. And then de Klerk, which I think I'm just trying to see what number he's running, but there is a de Klerk in here somewhere. Did I miss him? No. But there is an Eagle FV.
Gary de Klerk,
Gary
the
de Klerk,
the number 12 car.
That's the one. The Eagle Formula V.
Formula V, yeah.
That is the first South African designed and built mono-shock suspension Formula V ever. So that's quite a unique car as well to have here. All the air-cooled Vs, of course, are celebrating the anniversary, as we mentioned earlier on, as part of Volkswagen South Africa and MSA's long-standing championship with Formula V. 60-year anniversary this year. So any of the Vs out there, enjoy your anniversary run here at the 24th Passion for Speed Festival. Under starters, 30 seconds, changes to 5. And we got a warm-up lap. Okay.
I thought we had a jumper there for a moment.
The 2. I thought we were going straight into racing, but it looks like we're going to get one more lap to get a bit of sight of the track. I think is more important than heating the rubber. Not easy to heat up this rubber, because those tires are not designed to heat up that quickly and rapidly like a normal modern-day single-seater needs. Of course, most of them running on almost road-going-esque tires as opposed to race tires.
Just had a shot of the 126 car there, Paul Mangold, a 1986 Wilkie Formula V. So a complete mix, as we see the number 7, and that is also a rather unique one. Rodney Green, the Perry Racing team, the 1946 MG single-seater, and still performing so well.
There are a couple of nicknames for those 3 cars on Perry Racing. I can't remember what it is, but I think that one is Spider.
Yes, I think it is Spider, if I remember from Samola.
Sorry, Paulie, say that again? Oh, it wasn't. I think it's Spider, but I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, Michael Koenig in the 38 car, just trying to get as much heat into the tires as possible, as we see Paige Lindenberg in the sister car, the 72 car. That's the ex-Judy Witter car that Paige Lindenberg is in this weekend.
Suitably right person to have in the car is to have another lady in the car that won a championship, and of course a multiple champion in her own right is Paige Lindenberg in saloon cars. But a nice opportunity for her to jump into a single-seater and have a bit of fun with these boys. I always love the fact when you watch that 38 special of Michael Koenig's come round, it looks like a boat.
It does.
It's got like that had like a hull feel to it at the front,
Yeah.
Kind of want to just drop it in some water and say, well, you can also race it on water too. Horn Dog on the front row. Might be a little bit more interesting, this race, with Andrew Horn on that front row and not having to worry about the March 77. So as he comes to grips with things here in race 2, can he possibly give a run to the man on pole? I think he can. And if he can, he certainly will. He will go out fighting. Remember, further down you'll also see the 24 car there, the purple and black machine, just on the right of our shot, about 2 cars up from the back of the shot. Here's a young lady driver, Simpiwe Mohlalo, having an opportunity to get behind the wheel again and get some more valuable seat time as she attempts to go fighting, as we saw with Donnie Lamola in the past, as part of the InvestChem Racing team. And of course the late great Donnie Lamola will always be remembered because that's actually her car that Simpiwe's in. So another interesting woman in motorsport link there for this class.
5-second board out. What can Dean Fenter do from pole? Oh,
Colin Clay with a jump start of note.
My days.
And someone is stuck on fourth place on the grid. I think that might have been Des Hillary. Des Hillary just stalled on the grid. Lane de Mailon going through there. And the rest of the pack seem to have got away relatively unscathed, but a lot of cars having to take evasive action with the number 5-5 parked in fourth position on the grid. In fact, one of them was Simpiwe. She came right up the back. It might have been Josh, actually. That's right. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It might have been Josh Dovey, the 99 Chevron
99.
B20. Yeah, Hillary's in there. He's in about sixth place there. So it was Dovey. Apologies, Paulie. Yeah, thanks for that. I should have picked up on the arrows. Now, the arrows on the front of that car will give it away, but we only saw the rear end of it. So it looked like a red and white car. And my assumption would have been to go Des Hillary, but apologies to that, Des. It was not you because you're attacking into turn 5.
Nice move there.
And bring your fellow Dulon along for the ride.
That's the way to do it. Hitch a ride through. The gap is there, might as well just capitalise.
Ben van der Westhuizen is on the inside of the jump starter, Colin Clay. The one cool thing about this is I don't think there's going to be any protests about that. He might get the jump start handed to him if the judges of fact spotted the same as what we did there, Bren. But as Peter said last night, this is not aspirational racing. This is inspirational racing.
Inspirational, yep.
It's there for the fun and the enjoyment. So did he do a jump start? Did he get a little advantage? Yes, he may have, but are we going to punish him? Maybe not.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see what the powers that be say.
Dean Fenter from pole position has set the quickest lap of the time. Quickest lap of the time.
Quickest lap of the time.
Lap of the
it's
time.
that time of the day, isn't it? It's 5 to 3, and the quickest lap of the time has come up.
Quickest lap of the time has come out. Jeepers.
It's all good, bro. It's all good. I know how you're feeling. So, yeah, the quickest lap of the race is where you wanted to go, I'm sure, hey?
Exactly.
Okay, it's in the hands of Dean Fenter right now, who leads out, trying to get away from Hondog and Ryan Budd. Paul Richardson in the 4 spot, Stevie Fenter there in 5. Watching Alan Grant close down on the back end of the 38 special there of Michael Koenig. And just behind him, looks like he's about to be joined there by Tony Beecher. Beecher also in an interesting little car. I haven't really got to mention much about him, but if I run down to Tony Beecher, he's in an S&J Mark 9 Formula V out of 1980. But look at the nose cone and the different aerodynamic package on that car compared to the sort of more roundish features of the slightly older cars in the Vs. Showing you that aerodynamics eventually came into play at some point.
It had to
in single seaters.
We've got needle noses, we've got round noses, we've got boat noses.
And I'm not quite sure what to... It's like a shark front end on that car, on Jody Morrison's machine. Now, I love that's like the original version of the Halo there. If you look at the cockpit angles of that car, you can climb out of that car at any angle. Here comes Spider. Old Rodders loves this car, hey. He's such a good guy to chat to as well. The knowledge on this machinery is so good with him.
A wealth of information. And I enjoy his body actions as he rolls through the corners. Whoa, there's
someone's off.
Lots of dust.
Looks like somebody's gone. Is that Bud? I'm not sure because I can't tell from the overalls on the helmet. But if I've got another picture of the car, orange car with grey livery, it might be Ryan Budd. By the wayside
from third, it looks like he's still going. His transponder's still active. So let's find one that's not running.
Okay, maybe not. My apologies on that one. It's just the colours of the car that got me there. Sometimes that's all we got to go on. Oh, nice little inside line there. Rod is holding the outside line. not getting in the way of anybody out there. He's just having an absolute blast in his MG. Fenter and Clay about to pass him up the hill. No, there's Bud. He's still there. So there he is there. I should have picked up on the yellow helmet. Sorry about that one, Rhino.
Alan.
Is it Alan Koenig?
Yeah, his transponder's not running.
Down big time.
Yeah, he's dropping down. His transponder's not active.
Van der Westhuizen. And a nice little fight here, as I said, between those two. Colin and Clay trying to close the gap down. Watching Horndog as well, hunting down Fenter. Dean Fenter coming up on Simpiwe. This might help him out slightly, because I think Andrew might get slightly bogged down there by the slower car. No, he found a way through. Royale RP3 that comes out of 1982 in the hands there of Andrew Horndog. And the 4 car, of course, the Dean Fenter, is a 1968 Titan Mark IV. 2 derivatives of Formula Ford going at it for the top 2 positions here in historic single-seaters.
Dean Fenter having used the back markers to his advantage, it's really allowed him to get out of jail now, and having broken away completely from Andrew Horn.
I think that car that was on the sideline is actually not, I got that wrong as well. I don't even think it was Koenig, because Koenig is a lot smaller than the man who got out there. I think it might have been James Derbyshire, because they've just gone past Richard
Derbyshire
in the orange and grey car. So I think it might be James Derbyshire that is dropped by the wayside there. I might be wrong.
Oh no, it looks like James is still running. His
He's still running.
transponder,
Okay, well then,
transponder's
I'm not sure
still
who that
going, and
was.
he's on 4 laps already.
We didn't get a number of the car that crashed out at 1.
Rodney Green still going. He's in 3 laps. We've seen him. He's in the number 7 MG.
Unless you got going again.
That car looked like it was buried deep in the tyre wall. So up until Rodney Green is showing that they're all running.
They're all out there.
But
maybe he did get going.
I don't see Alan Koenig's name. It actually looks like Koenig's name is not on the live timing, unless I'm going blind.
No, definitely not there. This is, of course, Dovey trying to make up some ground after he stalled on the start. Closing up and going around the outside of Page Lindenberg into turn 8, and now looking to try and attack the car ahead of him there, of Steve Fenter. Josh has had a tough day in the saddle, so he's going to try and redeem himself here, at least in the single-seaters after that stall. That's 88. That's Richard Derbyshire. And the reason I'm saying it might be James is James has got a slightly different helmet to his brother, but they run similar colours.
Yeah,
and that orange and grey is what we saw parked in the wall.
And according to the live timing, Richard Derbyshire didn't start. He was at DNS, so confusion continues unabated. We see the 21 car going through.
Now Ben van der Westhuizen closing down now on Simpiwe. Got ahead of Gary de Klerk. That's the car we mentioned earlier on, the Eagle Formula V. Running a single mono shock system in it, designed here in South Africa. Oh, here we go. How much we got to go? 2.5? 2.5 laps to go, yeah. So with 2.5 laps to go, Andrew Horn has said, right, now we're going to fight for it. I've given you your day in the sunshine. The cloud cover's in, it's now my turn.
And we've got some back markers to contend with as well.
Right on cue.
Absolutely.
It's Alan Grant they're coming up on, I think. Open face helmet will tell me it's Grant. And yeah, he just holds that inside line. Fenter definitely got held up there. Starts his penultimate lap with Andrew Horn literally tucked underneath that gearbox. He's got a lot of experience, but Andrew Horn has got a huge amount of experience when it comes to single-seater racing. So it's quite a nice, evenly matched pair there, fighting for honours in the overall classification.
Interesting hand gestures there from Dean Fenter. I don't know what he was signaling there as he closed up on yet another back markers.
Saying, move out of the way! Come on! I think they're not seeing the blue flags. They're coming up on Koenig, I think, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's Pagey.
Page, Lindenberg.
Coming up on Page. She'll know what to do, so I don't think there'll be any issues there for Page. Shouldn't be a problem. She'll just hold that inside line as they go around the outside. Yep, perfectly done. That is exactly where to place the car if quicker cars are coming through. And she also knows how to get around slower cars if she finds them in front of her as well. The amount of experience she's had behind the wheel of a race car.
Onto the last lap of the race we go. The gap between first and second just 0.6 of a second, so still nothing in it. It's come down to...
It's going to come down to back markers getting in the way or not.
Correct. I was about to add that. Just one corner, just one back marker, and it could all change.
To deal with two. One was the MG, the other one is the Lotus.
Yeah.
Rod with a standard high-performance driving style steering grip there. Tony Beecher in the sidelines there at turn 2. But going back to my thoughts on Rod Green.
Steering wheel.
10 and 2. No, that was 2 and 7. 2 and 7 on the wheel. That's where you hold that car. Fenter for the win, though. Managed to keep him out there in the auctioneer's car. Well done. WH Auctioneers takes the victory once again in the hands of Dean Fenter ahead of the Xena car of Andrew Horn. That's your top two across the line and first to take the checkered flags. Further down, Ron Lydiard has gone across the line. Here comes both Rod Green and Alan Grant to be classified in each of their respective classes. Still waiting for Ryan to come across the line. He'll be the third car overall. There he comes, I think, in the background, just ahead, yes, of Paul Richardson. Tight stuff between the two of those cars as well, so very evenly matched fights between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 in the closing stages. Josh Dovey, arrows on, probably thinking himself, if I hadn't messed up the start, I probably would have been a bit closer and maybe in contention for a podium. He beats out Ben van der Westhuizen. Steve Fenter and Vian Tied still got to come to the line. There's Hillary and Mac Odendahl, who will be our top 10 once they've completed their last half of the race. Single seaters in the bag there, Brent. So we now move on to saloon cars right to the end until we get to the second last race when the V's come out for their second heat. But from single seaters, we're going into the big bangers, legends of the 9 hour production cars.
I was just waiting for the rest of the finishers to come through. Let's have a look at the class positions. Winning our Class A, Josh Dovey. Andrew Ian Schofield, unfortunately, not finishing there, and then overall winner Andrew Warren winning Class B, Ryan Budd taking second, and Mac Odendahl taking third. And then in the Class C battle, it was Dean Fenter, Paul Richardson second, and Ben van der Westhuizen in third place there. And then Class D, Michael Koenig taking the win from Tony Beecher and Blaine de Malen in third, and then Sampiwe Mahlotla taking the unlimited, the unclassified class win as well. So big, good practice session for her as she readies herself for the MSA4 series that will be running next year.
Okay, I told you I'd get a comment. Before we go to Sia Fourie, I'm just going to give you one comment there. Keegan Campos that Porsche would have been higher up if I was in it, Greg. We certainly know that. Thanks, Keeks. Thanks for listening in and for joining us. But let's go down to Sefery in pit lane.
Well, they're not easy to drive. They're a lot of fun to drive, but they're not easy. They're tanks. I mean, they weigh in between 1.3 ton and 1.6 ton, the various cars. Only semi-slick, so, and a lot of horsepower. And the track conditions aren't good today. There's a lot of oil spillages and the temperature. So yeah, it's fun. I mean, I just hope I'm happy that there's 18 of these cars on the grid to give the spectators value for their money, because I think the people out here is out here to look these cars, these old cars, these big cars, because it's I mean, the first heat was I think was a show of note. So yeah, no, they're fun. It's nice. Thanks for all the people watching, all the spectators. That's why we're here. And when they're here, we put up a show. That's what we like.
Don't you just love oval track car drivers, eh?
Absolutely.
They are just so excitable in any cockpit you put them into. And particularly Sefery, he is in his element in that Mercury Cougar of his. I think we're in for a little bit more of a battle here, because remember, this is Heat 2. This is now no holds barred, unless they are thinking of going next week to participate at Red Star and they don't want broken cars. And that's what we're hoping for. But we're also hoping for exactly what Sefery told us in that interview. A little bit of rubbing, a little bit of touching, and a little bit of rubbings racing.
Yep.
That's what it's all about, cold trickle.
We saw a ding-dong battle, heat number 1, between Mark de Toy, Nicky Pastorelli, Jonathan de Toy, and then Henny Groenewald in the mix as well. I think we're in for a lot more of that in race number 2. And then Lee Thompson in the 57 car should be a force to be reckoned with as well. So, and then the man who let's head down to pit lane. Colin Ellison chatting to Lawrence.
I gotta wait for them.
Okay, nice one.
Colin, what's it like to drive this big tank around here?
Yeah, it takes a bit of effort. The track's a bit slippery and we're hot and tired, but 10 laps to go, then it's beer time.
That absolutely beautiful Ford Thunderbird.
Don't you just love on the side of his cars, though? I don't know if you've got a chance to see it. You know, you got your Scuderia Scribantes down in PE.
Yeah.
But that's Scuderia Ellisoni. Yes, Ellison is definitely an Italian, surname. But Scuderia Ellisoni is there. And there, of course, his biggest supporter is, of course, his wife and daughter. They're fantastic to have around. And that Thunderbolt is about to go at it one more time, if they can get the door to close. When in doubt, slam it.
Slam it.
And don't let anybody touch it once it's closed. Go get him, Cole. So Colin Ellison looking forward to this battle just as much as we are. As we're going to wrap things up here for Marlboro Craner Hires Legends of the 9-hour production cars. Majority of them have a V8 power plant under the hood. There are a couple of other little fast ZB cars that throw their name into the hat every now and again as well. One man we're going to need to watch out for, certainly in the second heat, is Ben Morganhout. Not having to start from the back of the pack could potentially change things up there for the man from Randfontein.
And obviously James Temple back in the mix as well. In that Ford Capri Piranha. I just chatted to Ramir, the team boss down earlier, and he was just saying after the win that James took in the 45-minute endurance race, he came back no water in the engine. The engine was virtually dry, and he had no brakes. He was just braking with the gears, just using the gears to brake. And he says it's an old Sascar V8 motor in that car, and he says they were known to be able to run without water.
Oh, yes, I'm so glad Lawrence is down there. Lawrence, I want you to try and pronounce this name for me, please. It's Frans van Schaak van Martenkart.
We're here with a team with 4 people, 1 in the McLaren, and 3 of us are doing this the car of the barrier building now.
You're from, where are you from?
We're with 4 people, I repeat. and 3 of us are doing here now. 3 of us are doing now joining this race. One in the Shelby, the other one in the Mustang beside me, and me in the old Corvette. And well, we're enjoying it. It's 60th time we are here, and well, we feel ourselves very welcome to come here. And not I give you the microphone back here.
Yeah, you can give us the mic back there, Frans. Thanks for that, Frans Van Em. That's one of our delays that we got there just to recover one of the single-seaters out on circuit. But we're almost good to go. You could hear the cars firing up in the background as we were chatting to Frans. Frans van Markschaffenwart is how you pronounce it, I think. I never get it right, because when you want to try and say that when you're in full flat-out commentary, I just go Frans Van Em. It's the easiest way to do it. That Corvette, of course, is originally owned by Michiel Campagna. And when it first came to South Africa, it was in bright orange colours. And now, of course, running in sort of yellow and Daytona stripes on it as well. Or Corvette stripes, you can't go Daytona stripes. But yeah, those stripes down the middle of that car for France. As you heard, he's partnering up there with Herman van Putten, the other one of the Dutch drivers. And then it's, I think, in the other car, he was chatting about Michiel Campagna. So we kind of questioned whether Campagna was in the Trans-Africa Racing machine earlier on, but it actually was the Italian stallion, Franco Matteo, in the Barracuda. So that Plymouth Barracuda, the yellow one, it's just out of shot there below the Castrol green flag, will be back on track. This is grassroots level. Grassroots level racing here.
I think Paige Lindenberg has just have to obviously jumped out of the single seaters and straight into the seat of the Ford Fairlane as well. So it's going to be
probably smashed a quick couple of Equiles to get that right. Get some liquid back into the body. Now she'll lead out Colin Ellison from Scuderia Ellisone. The 13 car this weekend is piloted, I think, by Terry Wolford, and he was even chatting to us after the beginning of the first race, saying how difficult these cars are. You know, he's used to being in a V8 cockpit, but the V8 that he pilots in his Fuchs and Schick Falcon, more modern componentry that kind of lasts longer and makes the car go fast, makes the car stop, handles a bit better. Now dealing with a former illegal to legal racing car. One way of putting it.
It is a 65 Chevelle Smokey. From Smokey and the Bandit days.
Yeah, Smokey Unique actually. It was the driver of that car that used to do the illegal runs that eventually ended up for them, of course, creating the NASCAR series that is now world renowned and of course has arguably one of the biggest followings in motorsport anywhere in the world. With the Americans loving their oval track NASCARs. But as we said, these cars were the original format of those NASCARs. Not particularly built for circuit racing, but needless to say, they're fast, they're big, and they are spectacular when they get sideways, particularly in the hands of this really impressive field of drivers. In this one alone, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11 South African champions in their own rights in different formats. So 18 in the ISPs, 11 in the big bangers, production cars. Not too shabby a field to have here for the 24th running of Passion for Speed.
It's going to be interesting to see what Ben Morgenrud does off the start. If he can get a decent start, get away well, I think we should see him running up towards the front end of the field.
Just watching that Mustang in the background here, this one here, just behind Terry Wolford. Just trying to pick up who might be in that car, because that fastback wasn't in the first heat. It's the 15 car, so it's not on our list. I don't know if it's on the timing monitor. Jaap. Yeah, so
Jaap van der Ende.
Jaap van Ende.
Yep.
He's going to have a bit of a problem, as most drivers who've driven that car have done. Don't wind up the right window. because it tends to flop around a bit and it doesn't fit directly in, because I don't think it's an original window in that car. Watch when he comes through here now. The right-hand window. Okay, just missed it, but it's actually flapping around in the wind, so he's going to be hindered slightly there. It might be a little bit of a distraction initially, but if he blocks it out, he can still go flying and enjoy the second heat like we're about to.
Right, moments away.
Watch out for Siafuri Jr. coming from the back in that incredible Mercury Kruger of his. As they go through turn 1, it's double yellows to turn 1 and 2, so line astern until they come out of 2 heading to 3. That's where we get the green flag, and that's where Mark Totoy will want to try and get the drop over Pastorelli to get away from him and try and ensure a double victory here. Didn't go according to plan in the earlier class for the TT, but he's certainly not going to give up on the chances here of a double win. Morgan Root and Dimitar side by side as they came out of turn 2 there in Cashville Corner. But here goes the hammer time. And Mark opens up the Ford Fairlane to try and get away from the Galaxy and the Chevy Nova.
Oh, the guys certainly pushing hard into the corners, just looking at the body roll of the cars. They are on the limit going through there. Ben Morgenrud looked like he got boxed down a bit at the start, but he's now got some clean track in front of him and starting to make his presence felt, and already made up, looks like, 3 positions.
Temple going with him as well, following him through. He's tucked right behind Morgenrud. He's got through there on Ellison, and they're about to go through there on Van der Ende. See Farid also right onto the tailpiece there of the first of those Mustangs. I think that might be the Thunderbolt. It is. It's the Thunderbolt that got through. So the previous cars were getting through on Page Lindenberg. They're now onto the back end of Ellison. And Sia Farid trying to open up the door there for himself and for Morgenroot. Morgenroot will be suitably placed if he can go with an attempt of an overtake here from Siefi. He has a go here. Morgenroot will be wanting a little bit closer than what he is. Here comes... The Thunderbolt goes defensive. The Mercury is literally locked together with that Thunderbolt out of turn 2.
That's allowed Morgenroot to capitalize. Moves up alongside.
Might squeeze through, but I think it might have a little less power than that Mercury. Watch out for the block of flats coming along. Pastorelli is on a charge. He wants a win for Pablo Clark and the I2 team. As NGK spark plugs are firing properly as it gets up to the top of the hill now and takes the lead. I think that's the first time that Mark's gone to second. He wasn't better in the first race. So that's the first time he's dropped down one place. Lee Thompson in the Black Widow.
Morgenroot continuing to make up positions.
Fighting hard with Sefi.
Sefi glued onto the back of him as they come through there.
And Wolford's in the mix as well. Just behind what Ellison.
Oh,
there goes something. I think it might have been a headlight. It's a headlight that went out the Mercury. So headlights flying. You see wing mirrors, but certainly some headlights out of the front end of that Mercury on the right hand side of turn 7's exit.
Car out on track at the moment is obviously the lead car, Nicky Pastorelli, a 112, 2 seconds a lap quicker than Mark Dutoy at the moment. And then Ben Morgenroot running in the 114s, also still about 2 seconds off the lead pace. So we'll see how close he can get.
He's just gone through on the inside of Van M. France Van M just getting out the way there as the Mercury comes up alongside him now to the top of the hill. But Morgenroot, as you said, ticking off one by one. He's now got his sights firmly set on Lee Thompson, who'll be just ahead of him there in the Black Widow.
Oh, problems there.
There goes the Mercury into the Gazoo Racing stable. Onco. It was a light brush, so if he can get it, if he's kept the clutch in and he gets going in, he might be able to get back up and going again. Unless something broke on the car.
The right and front wheel is just looking a little bit out of shape there.
A little bit less Mercury Cougarish. Was it Sabertooth Tiger as opposed to the Cougar? Alrighty, so slightly older car out there. We'll talk about those later on. Here we go. Onto that back straightaway. Jonathan Dutoy starting to close down on his brother as Pastorelli is opening up a commanding lead here. Wow, this is impressive drive coming from the Italian to get away from the 2 Dutoy brothers at their home circuit.
Lee Thompson currently in 4th place, and then Ben Morgenroot closing in on him Morgan Rood having just gone quickest now at 1:12, so he has proven that he has got the pace to match the front car. 5 laps left, or 4.5, as they head up to the top part of the circuit now.
I love the fact that they all just tapped off slightly there to make sure there was nothing in the way. They don't want to be throwing away opportunities here of podiums at this stage of the race day. So all of them just being very wary of that yellow flag that came out of turn 5.
Let's have a look. There's a replay of Siafuri.
Here he comes out of turn. Yeah, look at that. That front wheel looks a little bit dodgy, eh?
Yeah, looks
front right wheel, and oh, let's just squeeze the Armco. Kazoo Racing and Pretoria No Toyota being called out because I think that car is in harm's way, so they are going to have to go to safety car, which is such a pity for this race. Safety car is out, and everybody will now concertina up. Hopefully it'll only take a couple of laps to get that car out of the way. That is the car we're talking about. We actually chatted to him at the beginning of the race. He was so looking forward to an epic fight, and he was in one. And unfortunately, the car is parked on the sideline. Mercury Cougar out of race 2.
Just getting a glimpse of Ben Morganrood in the back there. He's up into 5th place. So he's going to...
wonder if he's got something planned for this last little sprint effort if he's got the opportunity. Now that it's all concertinaed up.
I see Mark Dutoy had also gone into the 112s as well. So Nicky Pastorelli as the race leader, his last lap a 112. Mark Dutoy a 112. Pastorelli was a 112.4. Mark Dutoy 112.7 and Morganrood a 112.1.
Can't ask for better than that. That's a nice split of times there, keeping the cars very evenly matched. I don't know if they're going to get that Mercury out of the way. They're battling. I think that front right damage that Paul picked up on in our ears could be the issue there. If those wishbones are broken on the front of that car, it's going to be a difficult car to move. And Big Max might be required up at turn 5. Whether or not that's the case, we'll wait and see, because we stay under safety car in the meantime. Watching James Temple just pulling out, getting out of a little bit of the hot air in front of him. Lee Thompson in the Black Widow, holding on for now. What could potentially be a 4th place in the Black Widow. Trans-Africa Racing, I beg your pardon, would be 2, 3 and 4 on track at the moment. But it's Pablo Clark and the I2 team that lead the field right now, with Pastorelli in control. So it's like the block of flats. That's kind of an apartment block there, the Black Widow. It's not quite a full block of flats there.
That's still one of the
it's
highlights.
Still a massive car.
I remember Michael Stephen in that car. Did incredibly well.
Jeez, that was a good one, that one.
Passion for Speed a couple of years ago.
Correct. Actually, to be honest with you, only a few months ago, they threw Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer, retired from the Air Force, into that car, and he performed admirably behind the wheel of this big beast, I've got to tell you. So, you know, it's a sought-after car. It's a famous, of course, Chevy. Most people look at the Chevy brand from the 60s and 70s and can usually pick out a 57 Chev without any issues. Whereas when you're looking at Fairlanes and Mustangs and Thunderbolts, they're not always as easy to pick out the different versions of them. That fastback in the hands of Van der Ende, just ahead of Paige Lindenberg. If we look at classes at the moment there, Brent, if you wouldn't mind, let's just have a quick squiz and see how things stand there. France is on his own, so we don't have to worry about him. He's just out there to enjoy himself. As I said, it's inspirational driving. What's it? Pastorelli, Dutoy and Dutoy, eh?
Correct, ZA.
Sorry, I came off mic there because I was looking across the timing monitors right on the other side of the desk there, Paulie. Sorry, I was looking off there. Pastorelli, Dutoy and Dutoy, or ZA. ZB?
ZB, it is Jonathan Needham, Paige Lindenberg, Herman van Putten, and Alan
Alan Poulter didn't make it, John. He's not out,
start, so.
He's here, but his car's not on track. So that Mustang in the middle of the shot there in the background, the blue one with the white stripe, that is John T. Needham. And he is leading over his stablemate, Paige Lindenberg. Herman van Putten in the other Mustang, which is the reverse of that, of course, the white with the blue stripe, there in 3rd. I think we're going to finish this under safety, buddy.
I would imagine, and such a disappointment.
Oh, it is.
It was building up to be an epic dice there with Ben Morganrud charging through the field, matching the times of the leader and in with a realistic chance.
I think they should just use the scooter. Pull that car out with the scooter. It's not a bad plan, eh?
See them have to.
That's John's scooter. That scooter's fast, bro. Let me tell you. Check it. They've even taken the side pods off. That makes it even faster. It's not Kersey, it's Sif. Yeah, but Sif is the one that won the first race, yeah. Because he parked it into the wall after he broke the wishbones, and then he also got an arm missing from the front right of the car as well there, Andre. Andre de Kock in the background here from the Citizen Motoring, giving us a couple of chirps as well. Yeah, unfortunately, he had an issue earlier on where he lost the front headlight after an incident, and now he unfortunately is out of it, and it means I think we're going to finish under safety, which is unfortunate. On a long day like this, the safety car plays a vital role, and we have to always thank the providers of those vehicles, not only Pretoria nor Toyota on their long-standing relationship here with Zwartkops, and the providing of what was originally the 86 for a long time that we had, and now the new Gazoo Racing Corolla R that they've got there. But of course also to the support vehicles that came from Tom Camphor Volvo this weekend too, as part of our marketing campaign to tell people all around Johannesburg and the Highveld about the Passion for Speed Festival. It's 24th running. When we're staying out, those lights are on, buddy.
Not looking positive. We're down to the penultimate lap. When they come past, we'll be onto the last lap of the race, and doesn't look like that we're going to get any further racing in the class.
So the official definition of this class, because we've got time to talk about it, is World War II ended and a generation matured, and they emerged with the hardships of the Great Depression and the war, embodying a new spirit that epitomized the rebel without a clause content. And all they desired was speed and cars that could put four on the floor. That's awesome, eh? Powerful V8s, manufacturers responded, and that, of course, led to the birth of NASCAR, placing motor racing at the center stage of most of the world, and of course especially in the American market. Today we experience these cars in the action, of course, in the Galaxies, that Thunderbolt, the Mustangs, Chevrolets, Barracudas, and the rest of this pack of cars. Unfortunately, it came to a little bit of a preemptive end, not quite what we wanted, but CFE is not to blame there. He was pushing hard to try and get to the front end. It didn't quite work out for him, and it's unfortunately brought the race to a slightly different conclusion to what we hoped for there, Brendan.
Absolutely, and just the one part that you didn't add after all the American cars that you named there was that, and the milder European counterparts.
I didn't want to go there because I thought I might upset the Volvo guys. You know what I'm saying? But no, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, they're slightly milder European counterparts. I don't think we've got any European counterparts in this one. Yeah, let's have a look at that one more time, Paulie. This is the incident that caused the safety car to be deployed. See if he coming out of turn 5, got it wrong. Something broke. He went across the kitty litter, didn't slow him down enough, and he then just gave a little nudge to the barrier there, which brought out the safety car. It's been out for the last 4 laps, and we are going to finish under safety car with Nicky Pastorelli taking the victory from the 2 Detroit brothers.
Lee Thompson will bag 4th. Ben Morganrud, a hard-charging Ben Morganrud, will finish 5th. Colin Ellison in 6th, followed by, I'm not going to try and say so. No, I'm going to try and say Frans van Marskalkvaart. Frans van Marskalkervaart.
That's it, Marskalkervaart.
Marskalkervaart.
It's a nice one, eh? Welcome to my world.
Try and say that in the heat of a race. Frans van Marskalkervaart.
100%.
As the checkered flag comes out, and game over, ending heat number 2 of the Marlboro Craven Hire pre-66 Legends of the 9-hour for production cars.
Terry Wilford in 8th, Temple in 9, Needham in 10. He takes the win in ZBs. Jaap van der Ende beats out Paige Lindenberg. She'll finish up in 2nd place, and Hammond van Putten down in 14th. Is 3rd in the ZB category for this class. From here, we head to Evapco HRSA classes A, B, C, and D, an 8-lapper. As soon as we've got a clearance of that car at the top of the hill, we'll be back shortly with commentary here from the 24th running of the Passion for Speed Festival.
Evapco historic South Africa racing cars, classes A, B, C, D and E, out on track now for their second and last heat of the race. 8 laps of racing. It's going to be pole position, car number 78, Henny Groenewald, the Camille Doering Motorsport 1970 Datsun 240Z will start in pole position. Alongside him, the 74 car of Andre van der Merwe. Andre in the Evapco SA PDY Limited sponsored 1974 Porsche 911 RSR. Behind them on the second row, the grid 224 is Werner Kotze. Werner in the black and gold solutions 1972 Mazda R100, that beautiful sounding Mazda R100. And I think we are already, oh no, it's another lap around the circuit before we go racing. On the second row of the grid, on the outside, car number 260, Philip Pantes he is in the 260, and that is the Datsun 260Z. Behind him, the 117 car, 110 Napel. One of the first of the 76 VW Siroccos, a whole lot of Siroccos in the mix here as well. Alongside him, the 22 car of Reg Sutton, Reg in the 1972 Ford Escort. Then we've got Jonathan Connick on the next row of the grid. He lines up in the 54 car. That is also a VW Sirocco, also 1976 model. Gavin London, car number 11. It's a 74 Datsun 1200 GX. He's sponsored by the Lube guys. Then we've got Jonathan Connick, the 54 car, 1976 VW Sirocco. See the Siroccos in the mix there as well. George Economides in the 255 car, 1968 Ford Escort. Brilliant year that, 1968. And we've got the 300 car, Mario Rossi. And Mario racing in the colors of SAS, and he's in a 1984 Alfa Romeo GTV6, that very neatly turned out GTV6 out on track. The 137 car of Johan Goos. In the Keller Williams Realty 1976 VW Sirocco Mark 1 as we go racing on the outside from the middle of the pack there. Just one of the Escorts dashing out different line.
Under double yellows.
Under double yellows. I was just thinking the exact same thing.
Either Gavin London, I would say, or Peter Jensen trying to find a way through there. The man we were chatting with Andre about on the previous one, just to finish that thought up, is Stian Kriel.
Stian Kriel.
He built the Barracuda, remember?
Yeah, Kriel's very different to Gru.
Yeah, that's why I said it was the son-in-law, and married Robin Kruger, so she became Robin Kriel. So Stian actually built that Studebaker, and he was pretty rapid in it as well. Not quite as quick in the hands of today's driver, but needless to say, we're still in for some fights right the way to the end of the day. We're sitting at just over our allotted time compared to what we're supposed to have done, but needless to say, the racing continues, and the people have not left the stadium here. Have a look at those outside grandstands. Still pretty full, and enjoying all the action as we into Evapco HRSA classes A, B, C and D and E. From here we head into another hot lap from Mercedes-Benz, and then still 4 more races of action to come your way here from Zwartkops.
The Sirocco with his back left wheel up in the air. We saw a shot earlier on of George Economides in the little Ford Escort. Some evasive action from him. Great driving, avoiding an incident there as we see the 1-2-3 going through that Sali Broom in that 1971 Chev Double S.
Fighting with Peter, fighting with Avacomides, trying to find a way through. A little bit of dust coming out of the top there. I think maybe out of turn 1, somebody putting a wheel onto the dirt. If you look at Gavin London as well, if you get a head-on shot of him, runs a motocross helmet in that car. Not quite a race circuit helmet, but it'll do the job. Protection is key. Problems for the 22. That's Reg Sutton pulling to the sideline. Ford Escort out of this one. It's a Mark 1 Escort. Mark 2 Escort getting a little bit squirrely for Retro Racing as he comes out of turn number 5. Kramer being hunted down by the Hamilton's GX of Peter Jensen. As I mentioned, it's kind of a littered field of Escorts and Datsuns with a couple of Siroccos thrown into the mix, and then a few different cars like the SS, the Fiat and the Porsches that are in the mix here as well. And then right on cue, of course, Fantastis's incredible 240Z.
I just had a close look at that car during the weekend and really neatly turned out.
And then keep an eye out on Carl Pinot, too far in the background. He'll be looking to try and get up as high as possible for Class E in his Lotus Cortina. It's sort of the cream color with the green stripes down the side. There it is, to the back straight away. Just ahead of Pushkevez, who seems to have some problems because he's been caught there by France Jensen. Jensen also under a bit of threat from, is that Ladner? Terence Ladner, I think it might be in that one.
Terence Ladner in the 108 Hamilton car. BMW Sirocco. He's made up, Sirocco.
Yeah,
he has made up 2 positions. He was at the back of the grid. He's made up 2 places so far.
That might be Grant. Is it Grant? No, Grant's in the 1200 GX. Yeah, it might be Grant Kramer. It's Grant Kramer, I think, that's in that car. So halfway stage reach, 5 to go. Or is this an 8-lapper?
8 laps.
That's okay. Not quite the halfway stage yet. We're on to
5 laps
the lap
to go.
that'll take us to the halfway stage. Ooh, watch out.
Oh, the
Alpha
Alpha
on
running
charge.
very, very wide. Carrying lots of speed through the corner.
Rossi style from Rossi. This time Mario though around the outside.
Ollie Broom looks like that exhaust is possibly dragging on the ground in the Chev SS.
Kicking up some sparks maybe. That'll be quite nice in this light. Koenig under attack. Trying to feeling the pressure coming from Gavin London. Oh, as I say that, London with some problems, pulls into pit lane. Something's broken on London's GX. And the SS has a big look into turn 8. Try and find a way through there on Fantastis. There is NEG. Plain sailing at the moment.
Yeah, over a second a lap quicker than anybody else on track. Pretty much what we saw in heat number 1.
What does that say G's running as? Is he running as a Class B car?
Running in
Class B.
Yeah, Andre van der Merwe and Mario Rossi, the 3 Class B cars.
The late great Willie Hepburn was here. He'd be fighting with him, but it still wouldn't be a Class A car, that car. It's one of the reasons that Willie pulled out of this series, is that they said his car was just too fast for the other cars to be there, and that's why he took it and put it into hill climb trim. So at least he had some event he could go and be participant in and be competitive in.
It was really great earlier on when we headed down to do the intro down on the dummy grid. Just bumped into Steve Herbst and Willie's wife Sue was with him there. Just had a quick chat to them. Fantastic to see her at the racetrack and looking so well.
Big move on there. Nice one from Clive Wilmot diving through.
This little car has impressed me this weekend. The little Mazda. Absolutely screaming around the circuit.
Yeah, nothing like a bit of rotary power to get you going, eh? It does, but it sounds so good as well. That's the other really awesome factor with that car, is the noise that comes out of it.
Yeah, they weren't the greatest handling cars, but it certainly had the sound.
Flat 6 doesn't sound too bad either. And if Avco Porsche of Andre van der Merwe, bomb-proof in most occasions. Looking for a double win in his class.
Zwartkops is still running third overall in that little Mazda, so a fine job from him.
It is really nice to see these cars that at Class C honours would be going there for Vanna's side of things. So opening up the door, are we literally, Terence Ladner? I know what he's doing. He's dropping off some paintbrushes to do the off-go barriers there. Yeah, Big T. Unfortunately, looks like that Sirocco is not firing like it should.
Sirocco not going well.
Another one off track as well. Gold Sirocco into pit lane. That's Koenig, I think. Or Tanapel. Koenig or Tanapel pulling into pit lane there. One of the two of those leading machines from the Volkswagen brand. GX Coupe versus 1200 GX versus Fiat 141 or 151. No, 131, beg your pardon. One of the two there. It was a Fiat. Fiat one. Got the Fiat. Didn't get the one and the one and one right. Just not the middle number.
The escorts that they've had on show here this weekend to be next level. Really is great to see so many well-prepared escorts. That little Fiat as well has been most impressive.
To be honest with you, I think that might be Neil's favourite car to drive. And he has got the Lola T70. I think he's still got a Shelby. But I think he has more fun in this little Fiat than he does because of the dices that go. You can see just how great the dices are here amongst these competitors. And a little bit of room to play every now and again when John McLaughlin gives you some room to play. Datsun, Lotus Cortina, Ford Escort Mark number uno, about to be caught by the leader, or in fact, no, flag's out. Won't be caught, they'll get an extra lap. And he will just slow down behind them and let them go.
The live timing showing 1 lap to go still, but a checker flag out already.
It's just updated itself now. How's that last lap there from Danny Cool?
108.1. So, blisteringly fast timed.
Sure. Man, put him in any car, there's a couple of drivers in this country that can do that. Michael Stephen, you mentioned earlier, is one. Graham Nathan is another one. Reggie Roots will be certainly right up there as well. And then you chuck in Henny Grunewald into the mix, and literally you put them in any kind of car, and they're going to give you a performance noteworthy. And certainly that car is always good to watch as well. Well done, Ollie. I'm sure he's looking forward to next weekend joining us at Red Star Raceway. Quite sure he's going to go all the way home again. Stay up here for the week, do some business, and then head to Red Star next week to continue the battle for honours in the Passion for Speed Festival. This is round 1, of course, at Zwartkops. We go to Red Star Raceway next weekend, and we will also be bringing all that action from Red Star as well on our live stream.
Henny Grunewald taking the overall win as well as the Class B win. Second in Class B was Andre van der Merwe, followed by Mario Rossi. That was the top 3 in Class B. Class C was won by Zwartkops, Andre ten Lapel second, and then George Avakamides was third, with Ollie Broom in 4th in Class C. In Class D, Jonathan Connick wins that one. John McLaughlin second, with Reg Sutton in 3rd, and then Class E. That's where the real battle was going on. Clive Wilmot winning that from George Economides with Sophus. Panthers is in 3rd place, Mike Gaines 4th, Grant Kramer 5th, Neil Loeb 6th, Peter Jensen in 7th, and so the list goes on. So brilliant racing from the Vapco Historic Racing South Africa, classes A, B, C, D, E, and as well as the guys in the F classes further on as well. Brilliant racing, and we look forward to lots more of that from Red Star next weekend.
So up next we're going to BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D, E and F, and that means Nick will be coming back to join us here, I'm sure, in the very near future. We also got of course a little demonstration from AMG first, so it's the 3rd and final of our hot laps from the AMG driving experience, and until then we'll be back with action here at the 24th running of the Passion for Speed Festival here from Zwartkops Raceway.
Bernard, you had quite a good day in the first race. Tell us about how it went and what are you hoping for the next race?
Yeah, the day's gone well. Practice was slow and stuff, and then I got slow and steady. I got up to pace. Qualifying was excellent for me. Obviously, I polled for quali. Race 1 went well until the safety car. I pulled a nice gap, and then the safety car, then everyone caught up to me, and then we tried to go again, but those turbo cars just kept up, and eventually the one turbo overtook me. But unfortunately for him, he broke his gear lever apparently, so he had to withdraw, and I kept on. I stayed in first, so it was awesome for me. So yeah, it's been a great day on my side. But yeah, thank you.
Just listening to Bernard de Gouveia there, the man that does so much behind the scenes in the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. He's been instrumental in getting it up and running and to where it is today. So we look forward to the next race that they'll be taking part in shortly. Just getting the Mercedes-Benz AMG Ultimate Hot Lap Challenge out of the way. First 15 minutes it will be. And we're going to go back down to Lawrence, who's speaking to Troy Cochran.
Troy, you came...
Yeah, so race one we managed to come 5th overall. I was lucky that Eugene Khoos got a jump start penalty, so that moved me from 6th to 5th. Very hot race. Yeah, the times were okay. I think we're a little bit off pace, but I think now with the cooler conditions, hopefully the rain holds off, we should have a good race too. So looking forward to it. Let's see how it goes. We've got a 12-lap race. A lot of wear and tear, and the cars get very hot, but yeah, it should be a good one.
Just having a look across there, you can see the clouds have been building. They haven't moved too much closer to us. They're still very much in the distance. And if the wind stays away, the guys here are telling me that they don't think there's going to be any rain, but it could quite be the same as last year. As soon as the last race of the day finished, so the rains came, and a torrential downpour that followed. So we're just going to wait and see if Lawrence can catch up with any more of the drivers down in the pit lane, and then we'll cross back down to him. Just while we wait for the Mercedes-Benz AMG Ultimate Hot Lap Challenge out on the track, let's have a look, enjoy the action from the Formula One demonstration that took place during the lunch break, the Minardi and the Jordan F1 teams with Robert Walk and Ian Schofield.
The history behind the car, as I said, the Jordan is pretty special from a South African point of view. We're having Sasol as the big sponsor of that car in its era.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was one of the main driving reasons that drove me to buy and bring the car back. And I think what a lot of people don't realise was Sasol's involvement in Formula One. A lot of people think, oh, they just put a sticker on the car
Correct.
or whatever. Far from it.
Yeah.
It was a complete joint sort of venture in the technology side of it. Not just only in terms of fuels. Sasol's fuels in that era were the envy of the world. All the other F1 teams were trying to get them.
Correct.
So there were engines here at Sasol's facilities in Cape Town on the dynos, working away with the fuels. There was also some aerodynamic work went on here at the CSIR in Pretoria with models in the wind tunnel here. So it was a complete collaboration between Sasol and Jordan. And so it was very important to me to bring that car back to South Africa.
And of course, Eddie, a massive fan of South Africa himself, having a home in Cape Town. He's always here, so he must be loving seeing this every now and again on social media with this car sauntering around either here or up the hill.
Well, actually, it was very funny because when we had the car at the Red Bull activation in Sandton, DC drove into the car park where he was, stopped his drivers, jumped out of the bus, ran over to us and said, can I get in the car? So he leapt inside the car, handed his cell phone to Stuart Thompson and said, please video me. So Stuart says, okay, points the phone at him, and he goes, right, EJ, I told you I'd get in one of your cars one day.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's the kind of backstories we love, and of course that's part of what Passion for Speed is.
Absolutely. Great weekend here. A little bit too hot for us. We're all cooking in these cars, but great to be here, and a fantastic crowd as well.
I hear a certain outright lap record could be on the cards for Ian Schofield because Robert Volk is just not performing today at all.
Nah, he's just my junior driver, you know.
Right, and after that extended break, cars heading out onto the circuit. Nicholas Herbst joining us once again in the commentary booth. And Nick, when you came in here, the first thing you said, there's a few little raindrops starting to appear out there. So just another curveball that possibly might be thrown their way.
No shortage of excitement today, Brennan. So yeah, it started to drop a little bit out there. It doesn't look like it's set in. I can't really see from the footage right now whether that's continued. But yeah, the rain is threatening. And that'll certainly throw some spice into this race.
We saw quite an animated interview from the boss man, Bernard de Gavea, before he went out after winning race number 1, and looks like he's quite determined to make it the double here.
Yeah, he's going to be campaigning for that double win right now, so he's going to have to make it work from 5th position. If everybody doesn't recall, but in BMW M Performance Parts Race Series, we invert the top 5 in each class. So if you finished first, you'll start that second race in 5th, and then everything behind that you'll start in your finishing position from the previous race. So the top 5, your standings from your first round don't guarantee an easy start to the race 2. So you've got to make it work. If you finish first in race 1, you're going to make it work again now from position 5.
So Bernard de Gavea is certainly going to have his work cut out, make his way through the field if he wants to achieve the double. And can you imagine if he did achieve the double? We would never hear the end of it.
I'm quite sure it would be illegal. So I'm hoping the racing gods will have some humility for us. Maybe he'll get a second, but let's hold some thumbs for Bernard, and we'll keep today quite interesting.
Pole position, it's the 82 car, Varish Ganpath, alongside him on the front row, Bilal Ahmad in the 99. And then the second row of the grid, Eugene Ghost lines up alongside Davy Willefeer, and then Bernard de Gavea, the self-same Bernard de Gavea, and Troy Cochrane on the third row of the grid. So it's going to be an interesting one. So far, as we mentioned, it looks like the rain has stayed away. We've not seen any drops out on track. So I think we're in for a roller coaster ride here.
So we're keeping to the theme of the day. We've got one particularly classic historic over here. We've got the modified 745i piloted by Paolo Cavalieri, and I'm sure that's going to be a fan favorite right now. When you hear that screaming down the straight, there's just nothing else like it that sounds like that.
Yeah, just the amount of preparation that goes into these guys' cars, it's phenomenal to see. There's the car you're talking about there, A7, the classic Tony Viano Winston colours, but just all the way through the field, some very, very well prepared, and the guys are not prepared to spend lots of money on their cars by the look of things.
No, that's for sure. So I mean, it's just such a range over here, anything and everything. So there's no checkbook limits, and people look after their cars. It really, we get some fantastic specimens here. So we've got Varish Ganpath here on pole for race 2, finishing race 1 in 5th, with Bilal behind him. So that is a 330 diesel in second there, turbocharged E36 behind that, and then the 2 naturally aspirated contenders with Davy Willefeer and Bernard de Gavea right behind them, and that's going to keep everything nice and dynamic, and all the types of motorsport vehicles in there.
There was one of the cars that I had a look at Kyalami, we were speaking earlier, and it's still got its air conditioner and its BMW radio in the car as well. So some of the guys keeping the luxuries in the car for race weekend.
So here we have our start here, and let's see if we get everything clean into corner 1. Charging off, a little bit of gap building in that mid-pack over there. Then we see the OG taxi and the rest of the now Class E, and then moving into the new Class F, now following through. I think that's that car you were talking about with the air conditioner there at the back, wearing its bunting on the back over there. Looks like we've got a clean start. Everybody through corner 2 relatively safely right now. Let's see the run up to corner 4, where first opportunities usually show themselves. Bilal putting a lot of pressure on Varish Ganpath over there. So let's see what happens. We've got Craig Herbst on the inside over there, Olerato, and then we've got the rest of that Class E field really tightly clustered right now.
Oh, the number 90 just darting out, taking some evasive action, just possibly looking at another line. That's Sean Dodd in the Amtech BMW E36 328i.
see we've got Varish Gampas still leading the pack over there, so he's kept Bilal behind him. And, Bernard still, he's getting some pressure now from Troy Cochran behind him, and then the Winfield 745 modified. But yeah, still everything very tightly packed. Nobody getting any free spots right now.
The Gavea is still in 5th place as we conclude the first lap of the race in anger. 11 laps still to go. So as we mentioned earlier, the guy's running 12 laps. The conditions have obviously cooled down a bit, so it shouldn't be as taxing on the cars as we were expecting earlier on in the day.
There we go. So we got again big pressure for the lead over there with Bilal looking on the outside of Varish Ganpath, but still keeping him just behind. So already strong contention from the diesel to take the honors in this particular race right now.
Late on the brakes there for Bilal Ahmad, 2nd place in the 99 car, tucking up under the wing of our race leader Varish Ganpath that leads. 3rd place Eugene Close, followed by Davy Willifeed, always very much in the mix on the attack. Just has a look. Ooh, somebody's gone.
Dust there at corner 5. Not sure if any car went off over there. So we've got a picture of their Dave Racy from that'll be Class E, I believe. We've got Eddie Rodriguez coming through over there in that beautiful BMW E46. Wayland Volskink falling back a little bit, it seems, or having to make up some pace after challenges in the first race. But there we see his beautiful E30 on in footage right now. But he's got some positions to make up if he wants to fight for the top positions and potentially secure a podium with the pace that we know he's got in that E30.
Leading that bunch that we saw going through there, the number A7, Paolo Cavalieri, leading that pack. There's a whole lot of action happening just behind him. Bernard de Gavea still 5th, Davy Olivier 4th, Eugene Kos in 3rd, Bilal Ahmad 2nd, and our race leader Varish Ganpath still very much in command at the moment.
So we've got Shane Grobler over there in footage. He's driving Varish Ganpath's old vehicle over there, so he's still getting to grips with that. He's usually doing some very competitive lap times at the sharp end of this field over here, getting to grips with that turbocharged car. And then you'll notice that people call the Black Mamba, that completely black BMW E46 over there. Very interesting car. Let's see how Shane can do. Currently standing, was at 12th position behind Wayland, is that right?
Fastest car out on the track at the moment is Bernard de Gavea.
Okay.
Having just gone through. Oh, Bilal Ahmad's just pipped him now. Virtually a 112 dead. Bernard 112.4. So the guy's certainly got the hammer down now and pushing incredibly hard. But lots of races happening within the race here as well, which makes this series just so much fun to watch.
So Bilal secured the lead from Varish Ganpath, so unfortunately couldn't hold him off over there. He's starting to build a bit of a gap. That TT Audio BMW F30 really looking great. And let's see if he's able to keep that together. So you mentioned, Bernard de Gavea, the boss man. He's throwing down the gauntlet. Can he keep that race pace together and start putting the pressure on Varish and then finally on Bilal? He's going to have to get through Derby first, and that's certainly no easy exercise.
Just having a look at the class results, obviously Bilal Ahmad leading Class D with Varish Ganpath and Davy Willifeed 1st, 2nd and 3rd. And then Class E, Roland Hopkins leads from Eddie Rodriguez, and then Shane Grobler running 3rd there. And then Class F, Sean Dodd, Zahir Sadat and Ferdy van Staden, the top 3 in Class F. So things starting to get interesting.
Getting it very wide
there for the little box shape.
And that was Mike Grobler in that BMW E30 getting it very wide. Oh, what a cluster over there. We've got three abreast almost going into corner 8. Everybody tussling for position right now. Probably got 5 or 6 cars in that 2-second gap right now passing the main pit straight.
Desmond Bloom still very much in the action in the taxi, the bright yellow taxi.
There we got that's Dupe Civils in that it's an M240i, and I think once he gets to grips with that vehicle and all of its little niggles and challenges, it's going to be a very impressive car. Craig Herbst trying to make a move on Claudio there, and then on the track taxi coming up. Let's see if everything stayed clean. Looks like he's got past them, and he'll be hunting down Mike Grobler in that BMW E30.
Well, you talk about throwing down the gauntlet out front. Bilal Ahmad now having gone a 110.6. That is absolutely flying around here for a class for a car in this class. That is flying.
Absolutely fighting lap times over there. So Craig definitely with a recurring issue over there, pulling to the side with the hazards on. So it looks like that car's still got a niggle, a challenge, not allowing for that to remain consistently competitive. So Bilal leading from Varish, Darby still in third. So Bernard's got his way up to fourth from starting position in fifth. So he's still going to have to try and make his way through Darby first. Gap to Darby at the moment. What are we looking at? 1.8 seconds.
1.1 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on that little battle happening there. But Bernard also into the 110s, so 110.9. So really starting to wind it up. Darby's best time so far, 1:11.6. So Bernard on a mission.
These cooler temperatures definitely helping with the lap time. I mean, if we had done the same race middle of the day, we'd certainly not be seeing it. The cars just really suffer from not only tire and heat impact on the tire compound, but also just the engine. So as soon as the engines start reaching certain temperatures, they start pulling ignition timing just to maintain the integrity of the motor. And so peak performance and these kind of lap times really ideal when you've got cooler temperatures ambient like we have right now.
Yeah, watching that battle between Darby Williford and Bernard de Gavea, still sitting at 1.1 seconds, so de Gavea hasn't managed to close up on him at this stage.
As Sean Dodd, he won the race 1 in Class F over there. Oh, we got a big car. That's Eugene Kos into the tyre barriers. I know he had some brake challenges. I think this is plagued in now again. Is that corner? Master Mo is cutting across.
Turn 2, the 55 car has gone off at turn 2. So from 6th place, unfortunate there for Eugene Kos. We just wonder if we're going to once again have a safety car intervention. Just see it from a wider shot to see where exactly it is. I just got reports that it was turn 2.
It's going to be a high speed incident over here. I hope that the medics are getting over there. We haven't seen him get out of the car, so hoping to see some footage that he is okay. Marshall jump across the video footage over there. We're not seeing if there's just double waved yellows or what the situation. Okay.
Just while we wait to see the lead that Bilal Ahmad has got, sitting at 8.5 seconds. So massive lead that he has opened up over the rest of the field as the recovery vehicle gets its...
Trying to extract that car from that tyre barrier.
It looks like a neat job there. They've managed to get it out.
Here we have the 745 unmodified. Great to see that. You'll definitely hear it. Any part they're on the track, you'll hear that car.
Just once again, a massive shout out to the marshals. They've been absolutely on point here this weekend. Brilliant job from all of the marshals in very hot conditions, and getting that car extracted very quickly and towed to a safe place. So should be good to go racing without yellow flags.
So it looks like Darby starting to put some pressure on Varish Gampat, looking fairly close over there, but with Bernard just as close behind. So any of those guys make a small mistake and it's going to be opportunity and open the door. But Bilal's racing a very neat race right now. He's got that nice gap into from first position. Got a car slowing over there.
Troy Cochrane having just gone quickest now, 1:10.5 from Troy Cochrane. So that's just another curveball. Cochrane sitting in 5th place behind de Gavea. Darby Williford still 3rd, Gunpat 2nd, and chasing down Amat out front.
There we see Eugene Kos's car go past. So after that incident into corner 2, he's still able to continue. So great to see no serious damage over there. But they will have our leader come up to lap him right now. We've got a slowing car over there. I think it's probably one of the newer vehicles, a new entrant, but looks to be suffering from what could be a mechanical issue.
4 laps left, and it's looks like I don't think anybody's going to catch Amat out front. But for the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, certainly starting to get very tasty out there.
I'm hoping Eugene is seeing the flags over there. He's going to have to get out of the way of the race leader over there. Unfortunately, as much as he is trying to make up some pace right now, he's got to ensure he doesn't inhibit the leader.
Yep, the blue flag's been waved furiously at him.
So there's certainly going to be some commentary from the COC afterwards, I'm sure. He's still staying behind with our leader just behind. He's going to try and make a move up into corner 4. So finally he gets some reprieve to get past. We'll have the same with Varish Gampath getting past.
At least Gampath
on that side.
Got through easily as well. It's just one of my pet hates is to see a brilliant race spoiled by a back marker who thinks he's still very much on the action.
So that's Troy Cochrane. You mentioned he's currently holding one of the fastest laps in the race. So he's where's he sitting now? Right behind Bernard de Gouveia.
He's in 5th place, right behind.
So he's going to be threatening to take that 4th position from Bernard. So quite a lot more traffic coming through, and now we've got Varish Gampath right on the back side of Bilal. So if the back markers don't move out as quickly as possible, we could see some interesting changes for the lead if opportunities appear.
That lead having gone from 8 seconds down to 0.5 of a second. So
right at 8 seconds down to that.
Yep.
Wow.
So absolutely nothing in it.
I think this is probably interesting, with this new DEF split. This is probably the first time we've started to see, significant overtakes from our front runners, with the back markers, and I think specifically with the 12-lap race, this is really throwing that into the mix.
Van Staden in the 271 car. Let's see what position he's running in at the moment.
So they'll be starting their penultimate lap right now. So I'm hoping Bilal's going to be saying, I hope I don't have too much traffic remaining, because I'm sure this is very stressful right now. He's got Varish Gampath right behind him, and so literally the pressure is on right now.
I'm just hoping this one's not going to end in tears with the back markers getting involved. He's gone wide there, the 88 car.
Looks like they're managing it over there, not taking too many chances, trying to get through too quickly. And hopefully we won't see an incident.
Troy Cochrane still the quickest lap time from him, but still down in 5th place at 110.5 from Cochrane. But he hasn't managed to make his way up from 5th place.
So our front runners are making their way past the OG track taxi right now. So there we see Bilal and Varish Gampath getting past that beautiful Dakar yellow car club track taxi. And we've got Darby in pursuit right behind. So the fight remains just as close. So this will be final lap they're going on to now.
They should be starting the fight. No, it's checkered flag.
Checkered flag
has come out. So Bilal Ahmad manages to hang on to the wing. Varish Gampath finishes 2nd. Davy Olivier takes 3rd. Bernard de Gouveia 4th. Troy Cochrane about to cross the line now. He crosses now in 5th. And Paolo Cavalieri set to take 6th.
A neat race. Fortunately, it looks like the rain didn't threaten too badly. Checking the bouncing coming through that corner over there. Yeah, I'm sure the guys, I'm sure Roland will want to take a look at that. That's some interesting suspension characteristics over there going through corner 8. But maybe just hanging on to ensure that he fights off Eddie Rodriguez just behind him, finished in 9th.
And that was the fight for Class E, and Roland going through to take the Class E win. So Class D goes to Bilal Ahmad. He wins it. Varish Gampath 2nd. Davy Olivier is 3rd. Bernard de Gouveia takes 4th there with Troy Cochrane in 5th. And then the Class E battle, Roland Hopkins taking the win, as we said. Eddie Rodriguez finishing in 2nd. Shane Krobler taking 3rd. Johan Miller going through in 4th place. And then we move on to Class F, and it was Shraz Naidu that finished ahead of Sean Dodd with Zahir Sadat. We're just waiting for Zahir. That he comes through, crosses the line now. Finishes 3rd with Ari van Heerden taking 4th place.
A very good race for the start of the year. Fortunately, not too many incidents. We had our incidents in probably Class A, B, and C. We had that big delay over there. I think guys are going to be happy to be able to put some cars back onto the trailer and continue the year without having to hit the workshop and rebuild an entire racing car. So probably a good outing here at the Passion for Speed for BMW M Performance Pass Race Series Class D, E, and F.
Nicholas Herbst, thank you once again for joining us. Always great to get an insight into what's happening there. So we look forward to catching up with you at the next round at Red Star. Cheers. Thanks very much.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Will once again jump into the hot seat.
Hot seat. It's quite hot outside still. So it must be quite a hot seat still, Brent, hey? How much more we still got to play?
We have got 3 races left.
Alrighty.
Just down to the last 3. Pre-66, 68 Little Giants.
And under 2 litres?
Under 2 litres.
And then it's DOE, Formula Vs, and Evapco.
That's
FG and H. Alrighty.
Yep. So 26 laps of action left for the day.
Still to come your way.
At the 24th Passion for Speed here at Zwartkops Raceway. What a day it's been.
Mm-hmm.
So many highlights. And yeah, I mentioned it earlier, just to walk around and rubbing shoulders with the who's who in motorsport in South Africa. It's been an absolute pleasure being here.
Not wasting any time now. They're trying to get the cars out as quickly as possible. I think because possibilities of light coming into play as well, always a factor. But also just to give you a heads up, if I can find it and it comes up on my phone for next week. We do go back to back here for Passion for Speed, and we head to Red Star Raceway for their round of the Passion for Speed next week. And I'm just seeing on their Facebook page whether they've put anything up there. There it is. So Red Star Raceway, looks like we got single seaters, ISPs, HRSA, and I think possibilities of the big bangers as well from the production cars. Although they don't have an exact calendar of events as to what's going to happen there. It's just a poster. But what I can see from the poster, there's definitely ISPs, the International Sports Racing Prototypes. And then, of course, they also have a classic bike class, I heard, over the last couple of days that'll be joining us there next week. So not all of the classes that are there, and certainly not that many by the looks of things, because that one's now pulled to the sideline. Don't have a number on that, but that's in quite a dangerous place if it's the exit of turn 4, which I think it is. And if that's going to just roll back on its own, he better move out of harm's way rapidly, because there's supposed to be 2 warm-up laps under safety car, which they're going to do. Pantassis and Pinar will be the front row. I'm hoping Alan Poulter's got his car sorted out, because I do see him on the timing monitor, but I haven't seen him on track yet. Fighting for under 2 litre honours.
Another one. Switch the microphone on. Yep, it's on. Another one that we're looking for is the number 11 little mini of Japheth Chetty, the man behind the Boxer Group. We didn't see
that's the 165
him out there. It was his first outing for him in a car that it's the ex-Barry Capitalist car that Ian Riddle used to race. Japheth having purchased that one now and keeping it as original as possible. We just haven't seen any track action from him yet that I'm aware of, so we'll keep an eye out from that as the 48 car goes around with the 62 on the outside. Oh, there, all the cars lining up, and still I don't see Japheth Chetty's car in the mix there.
I mean, it was pulled to the sideline there by its own driver, was Carlos Afonso, 165. And if you went past Lindenberg on the right-hand side, there were about, or left-hand side, I can't remember, right-hand side, there were about 15 of these little Mini Coopers that were lined up there last night. So great to see a big force coming back into motorsport in terms of the Minis, the giant killers. That's why they're known as the little giants, because most of these cars will be reveling in the old days of the 9 hours that used to take part here at Zwartkops, or at Grand Central and at Kyalami. And when the rain came, that's when they came out and were unmatched by the bigger cars, because they could get through the water a lot easier and get the power down.
Yeah, some really, really neat little minis up there, and leading the pack out there, Rory Nossiter in that the Castrol Mini, absolutely beautiful car.
It looks like they've kept them under safety because of that Mini in turn 4. I didn't see the safety car peel into pit lane. I don't see it going down pit lane, because we would have seen it by now. So it looks like they're going to do the first lap under safety car just because of that Mini being in harm's way. That's also quite a cool little car that you just saw there in the background. Something completely different from 1964. It's not the GSM Dart.
The Flamingo.
It's the Flamingo, yeah. So a slightly different version from the GSM brand. And all owned, of course, by Peter du Toit. He's got the 201 car there, with I think Chad is piloting today. John is in the Flamingo. Ish is in the second of the GSM Darts. I'm not quite sure if my famous GSM Dart is out there, number 125. It's the one I had the big crash on while doing live on the drive, coming out of turn 7.
Yep.
And Josh Stovey spun in front of me in the Austin Healey Sprite, and I just had nowhere to go and destroyed the whole front end of that car. Van Sale in the Harry Potter mobile at the back.
Hendrik Van Sale, sponsored by Evoke Realty, a 1962 Anglia.
Right, now they're forming up. So Pantassis and Pinar, Poulter. I was going to say hopefully Page, but it's not Page. We'd have alliteration aside. Let's go racing. But it's Jonty Needham there in his second car of the day. Driving the Ford Cortina Piranha in 4th place.
Cortina Piranha of Carl Pinar, one of the neater cars on display here this weekend as we finally get going for the start of the Legends of the 9 hour pre-66, 68 Little Giants, all at a 2 litre.
45 there. That's Hamid Wawa, Chess Service Station, Mini Cooper S. Chad on the inside of Roger Houston by the looks of things there. So Houston giving Chad Tendershot a bit of a run for his money. Too far behind that, I think that was the 94 of Nicholas Christofides, little Alfa Romeo GT Junior. Poulter is through, and big flame out of that car.
You see the flame out of
Light
the
conditions are ideal for that.
That Volvo spitting fire as it headed through that part of the circuit.
It might have been the exhaust also scraping there. I'm not quite sure if it was the engine flame that came out of that thing, but it might have just been exhaust spark on the tarmac. Oh, Mark Miller. Gets it out of shape properly. Of course, running in that. It's up his Miller for Rent My Solar. Completely wrong. Maybe the solar power's gone because the cloud cover's here. So he ran out of power out of turn 5.
At the 1965 model. There's still lots of them competing around the circuits of South Africa as we have a look at the 33 car going through. Jake Dovey.
I don't think that's Jake.
No, it's not.
Jake Dovey's in the Sprite, and the Sprite's not there. That's the 33 car.
33,
I
got it wrong. I got it wrong earlier. The 33 car.
I think it's James Temple.
No, it's Dirk Venter.
Dirk Venter.
I'm going to change it on my notes right now.
No, it's Dirk Venter in that car. Oh, looks like we're under safety as well because cars were slowing up down the back straight, or were they? No, they're not. They're in full flight still. Just a couple of cars there. Watch in the middle of the pack here as well. That's Vic Kampfer in the Volvo. That Volvo P1800 is usually piloted by a good friend of Vic's and also becoming a good friend of mine over the last 20 odd years I've been doing this. He usually comes out from Ireland. His name is Liam Murphy. Unfortunately not able to make it out this year, but he'll definitely be back here for the 25th anniversary next year. And with that relationship, of course, that he's got with Vic, Vic would normally pilot a similar car to what Alan Poulter drives, and then Liam would drive the P1800.
Oh, safety car. They're going to... I just saw in the background you could see the recovery vehicle getting ready to head out onto the track. So yet another safety car intervention. 6 laps left in the race.
Hopefully a quick one so we can get back to the racing. Wait until we can get going. That Volvo is a quick Volvo. Let me tell you something. Alan Poulter behind the wheel of that car is normally unbeatable. But Pantassis has kept him honest for now. Are we back under green? No, we're still under safety. So I'm looking at the pace of those three compared to the rest of the pack, and they're hauling around. They don't want to go too fast and catch the back markers because when they concertina are up again, that might be a bit more difficult to get away from. Because they'll wait for the pickup. Toyota Corolla Gazoo Racing all-wheel drive machine.
A massive gap that they have opened up over the rest of the.
I don't think they've seen the safety car.
I wonder. It looks like they're still very much racy at this stage.
Well, flags are waving. You can see there's a bit more frantic waving of the flag there. Now, I think they've realised that they missed a couple of those safety car boards from turn 5. Carl didn't. Check that out. There you go. Ranfantine in the house. Carl Pinot with his arm out the window. There we go. Chilling out, relaxing. Just needed a 5.0 so we can see his hair blowing. Alright, so safety car has been deployed. There it is on the back straight, and it's going to pick up the right car, which is a good thing. Once again, massive shout out to J-Lo and his team of marshals that are out there, and race control for getting the right car under the pace car and safety car. Look at that gap. It's a huge gap down to 4th place.
Which they should actually manage to close up now as they get slowed down by the safety car. So if we have a look at the classes while the cars all start forming up behind the safety car, Kyle Brink leads out Class A. Chad Tendescota is in 2nd with Terence Buertus running in 3rd. Class B, just one competitor there, and he didn't start. That was Ollie Broom, so no Class B cars running. And then in Class C, Ishmael Beloy leads out Alan Hooper with Mohammed Mahir Wahab in 3rd place. Then we go down to Class D. Donovan Mayer leads out there, and then it's the Williams car, Chris Williams and Richard Williams, that is 2nd. Alex Evers in third. And yes, Alex, I don't
check this for a restart, so to jump in there.
No
Poulter
problem.
goes alongside Pantassis and waits right till the last moment before he has a go down towards turn 1. He came up alongside and almost went for the overtake. Unfortunately, it caught him out slightly because there's allowed Carl Pienaar to sneak through into second place. And here comes John T along for the ride and bringing along the second of those 250s or 240Zs. That's Jaco Krenau, who's about to join them. So we got 2 Datsuns, we got 2 Fords, and we got a Volvo fighting for honours here in the final part of today's proceedings in our pre-66, 68 Little Giants and under 2 litres. Carl Pienaar now
pushing hard.
Certainly not more in the relaxed position he was in about a lap and a half ago.
You just see his whole body language in that
Yeah.
changes, just the determination, attacking the
change.
corners a lot more aggressively.
John T under attack once again now from Poulter, trying to come back into that third place. Cranehouse joined the party. Fenter just behind that, and he's got Francesco Lombardi and Roger Houston in close attendance. As you mentioned, Carl Brink leading his class, but a nice run for Carl in the top 10 in the Mini as well. First of the Minis on track there is Brink.
Oh, just listening to those tyres of Alan Poulter squealing through, just wanting to just let the back a little looser there, and making the tyres work incredibly hard, pushing hard as he chases down John T. Needham.
Good run here so far from Fenter to keep out Lombardi and Houston. 2 Alphas looking to pounce here if they can get through there in that little Ford Escort. Brink and Chad Tendeshate having a fantastic run for the last of the single digits, 9th place. There you go,
Going
Crane
through on the
definitely
inside.
looking more dangerous. Here comes Houston for a chance. Didn't quite get there, had a big look. Oh no, here comes trouble into our studio as well at the same time, because we've got Formula V coming up pretty shortly. So I don't know why we've got Theo joining us here, but anyway, he's here. We'll talk to him a bit later on. Sit down, have a seat, relax. Aircon is good for you, brother. That's what it's all about. Ishmael Beloy's also had a great one, eh? Look at him fighting there with Alan Hooper. Not quite on the same pace as Tendeshate up the road from him in the Flamingo, but that gap between Ish and Alan Hooper is definitely coming down. Hooper closing down there on Ishmael Beloy. Beloy has won this class overall, I think 2 or 3 times. So a seasoned campaigner there, also out of the Trans Africa Racing stable. And in that GSM Dart, watching his mirror, the only one he's got. They've got one in the center of the console as well, but it doesn't really give you much view. That you see more out of that right-hand wing mirror than you do anything else when you're in a GSM Dart.
The lead at this stage just sitting at 1.16 of a second, and Carl Pienaar just continues to push hard. Alan Poulter having got up into 3rd place, he's managed to get that make that overtake move. So John T. Needham dropping down to 4th, Craner Otto running in 5th, Dirk Venter is 6th with Francesco Lombardi running 7th, and then Houston, we have a problem, is in 8th.
Yeah, exactly.
Roger Houston,
he has a problem.
He has a problem.
Is right
The
now
problem
that
is
he's not quite close enough to be fighting for that top 5 where he usually is.
we are already on the penultimate lap of the race, so once the safety car disappeared, the laps seemed to run out very quickly.
I think we're about to start that last one right now.
It should be going on to the last lap. It is indeed onto the last
Final
lap we go.
John T. Needham trying to find a way through there, back on Jaco Krenau, who's stuck through on him. So Jaco just finding a little bit of late race pace here to stay ahead of Needham. Needham coming back at him. Didn't quite get up the inside though to make the move stick. Poulter hangs on for now for the Tom Camphor Volvo team. 3rd place. So we would have liked to see him in a little bit more action on track today, Alan Poulter. But, he's had a good run here in this class, and he's still in with a chance of a 3rd place. Here he comes alongside Craner towards turn number 4. As we watch our leader Sophus heading to the top of the hill, coming up once again on the back end of that little Ford Anglia of Hendrik van Zyl. Not quite in the Harry Potter colours though, but the same car. Because Potter made famous there when he crashed into the big tree. Flying car, so if he needs to take off, he needs to just take off. It's quite lekker. Cooper in the way, or is it? We'll wait and see. The 82 machine of Ed Burtis. I think he might just stay out of harm's way. Pantassus might roll out slightly and let Ed finish up the race. And flags out.
So, yep. Checkered flag time for Sophus Pantassus. Carl Pinard taking second. Jaco Krano third. And John T. Needham fighting back to take that fourth place from Alan Poulter. So Poulter drops down to fifth. Dirk Venter finishes in sixth. Roger Houston.
A bit of a fighter to the line as well. The second of the Volvo, so to cut in there.
No problem.
Just coming to the line there. And I think he's just got ahead. Yes, he has. Of Christofides and John Tendeshate. So we're getting that P1800 up a little higher than what he was expected. And I think Christofides might be a little bit concerned about that because he had some good late race pace, which didn't quite work out for him.
With Chad Tendescotta finishing there, he wins out Class A. Carl Brink is second in Class A with Vic Kampfer third in Class A. And then on to Class C we go. Ishmael Boloi wins Class C with Alan Hooper finishing in second. And then in third place it was Mohammed Waheb that finishes in third. And then down to Class D, Hamid Wahab finishing in first with the Williams pair, Chris Williams and Richard Williams. I think it was Richard in the car this time around.
Yeah.
And then Hendrik van Sale finishing third in Class D. In the under 2 litres, Jaco Krano takes the win. Roger Houston second with Francesco Lombardi finishing in third place.
And the 2 litre plus goes to Pantassus by the looks of things, eh?
Yeah, Pantassus wins the 2 litre plus, and then Carl Pina followed by John T. Needham. So lots and lots of action all the way through, down through all of the classes. That concludes the second heat of the Legends of the 9 Hour Pre-66, 68 Little Giants, including under 2 litres. So we are quickly heading to the last race of the last 2 races of the day. Next up will be the DOE Formula V partnered with CIM Lubricants.
Yeah, nice to see that field. We've got the boss man in the studio with us. Theo had the first race. He's now handed it over to his American counterpart there, man. Trevor Carmody is here from the US of A. He'll be in the Start My Car quality parts from DOE Forza. So I don't know if the American can say Forza. We'll have to wait and see. Brandon, if you wouldn't mind, let's just get Theo in here for 2 seconds. I don't know if he's going to hold the commentary all the way, but just to get a couple of comments from him would be quite cool.
It's up to you.
No, please do if you want it. It's what it's all about, T. It's not quite the start you wanted in terms of the 60th anniversary, but take nothing away. You've made a plan. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. So I decided that the turnout wasn't what I expected. And we'll do a anniversary event at the end of the year.
Okay.
So after the season, we're going to come back to Zwartkops, and we have a big endurance event, same as happened in the past. So now we get the Germans involved, the Brazilians, the Australians, everybody.
Sure.
Big
that
event.
sounds good.
Yeah.
So for the people that are watching, and of course we haven't really got the information, I'm glad you are here. Is this round going to count towards championship, or is this just a fun round to open up the 60th anniversary?
Correct, yeah. So it's an unofficial event, and it's purely, there's no point, it's just fun.
That'll start at the first regional then, I assume. Your first round of the championship.
Next month.
Next month, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
so that's back here at Zwartkops for the first regional.
Correct.
And that's where we'll kick off the official start of the season.
Yeah.
So I did say to Brennan earlier on, there was no way you couldn't be here today because of the 60th anniversary and, of course, all of the original historic single-seater Vs that are here as well, also celebrating.
Correct.
And correct me if we're wrong, and Brennan and I have been discussing it, we've said it on a few occasions, this is the longest-standing single-seater.
Correct. It is the longest-standing single-seater category in the country and in the world. I mean, the Americans, they are at, I think it's 65 years. And also in the country, it's the longest-standing category as well.
Yeah, so single-make category that's been running for the longest time.
Correct.
That's amazing. And of course, I know we've spoken about it numerous occasions, but fantastic to keep on the likes of DOE, Start My Car, and CIM as part of your stable. You know, because without those guys, you guys can't go racing.
Yeah, no, look, without their support, we could not be here. and we've signed a contract again for the next 2 years with all of our sponsors, all except Victron, but we're replacing them, and we're getting new sponsors as well this year, which will be revealed later on.
Yeah, at the first round last year.
Yeah, correct.
That's fantastic. So this is basically an anniversary showcase event,
Yes.
which has given you the chance, as you can see, if people have got the program in front of them, a chance for drivers to sort of swap out. You had the first heat.
Yes.
As I said, you've handed it over to Trevor to
Correct.
have a bit of fun on South African soil.
Yes, yes.
He's loved life here, I've got to tell you. I spoke to him last night, and he was in a zone. I mean,
correct.
We couldn't keep him quiet.
Yes.
A driver's briefing.
It's like a dry oralkie that just keeps on going. It's
That's
chatty
how
Cathy.
Americans are.
Yeah,
Bro. That's how they are. Okay, so on the list, it's basically all the second drivers that are on this list right now. So Fabio, I would assume, has taken over from Peter.
Correct.
Trevor's taken over from you.
Yeah.
You've even thrown Lee Thompson into the mix with Vaughan's car.
Yes. So
how long ago was it that Lee got into a single-seater?
Well, he won the championship in 2002. It's crazy.
Man, that's crazy. That's 23 years ago.
He got into Vaughan's car, and on Thursday unofficial practice, he did a 904.
Yo. No, listen, we were talking about it, Brendan and I, about a few of these drivers in the country that you can literally throw into any race car and they will be competitive. Lee is certainly one of those.
Yes.
You've got Hercules Wasserman in there, Dennis Johns. That's nice to have back again as well.
Correct, yes.
You know, a seasoned campaigner in this class, and it's been a long time since he's been behind the wheel of one of these, I think, eh?
Yeah, he last raced when I started these, I think in 2016, or just before that he stopped racing. And if you count up all the champions that are racing today, it's 19 years of champions.
Wow.
It's crazy.
So in other words, Jaco and Lendl are going to get their hands clapped for not being here. Because we would have 21 champions on the grid.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll have a mention of that at the first round. We'll give them a little bit of hell about it.
Yeah.
So we are under starters orders yet, T. As always, it's a standing start, which of course both Brendan and I appreciate, because this is where the driver's skill comes in, as opposed to when you got to roll down under yellows.
And we're like, please don't stall on the grid. Come on, Trevor. Don't.
All right, 5-second board. Let's get this race underway, and you're going to jump in at any time that you want to. Lights on, lights out, and here we go, racing down towards turn one. Good start. Mid-pack looked like it was a little bit of dodgy there, but through turn one, everybody sorting themselves out for the first time. And, of course, these guys are now in the battle for the first time as well. The host boys were sharing the load. Oh, there you go. V's getting out of shape. And, yes, that is the American.
Come on,
just
Trevor.
say no more. I did say the American was... Americans are crazy, eh? But they sure know how to play. That's for sure. There we go. So, Carmody putting your car up on two wheels, wheeling into turn two.
Look, well,
was that part of the plan?
Maybe. Well, he did to Trompy what I did to Jaco Strix, I think 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
At East London.
That's it. Listen, you don't want to lock wheels in single seaters.
No,
I can show you some photos in race lines that Formula V's don't like to lock up wheels.
No.
So let's keep it clean and clear. So far, it looks like that's the case in the first four cars as they come through for the first time, and it's nice to see that they've kind of settled down ever so slightly. Fabio up in second place, so nice to have the man here from Cape Town.
Yeah,
making his way up here for this series. And was it an invite from you guys to get him involved?
Yeah, so I went to the members and said, listen, who do you want to race with you? And Peter was like, I've got someone in mind. So I left him, and last week he said, no, he's getting his boss. So Fabio is his boss. So I said, well, then that's your driver. Go for it. I'm not going to stop you. Yeah.
He certainly knows how to pedal a race car as well.
Correct.
Normally a big single-seater, a saloon car driver as opposed to a single-seater driver, but needless to say, another one who can climb into a single-seater and make it work. The 6.4 car there, of course, is HRSA. He's the only man who's kind of piloting his own car on his own and not really sharing it with anybody. Is that because he wanted to try and score some browning points with you or something?
No. So certain cars is a bit tight.
Okay.
So we had Kyle Lawrence here as well, and he was going to race with Helder Gavea, and I mean Kyle, I miscalculated his length a bit. So certain people don't all fit in a V, and unfortunately nobody could fit in Danny's car.
I'm going to throw something at you then, because Trevor Hill said I would fit in his car.
Oh, really?
And I didn't get an invite to drive in this double-header adventure, Mr. Trevor Hills. But you're not even here, so that's probably why. Pretoria no Toyota on the side of a car as well. It's always nice to see. With Chardon. Chardon's had a nice relationship with them, and of course here at Zwartkops, it's nice to see those colours flying high. Chardon, of course, looking this time Does he still fall into the rookie class, or where does he fall in for this year?
No, so he's out the rookie class, and he's only in the association and the national challenge championship. But like last minute, I phoned up Sean van der Linde, because he said he's been, since he started racing these, he's been in every anniversary event. So he's actually now pedaling Chardon's car.
Beautiful.
You know, Tinkerbell is also a little short,
Yeah, he
so
is, yeah.
perfect fit. They didn't even have to move the seat for him.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And how's his car going? Because I mean, I know he had a big moment at the last one. Is
Yeah.
that car all fixed up and ready to go?
They're busy
Or
fixing
will
it. Yeah, it will be ready for the first race. I mean, that whole axle that went flying over the crowd into
nice,
Lee
though,
Thompson's shop.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is that why you gave Lee Thompson a chance to drive?
Yeah.
To say sorry for the damage.
Yeah, a V ended up in your shop, so now he must come race V's.
And now he's doing a superb job, leading the race at the moment. Dennis
Yeah.
Johns up to second, that's great.
that's
Fabio
awesome.
into third. Anthony Taylor, of course, up in the fourth place. That's great to see too.
Yes.
I mean, Ant is a stalwart in this
Yeah.
category and
Yeah.
has done a lot of work in the past before you jumped in.
Yeah,
as the chairman of the board, you know.
Yeah,
So-
when we walk through the pits now, you can see, I mean, on Peter Hills, he's always crying if there's people around him. There was just this emotion in the pits with all these champions, you know, all these legends walking around us. I can't explain it how it was in the pits today.
You don't have to explain it. We know. We were sitting here getting goosebumps all the time. I mean, I think Brendan, and it's not because of the aircon. He's had goosebumps the whole day. You know what I'm saying? So it's part and parcel of what passion for speed is.
Yes,
that's
correct.
you've hit it on the head. It's a passion for speed.
Correct.
And that passion comes through emotions.
Yeah, it does,
We're
it does.
emotional people as human beings.
Yeah,
And, you know, you see people like Sorrel walking around. You see people like Dennis Johns and famous racing drivers at events like this. I mean, when I see David Piper, every time I see David Piper, I get cold shivers because I think to myself, this is a guy that I watched in a P33, P4 Ferrari just do stupid things that you should never do. And I mean, I never got to see it. Unfortunately, I was too young to see it in the flesh. But when I watch that footage and what they do in those cars, I mean, it's just as good as what we're seeing here today.
Exactly. I mean, there goes Craig Watt, Carl Watt dads. I mean, for them, I mean, I wanted my dad to race with me. He was going to race with Roy today, but unfortunately, he's still on the injury list. But I mean, for Craig and Kyle to share a car, it's just, that moment. Yeah.
It looks like there might be a little bit of damage on your front right to your car there, pal.
It's fine.
Just giving you a heads up. Don't worry, he can pay in dollars, so just going to give you that one.
Just don't.
Yeah, look at that front right. That front right's not lacquer,
toe
man.
out.
Turn out, but he's turning in. Fortunately, you got some quality parts you can buy for that car, so we'll get it all sorted.
And I just put new tires on the car, so they're going to be scrubbed in properly now.
Big time. I think they'll be ready for Zwartkops. You don't have to worry about doing anything with those tires other than strapping them back on again once you fix that, that front suspension, I think. Look at that. He's fighting into turn two. It's brilliant.
And
Come on, Craig, you what? Get up there, boy.
And then we've got a new rookie on the field, Anton van der Merwe. So he's racing training wheels this weekend. Peter Hills is building a new car for him. He's going to be ready for the first race in his new car. I think he's also going to be a contender in the mid-pack.
An association class, he'll be there.
Yes,
huh?
yes.
Okay. I see also he's running a Sting chassis. Is that a new chassis you guys are trying?
No, training wheels is it's a Sting chassis, so it's an older chassis that we just get people hooked.
Used to the car.
Yeah.
And learn how to drive it.
Correct,
Okay,
correct.
That's cool. That's a
so
good effort.
Peter Hills is building a Rayma chassis for him. So he's going to be in one of those cars soon.
Fantastic. Listen, I love there's arch rivalry on the track, but the camaraderie off the track is similar to what we see in a lot of these categories here today. I have to mention BMW because that's the biggest one that has a huge camaraderie. But you guys are just as good, if not more. Oh yeah, watch out! Dive on the inside there, and Ernie just looking for a chance through there. Hey?
Yeah, no, Roy.
Oh, Roy.
Roy.
Yeah, Roy diving through there. That was tight. Had a little look, but I think the American had him covered. Had you covered, man, into turn 8.
Yeah, so I have the opportunity. So Trevor invited me to go to America. So now I need to save up money and go race there. He's back there.
Okay, so DOE, start my car. CIM, a little bit of extra budget required, please. We've got a trip to America.
Yeah,
so we
Dunlop
get a few
as well.
more Americans.
ATS. Come on, guys.
Oh, come on, Dunlop. That's what it's all about. Tires cost money to go racing. Lee Thompson about to come across the line and start another lap, but a big fight on there between Thompson. And in fact, it looks like Dennis Johns is the quickest car on track at the moment.
10.7. Wow, that's a good time.
Has he been in the car for how long? 16 years. And he
Yeah,
can run with Lee Thompson.
Yeah.
Now you know you can pedal a car, man.
Well, we just spoke to Lee in the pit. I'm like, are you going to break the lap record? He's like, no, dude, I am so tired after all the races I did today.
Yeah, he has had a busy day in the saddle as old Mr. Thompson, double clutch, as we like to affectionately call him here.
Oh, here comes a move.
John's on the inside of Thompson, sees him coming, slams the door. No, you're not coming through. I am suitably impressed with Thompson's driving a Formula V. It's been a long time since I've seen him behind the wheel of a single-seater.
Yeah, after his little incident on Thursday.
Yeah.
When he
where
rolled,
it didn't quite go according to plan.
I went to his pits and he said, yes, this is great fun, he wants to come back. So I'm like, well, the door's open. We'll build you a car, just come race again.
Come and play. It's not a bad man to have in that series. I think Lendl might be worried about that if he arrives.
Yeah.
So will Brandon and a couple of other drivers, including Jaco. So if you guys are watching, we are missed today, guys. We would have loved to have you here, but we cannot wait. I say that when I say we, I'm hoping that, as I said, my good friend in the corner there is going to be joining me on a number of occasions this year.
Oh, you better.
As part of the commentary team, because I think that first round at Zwartkops' regional championship for Formula V's 60th anniversary with a full field of cars.
Going to be epic.
Yeah, it's proper. Exactly. Now, the plans for that, I mean, we've got racing happening. We'll keep an eye on it the whole time. But the plans for the international at the end of the year, back here, date-wise, have you got times and places yet, or is it still all up in the air for now?
Date-wise, I'm looking at finishing on the 8th of November, maybe 2 weeks after that. So 23rd of November, that weekend, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, the Germans wanted to come this weekend, but they said there was miscommunication between me and them, so they said it's a bit too late for them to come through. So they would love to come either at the end of the year, maybe early next year. So I just decided yesterday morning, look, we're going to do this.
Brilliant.
And my members already said
yes. And of course,
yes,
if they come out and they plan their trip, or okay, they can leave the cars here.
Yes.
Fly back and come back for passion.
Yeah.
You know, to have them here for passion for speed would be just another couple of international drivers to just boost the 25th anniversary of passion for speed.
Correct. That's actually a good plan. Thank you for that.
Thank you. See how we think. You and I, we like this, but
not just a pretty
chat
place.
to the Germans, chat to the Austrians, chat to the Australians. The Americans can all leave their cars here.
Yeah.
They don't have to take them home, and they can stay for Passion for Speed's 25th anniversary.
That's a good plan.
Imagine a field of 30 or 40 Vs for 25th anniversary. I'll take that, eh? I'll buy that for $1.
I'll give you a cap for that.
No, we'll get Comedy to pay me in dollars for that. Listen, checking it. In comes the chairman of the board.
Go away.
Did you see your photo? I took one for you. Check your phone.
The BMW Oaks always have to interrupt.
They have to interrupt. But you see, unfortunately, they're on the same tyres.
Yes.
They're fortunately live, so you're okay. And they're on the same tyres as you, so we'll forgive him. Good job today, brother. Nice little win there. Is that an official overall win as well? Or was he in trouble? Oh, he's in trouble.
Here comes a move. Here comes a move.
Dennis Johns, get in there, boy. That was nice, eh? All right, so we come into the closing stage. Oh, somebody's off track there. Roy getting a little bit sideways, unfortunately, there in the closing stages. So he's going to lose out a bit of ground. You did go 10 laps. So what have you done there? This is last lap. Last lap here for Lee Thompson to try and hang on for a win here.
So I laughed at Gert. He also came to me earlier today, and he's like, did you really have to put Dennis with me? One of the most competitive guys ever. I just want my car to finish. Yeah. You know? Could you not have put me with Aki or one of the old guys?
Exactly. Give me somebody that I can at least talk to and not have to worry about, need to prep the car, get the car sorted. Dennis Johns will be like, no, I'm going to win this. And he's still on it.
Yeah, no, he's going to go for it.
He's going for the win, but here we go. Lee Thompson heads up, corner pocket, turn 5. Ooh. Oh, and he's there.
He's got it.
Inside line. Hold that line, Dennis. Come on, DJ. Lee Thompson, give him some room. He squeezed him out. He squeezed him out nicely there. That's brilliant.
Done, Dennis.
Dennis Johns for the win here.
That's it.
Come on, DJ. What a way to finish up the day. You couldn't have planned that better, buddy. Nicely done. Dennis Johns for the win ahead of Lee Thompson in DOE Formula V, partnered by CIM Lubricants. What a finish to this one. Taylor will get the third spot.
No, fourth. Fabio with third.
Fabio, sorry, who's coming through there?
No,
it's Taylor.
Tafani,
Taylor's gone through. Tafani's dropped back slightly.
Oh, jeez. Yeah,
Tafani's dropped back slightly. So it's Taylor from home.
Well
great to have Al back as well. I mean,
yes,
we haven't mentioned him the whole race. Apologies there, Al. But Alan Holm back into the mix too.
And it's nice. Well done, 7th for him.
Good job. And then it's going to be the American think if he hangs on with that,
if he can
right
make it
front,
last two turns,
just get through the last 2 turns, it'll be quite cool. Let's see, hanging in there for that checkered flag to come up on the board. But yeah, great stuff. Yeah, once again,
awesome. Thanks
I know
so much.
I know you made a plan, but
Yeah.
the plan worked.
It
and
did.
I've got to say, to have that amount of champions on track
Yeah,
today,
yeah.
start off the 60th anniversary is the way to go. And I can't wait to see what happens.
Going to be
in March,
amazing.
buddy, for that
Yeah.
first regional.
Yeah.
I'll see you then.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, buddy. quoting things, we're quoting all sorts of quotes here, but more importantly is one more race to go. Brendog, and
Yep.
how are we looking on time-wise? It's 5:15, and this was supposed to start at 10 to.
We're still sort of running half an hour behind. It's
That's
been
good,
like
eh?
that,
Mhm.
been like that most of the day, and I mean, which is impressive with the amount of hiccups that we have had and stoppages, and good to see that the Lance Fiat Uno is going back out onto the track again.
Fortunately, not in the hands of Peter, though.
Yeah,
Fabienne.
we'll see.
Fabienne is at the wheel of that one.
Fabienne was first out. She did the first stint, so maybe they've swapped. I'm not sure.
No, I
This
think
is
she's in for both.
Ivapco
Fortunately.
Historic South Africa Series, classes FGH, CTC, as well as the Pursuit Series as
Yep.
well. So a couple of cars with the dragging the Banting behind them, indicating.
Now, remember the guys that run in Pursuit Series are running just this event in this format, because they normally run a handicapped race where they start fastest car last, slowest car first, and then they do some calculations on their Samsungs and iPads and iPhones and work out that everybody should cross the line at the same time.
Absolutely.
Not going to happen today, though. They're
No.
just out there to race as a normal category, but part and parcel of the Ivapco HRSA Racing Series.
I really enjoy that handicap format of racing. We're lucky in Port Elizabeth to have the street car series where they run handicap racing, and it's what it has done is just promoted motorsport so much,
Yes.
and so many of the new drivers coming through have started in that, borrowing their wife's car on a Saturday, or going to maybe Avis and grabbing a car and then coming through.
I was about to say the same thing, heading down to your local car hire, signing out a demo from Nelson Mandela BMW. No, that's jokes aside though. It is a great format. I've actually I did a season with one of the Mercedes-Benz team. Cole had a team of Mercedes-Benz cars that we raced in the Pursuit Series and had an absolute blast in it. 280 SE. The guy that owned the team originally started in an automatic and raced his automatic, but eventually was being outgunned, so he changed it to a manual box and then became a bit more competitive. But the cool thing about that Pursuit Series is you climb in the car from home, you drive to the track, you race two
That's
races,
it.
you drive home.
Yeah, and I mean we've had anything from Mark 1 City Golfs right through to the latest McLarens. We've got a guy with the McLaren on the track as well, and it's just, it wasn't long, and then the owner of the McLaren son was in a VW Super Polo, and so it's progressed.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's how it works. And the progress, of course, and the progression for these drivers is that they start Pursuit Series and the bug bites. They like the Pursuit Series, but then they might take their cars and participate in other categories on a historic and inland championship or a historic and coastal championship day, like you guys have.
Yeah, and what we've had found, it's lots of guys that haven't come from motorsport families as such. It's guys that are enthusiastic about it, and then we have an open day. The guys come to the open day, try it out. Next thing they've entered into the street and fine class, and Bob's your auntie. In no time you've bought yourself a little modified saloon and out on the track having fun.
Love it. That's what we want more of, please. So if you are listening to this, go and do exactly what Brendan said. Go and buy yourself a little car, come and play, and get some more cars into this big field. About to go to battle. Last race of the day. It's the 151 that is on a pole position. So let's have a look and see what the battle ensues now as we go. Double yellows into turn 1 and 2. Everybody else going to try and hang on to the back and just try and stay as close to that lead car as you can, or the car that should be in front of you, until you come out of turn 2 and get the green flag to go racing. 3 car, that'll be, I think Jen Abbott will be in that car for the second race. Tim normally knows the first one. That's the 914 Porsche we saw earlier on in the TT 45 minute. Farid coming around the outside, also having some fun and games there in his little Giulietta. But the array of cars that you got out there, of course, is the Lotus Cortina, Mini Cooper, the first 2 cars that we're seeing go into turn number 4 in full flight. But behind that, you line up with Alphas, BMWs, Volkswagen Siroccos, Ford Escorts, Alfa Romeo Giuliettas, GT Juniors, and of course a couple of extra little Alfa derivatives out there as well, including a GTV halfway down there in the hands of Regardt van Zyl.
if I was a betting man, I'd be putting my money on Cor Kramwinkel in the BMW 2002. That car just has got so much appeal to me. I really love the little old BMWs, and he's currently in 4th place. Oliver Broom leads him out with that. Then he's got that very quick Mini of Dion Valentine, the man from Cape Town. We're right behind him, the little 38 Mini that has set courses around the track alight. Dion Valentine behind the wheel, and then Ian Oudendal. Valentine just having gone quickest, a 120.7 for him, so quickest car out on track. Just
change up the lead
quicker.
as well into turn 2. Mini's at the front. Just caught it in the top end of the shot there as we went to the second set of cars, but there you go. Confirmation of the Mini taking the lead, so that fast car has got to the front, and now we'll try and get away using the advantage he's got of being the fastest car on track. Just further back from that as well, I was picking up on that little Renault Gordini of Mike Bishop, and he's fighting hammer and tongs there with Fabian Lance in the Fiat Uno.
Yeah, that Gordini, another of the really neatly turned out cars, and an absolute classic from yesteryear.
Dave Lation diving on the inside, getting through on that Sanyo original colours from Stanek Group N days of Peter Lance at the wheel of that car, but now Fabian flying the flag high. Alliteration aside there for Fabian and the flag, but certainly doing a superb job so far, and I think just inside or just outside of the top 10 as we speak.
The little 151 Ford Cortina, just on the absolute limit there, just watching it, just the body roll through the corners and that, and really pushing it to the max.
I think that's Broom at the wheel of that car, is it? Ollie Broom at the 151?
Oliver, it is correct, yeah. Correct, yeah.
So changing his allegiance slightly, but still sticking with the Ford brand, and now, of course, he's got a lot of Fords, but we saw him in that big Chevy SS as well, so he knows what to do in a race car, and he's going to be loving this little battle with Dion Valentine.
This battle up front now. Dion Valentine under lots and lots of pressure. You just have Oliver just has a look at him, glances over his shoulder. I can go side by side any day of the week. And so the battle intensifies. Broom back into the lead.
This is kind of indicative of a race, another Mini that I know piloted by yours truly had with Chris Davison down in East London, where we went at it like this for about 10 laps around the Grand Prix circuit. Always great to see, but watch the battle in the background as well. I know this is an exciting one to watch, but there are 4 cars evenly matched right on the tailpiece of these two, I should say. So watch out. Oudendal, Kramwinkel, Houston and Price are in the fight there as well. And as you mentioned, that BMW 2002 right in the thick of it.
In the mix. The Alpha having got it. Oh no, that's not the BM. There's the BM. So he's lost a position. Kramwinkel has dropped down to 6th. He's dropped 2 positions.
Oudendal runs wide. Houston goes inside, and looks like that Datsun's going to go with him. So squeezing through there to just outgun. It's about the 4th time we've seen those two side by side.
Side by side, yep. And just having a look, just giving each other enough room to go through.
Just enough room.
Just enough.
There's not
Ken
much
Price
space to play there.
in the 75 car.
Miller coming back, looking for a chance to close things down, and as we see Ollie just running wide onto the rumble strip there, carrying a little bit more corner speed than the Mini did their time.
The 140,
2, 4, 6, 8,
the
10 cars,
140 of Ken Price almost onto the rumble strips, but managing to keep it going. He's under lots and lots of pressure, involved in that battle with the BMW 2002.
Joining the pack there as well as also is Dave Armstrong in the Ford Escort. It's not quite Gulf Racing colours, but very similar.
And it's now the quickest car out on track, in 10th place at the moment. And we saw in the mix there the VW Sirocco of David Lashon, 116 dead from him now. So
season campaigner here at Zwartkops is Dave Lation, so he'll know exactly what to do to get through big pack of cars. Now got his sights set on Armstrong. Once again, Mini tries inside, but is matched perfectly there by the Lotus Cortina. Car on the outside there. could be deemed dangerous, but we'll probably be under yellows there. So maybe no overtaking into turn 4 because of the car on the outside of turn 4. That we'll have to keep an eye on if we get a wider shot of turn 4 on the next pass there, Brent.
Yeah, just having a look at Kromwinkel having dropped down to 9th in the little BMW. So thank goodness I'm not a betting man, but I am going to bet on the Sunrisers Eastern Cape beating the Paul Rocks in Port Elizabeth tonight.
Okay.
So we'll bet on that one.
Ireland beating England, hey, hopefully. Because, I mean, the French destroyed Wales last night, so we got to definitely come back for something. Right, here's Layson on the inside, looking for a way through, and Armstrong can't find it. Just shuts the door on him. But he's attempting to find a way through there on the 227 car of Francesco Lombardi. So we got Alfa, Ford, and Volkswagen literally wheel to wheel, side by side. Inside line was the right choice. Well done, Dave Lation. Finds a way through on those two, and now moves up and starts to hunt down. And it's going to be Ian Undal in the Mark 1 Escort, just up the road from him. Ooh! Davey boy coming across the track there. Evasive action. No, just cutting him off completely. It was a horrible move there. Back markers come into play for the first time. Didn't be too much trouble there for those two.
Oh, down to just 3 laps. Well, it'll be 2.5 laps. They're already heading up the hill. Late on the brakes in the Sirocco.
Oh! Clipping the curb, runs wide, gets on the inside of the Ford Escort, sticks it. That's a late outbraking maneuver that you've never seen before.
Not too shabby.
That'll work. And it has, because he's now pulled away from the Escort down the hill. I think he's still quickest out there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he is. 1:16.010, so virtually 1:16 dead for Dave Lashon.
Across the line, and we got 2 to go. Lation now on the attack on Houston. Houston might have a problem as they head into turn 2. If he holds that inside line, I think we might see the attack coming from the Sirocco. No, he's going to go wide and cut back.
Back of the BM stepping out there momentarily. Some great driver control. Snap back into line. These guys have had a brilliant race. This fight has been fantastic. Oh, the Gordini running into problems as well. And
that's Bishop out. That's in turn 6's exit, so that could be. Oh, I'm hoping not a safety car.
Not the wisest thing
it's not a safety car.
To get out of the car while it's parked so close to the circuit.
We got a yellow flag up there. It's not double yellows. Means that the cars will be aware, and they'll get double yellows here. And they'll actually see the car. So hopefully, if they all get through there and there's no issues, they might be able to run under double yellows to finish this one off. Because we've only got a lap and a half to go. Leader, I think, might have already. He's about to start.
We're onto the last lap now.
Starts his last lap. Ollie Bream and that Lotus Cortina doing a superb job ahead of a fantastic run from Dion Valentine. But I was seeing a little bit earlier, and I was trying to sort of gesticulate to you. Watch Valentine. There's a lot of understeer on that car. He's not getting the same amount of traction as he had earlier on. He's fighting that mini a little bit, and I think that's what's given that advantage to Broom to pull, 1.5 seconds odd ahead of him.
Just so impressed with the performance of that little Ford. It just sits so beautifully, perfectly set up.
And from the land of zero tolerance.
Yep.
It's great to have Ollie here. He always brings a nice set of cars to play with. As I said, he was leaving them here and they're going to go to Red Star. And it'll be great to have him there next week as well. He's definitely going to love Red Star and the SS.
Yeah, I think it'll be a heap of fun to drive at Red Star Raceway. And it's checkered flag time, taking the race win. Oliver Broom crosses in first. Dion Valentine just behind him in the little mini. Then it's Dave Lashon, and he will be followed by Roger Houston. Then it's Ian Uerdendal, David Armstrong, Francesco Lombardi will finish 7th. Finishes 7th ahead of Ken Price, and then my man Cor Kromwinkel finishing in 9th. Rounding out the top 10, it is Mark Miller, followed by George Acerlane, and then Gerrit Meyer finishing in 12th. Fabian Lance will be the next of the finishers.
Still coming down here with a bit of pressure.
under lots of pressure there in the little Sanyo Fiat Uno, finishing just ahead of Alan Hooper and then Stuart McClarty.
Great drive there from Dion Valentine.
Let's have a look at the results of the different classes. Class F obviously going to Oliver Broom, followed by Dion Valentine, and then David Leishon finishing in third. And then just incidentally, Leishon had actually moved into the 115s, so 115.6 from him, so he was the quickest car out in circuit. Class G goes to Henry Fourie. Gerrit Ferreira finishes in second with Mike Bishop in third place. And then Class H, Lawrence van Sale wins it from Nico Besaitnote and Ted Young. That finishes in, that's the top three. And then Class HF, Tim Abbott and Jen Abbott. I think it was Jen Abbott in the car this time around, taking first position there. And
so remember with that one, just to jump in, the HF is the fine cars from the Pursuit Series. And then the what is it? HM. Is the what are they? Fine cars and master cars.
Master cars. Yeah. And winning the master cars, Gerrit Murray and Stuart McClarty finishing in second place there.
Birthday boy from yesterday, so he gets himself a little birthday present on the podium. But as I said, those cars, I don't think are going to score in their championship for this round. They were also probably just on display there to have a bit of fun with these guys and be part of the 24th Passion for Speed Festival, as we were. So it wraps things up there, Brent, from our side.
Well, Greg, it has been an absolute pleasure. It's been a long day. It's been a long 2 days, actually, but I wouldn't have it any other way. It's been an absolute pleasure. And just once again, a massive, massive thank you to the marshals and the medical team here this weekend. Have been absolutely brilliant, absolutely on point. To all of the race officials, everybody behind the scenes, to Peter Du Toit, a massive thank you to him and the Du Toit family for this amazing initiative. It was such an honor to go to the gala dinner last night, or the welcoming function last night, and to be part of all of that, and then to be part of this event. And must say a big shout out to the guys that put the live stream together. And I think that's about it from my side. So I have spoken myself silly over the last couple of days.
Yes, you have.
So it has been absolutely brilliant, and we look forward to. We thank everybody for watching on the live stream as well across all the different platforms. I've seen the movement on all the platforms has been absolutely brilliant. So a big thank you to everybody that has been part of that. So from my side, Greg, it's been an absolute honor being with you again, and we look forward to possibly catching up with you at Red Star next weekend.
Can't wait, brother, can't wait. Yeah, Brendan, of course, follow him on all his social media pages, aka Motormouth. He does a huge amount of work on the Eastern Cape and, of course, down in the Western Cape as well on a few occasions when the likes of those competitors and categories require his skills. Reiterating from our side, thanks to all the race control marshals, medics, and everybody behind the scenes. Tanya and her team have done an amazing job for the 24th running of Passion for Speed Festival. To Dave Peterson and Paul down in the studio for giving us all of the race action. Never missed a beat today. Everything was quite on point. To all the sponsors involved, we thank you for the efforts that you put in. Fantastic to have AMG joining the party with us. The two Formula One cars from the Schofield stable to be here too. And, of course, all our international friends and fans that have joined us from all around the world and here at the track as well in their race cars. We can't do it without you. So we look forward to next week as we do part 2 of Passion for Speed at Red Star Raceway. But remember, next year, make sure you've got this final weekend in January. I think it's 30th and 31st. It's the 25th anniversary edition of the Passion for Speed Festival, and we will be here to bring you all that action, as we will be next week at Red Star, and of course throughout the year as we kick things off with the National Championship Series Extreme Festival, which is here on the 1st of March on a regional side of things. And then as we go into March itself, we go down to Cape Town for the first of the National Championship Series in Extreme Festival as well. So yeah, from my side, on behalf of Motormouth, Brendan Kelly, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, take care then. Bye-bye now.